Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to PrizePicks NA Revival series. We've got the semifinals, we've got the grand finals, and we got a new face joining us today. It's going to be Paladin alongside me for our opening best of 3 of the day. Looking forward to covering the action with you, Paladin. How you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, man. I mean, we've got football going. It's the first day of fall. We're getting like under 70-degree temperatures. I mean, it's what's not to love. And you get some banger CS on top of that. Why not? I mean, I am absolutely pumped to kickstart the semifinal. And we've got a sleeper hit, I think, on our hands here with a Fluffy Aimers that are very quickly turning heads with the system they're creating, and an NRG that is just revenge bent on trying to just stomp their way through this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, they're looking so incredibly fine right now so far, and these semifinals have been really exciting for us so far. I feel like in a revival series that we've seen, it's just been consistently good. We've seen competitive drives here out of both or like all 4 of these teams whenever we get to this stage, and so fully expecting that to continue here in the third. Ready to take a look at that bracket, see how things are shaping up though, and see what we're going to be looking at today. Should be pretty exciting to see, obviously, some of these teams developing. I mean, we got Boss, who are obviously, developing. They got another big matchup. We're able to get past the revenge that Timbermen were looking for in that matchup. Still playing with Dia, shutting them down. We got a huge surprise, I think, in Fluffy Aimers without a Marquee on this roster and
Yeah.
still being able to succeed. I mean, even still, like, they're coming in with a new player today in Call Me Sue that they played with in the open qualifiers, but shutting down Legacy, which is a big surprise. And then, obviously leading us up to what is going to be some pretty exciting semifinals actions. I mean, I'm really looking forward to these games.
Yeah, doing it with A, no less, who had some
Yeah.
significant firepower issues even when he was playing, was kind of insane to see that work out. And it really is a testament to what A and Brett have been building on that roster, and it shows that the system that's going on there is one that can be good for replicating some solid results. And yeah, of course, Bosses is also just so exciting to me, just with Fruit Cup's development as well.
Yeah, no question about it. We'll take a look at the prize pools here. I always like how the prize pool is a little top heavy and gets an opportunity for these first place prizes to mean all the more in these matchups. It's all important that you just get the win here, that you close it out. And so far, it's been very entertaining to see some of the victors show up so far. And, obviously NRG looking to continue to develop that success. But I guess we can kind of zoom in on our opening matchup of the day. It's going to be NRG versus Fluffy Aimers. I believe we're ready to hop into our prize picks analyst segment and take a look at some of the teams that are going to be playing out. We'll start with the side of Fluffy Aimers. And out of the gates for this roster, as we've highlighted, I believe A is going to be out for today. We're going to be seeing Call Me Sue, not on this graphic, but no question about it. When I look at who is going to be looking to lead the charge, like for me, I've been super impressed with what Slump has been able to do on this roster. He's been like the big highlight for this squad. His opping has been just absolutely incredible. So watching him consistently develop on this roster is one of the more exciting oppers on this squad. I would maybe avoid the headshots as he is going to be opping. He's not going to be going for as many headshots, but just when you talk about the amount of kills that this roster has and a very clear win condition for this squad, I mean, we'll see how he plays with Call Me Sue, who's also a player that can take a lot of resources, but it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm easily leaning towards that pickup as well. Just considering the amount of consistent maps he's been pumping out for this Fluffy Aimer squad, you get a specific level out of him that I'm very impressed by. I haven't seen an opper catch my attention this quickly at this level that fast.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking towards that one as probably the prime pick because between the rest of the rest of the crew right now, I do think Call Me Sue is an exciting prospect, and unfortunately we cannot actually pick him out in this graphic. But beyond that, it's a little up and down with kind of Jason and News, who
Yeah.
can have pop off games, but it's a little bit more risky, I'd say. So I'd honestly lean towards the slump category as well.
Yeah, I mean the high expectations, like you said, pop off potential for both Jason and News. I think is definitely alongside it. We've seen some very good games out of those two in the past, so keep an eye out for those two. As they're obviously part of that incredible rifle core that we're going to be seeing in the server. But we'll take a look at the other side of things, and NRG so far has been a roster that has been just consistently showing up here, surprising time and time again. From what I've seen so far, that Breeze on this roster taking a lot more active roles here. At one point, like especially like prior to the RMR, was playing a little bit more sacrificial. He was, anchoring on some of these sites where I was surprised to see him a little less active in this team. But he has since changed and they've been swapping things out. I think Nitro kind of taken the sacrifice in some of those departments, and that's led Breeze for more consistent success, more exciting action, and again, Nitro kind of taking the sacrifice in that department. But what has been a real highlight so far, and what is very clear, is that Hex is in the MVP category of this event. I mean, at the moment, dude, this guy's entries have been unstoppable. He absolutely dominated in yesterday's series, and that's going to set up some high expectations for me.
Yeah, we know what he's capable of, right? Like we always saw the flashes of brilliance on Evil Geniuses and throughout all the tenure that he had on all those various teams. And now you have a tenured IGL and Nitro, and you're starting to see the kind of comfort that the system provides. That these picks are completely viable, man. Like I totally see it with the kind of ratings that he's been producing right now. 1.35 in the last 3 months. Like I'm chomping at the bit for a possibility. I mean, these are high numbers, but he's definitely one of the types of people that could hit it. The 18 headshots actually jumps out to me here, considering he is in that entry role. Just
Mhm.
getting that first bullet accuracy to try and lock that in. I'm actually looking a lot at the Nitro aspects of this as well. I think that individually he's been on another level. Definitely not compared to the initial time when he first joined the NRG squad, but I think he's still always capable for an upside on terms of kills. So
Yeah.
definitely don't rule that one out either.
I mean, when he's getting some of the action, it looks so promising. I did watch him yesterday, and it still feels like he's getting used to some of these more, passive roles. We're getting back into that form, but has that
Yeah.
multi-kill ability that he has been able to show at this level at ECL, and he's been able to show it in a high ceiling. So I 100% agree that Nitro's been super impressive, and looking forward to seeing if he shows that sort of form in a matchup versus fluffy aimers. But yeah, I mean, Breeze and Hex is my like powerful duo in this matchup. Even if you want to get OC's op involved, you can do that as well. But that being said, I guess like highlighting Hex so far, we can kind of transfer on over to what has been our Sonic Fast Starters pistol round leaderboard, where the winner at the end of the event gets a bonus $500 for the most pistol kills in this event. Whoever leads that, you can see Hex is gunning for it, and this matchup going to matter a lot in terms of who's going to be taking that prize. Looking to whoever gets knocked out, that's less pistol rounds that you could potentially play. But yeah, Jason and Hex going to be fighting for that Sonic's Fast Starters $500 bonus at the end of this event.
Yeah, I mean, 4 out of the 5 players on this leaderboard are in the server today. That honestly super cool to see that it's
Yeah.
all the difference of 1 or 2 kills. So it's really anybody's game at this point. And honestly, I am super pumped to see how this goes because I like this little added incentive, honestly, for some of these players. And it forces them to kind of lock in. I mean, obviously, pistol rounds are so important in this day and age in MR12, but adding a little bit of a cash bonus, why not? You get even more excited for the possibility there as well.
Yeah, it's made pistol rounds all the more exciting. You get something to
Yeah.
look forward to. It's very fun to see there, and obviously it's going to put a lot of weight. Maybe we see less pistol saves. I've been highlighting that every time, but like we've seen teams players go for more exits instead of just saving armor and USPs, which sometimes can lead to a bit of a boring finish on those pistol rounds. So, of course, shout out to Sonic for giving this extra incentive. It's a very exciting opportunity for so many of these players. And obviously, again, like a good opportunity to just get some extra cash. If you're good on those pistols, as we know, all 4 of those players in the running, I mean, barring Dia, who's obviously eliminated, not going to be in that any longer. But I guess, highlighting this matchup a little bit more, NRG versus Fluffy Aimers, I believe you can probably lock in a veto here and talk a little bit about that, see what sort of battleground we're going to be seeing. I mean, obviously, again, with the interest of the opportunity of best of threes right now for these teams. I think it's kind of challenging to consistently work on this veto, expand your map pool with the current iteration of like how ECL is facing up. So like teams like Fluffy Aimers who maybe aren't as used to playing out those best of threes, like targeting maps, it's really cool to see in the PrizePicks NA Revival series that that's more of a case, and it's definitely going to be exciting to see, you know, how they fare up against a team like NRG. I mean, they already upset Legacy yesterday, which is such a huge deal. A team that I think they didn't even get picked into their worst maps yesterday, and they still got the victory over them. And this is again barring a marquee like individual performance. This is without that experience. So for me, like Fluffy Aimers are in hot form.
Yeah, I think this circuit is just so awesome. The fact that we're getting BO3s consistently across the board, and you're getting high tier matchups across the board, and you do if you're the underdog, you really have to earn the win to move forward. It's never going to be an easy walkthrough. I believe what was Fluffy Aimers one of the open qualifier teams as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're dealt pretty much the toughest hand if you are that open qualifier team, having to play against one of the top seeds in the entire tournament. Same thing went for Kinship with Nouns, and they struggled there as well. But of course, if you do get that upset, it's a huge momentum booster. It showcases that you've got a lot to give in the server, and it shows that they can become a top force within North America, and that's what the circuit's all about: is producing more BO3s and more consistent results for these teams to start to have results to rely upon, game tape to look back upon and say, yeah, this is what can work. This what we can definitely fix later on. And yeah, I think honestly, this matchup is for me a cherry on top for Fluffy Aimers. Can they push NRG? Can they force them into sticky situations and make them make hard decisions? Or are NRG just going to stomp their way through this? So for me, it's more just can Fluffy Hamers really hang around today? And I think they're definitely capable with Call Me Sue having a potential barn
Dude.
burner of a game on card and Slump as well.
I'm so excited to have Call Me Sue like back in the NA region. Obviously, he
Yeah.
had like that short stint, right? An opportunity that was just very short lived with Wildcard, and I feel like if you see that, you can kind of trust that you know Stan has a good eye for talent. That organization has proven that they have a great eye for talent, and when you get trusted by that team, when you get trusted by that sort of leadership, it's obviously going to be a massive benefit. We do have the vetoes on the screen though; they're coming up as you can see, and we'll get to take a look at what maps we're going to be playing. As highlighted, these best of 3 opportunities are perfect to test your map pool, see how things are going to be shaping up. And out of the gates, you know, no surprise in the bans to start us off for this kickoff here. But the picks coming through for Anubis out of NRG, and then Dust 2 rolling out of Fluffy Aimers. Again, like a map that I think can really allow for individuals to thrive. A map that they've been able to impress a little bit, especially when we talk about their performance at the RMR and what they've been doing so far in ECL.
Yeah, it's an instant kind of move for Fluffy Amers to Dust 2. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad pick by any means. I think this is one of the maps that NRG really wanted to make work in their pool. They were trying it so often in the close qualifier for the RMR, and it honestly was the reason why they failed to qualify in the first place. It really came back to haunt them in the best of threes, and honestly, credit to Fluffy Aimers for seeing that as a viable punish and moving into it. Because, of course, if you really do think it can cause an upset, why not go to the 50-50 of Dust
Yeah.
2? Why not rely on players like Slump and a new player in Call Me Sue and say Brett can have a field day here and just kind of leave the reins to his players and let them provide some valuable kills. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that pick plays out. Then NRG go back into Anubis, which I think is one of their best maps in their pool. It's consistently been good for them, even when they brought Nitro in initially,
Yeah.
and slowly but surely they've really developed a playbook on that end. That I love their CT sides. I think of course their T side has a lot of complexity to it. It's not everything you could really ask for that NRG roster. And then you have Mirage to end, which again, sure,
Yeah.
Fluffy Aimers don't have the greatest win percentage on this map, but I still think as far as things go for Brett, he's got the red carpet rolled out to have a very simple time calling. He doesn't have to really reinvent the wheel or anything. He's got some consistent T sides he can call across all 3 maps.
Well, I want to back that up and talk about like the Mirage win yesterday for Fluffy Aimers versus a team like Legacy, who just have so much firepower, man. You were able to shut
I
down
love
Dumao
Mirage.
and Barton on that map, who usually are such an effective duo that can work so well. I mean, Lotto in that same boat. It was Sadson that was, individually performing to a pretty good level on Mirage, but you were able to nullify Dumal on a map like Mirage. Like, if you figured that out, man, I have high expectations that Fluffy Aimers can deal with some of these strong riflers that NRG contain as well, and maybe come through and impress like they have. I mean, the story of, as you highlighted, Brett turning into an IGL for this squad of Fluffy Aimers has been so incredibly promising off the back of a pretty tough rebound of getting dropped off of Boss and trying to figure out a way to land on his feet. I would say with the pieces that he has consistently impressed. And now here's another opportunity to try and prove that much. Got the Sonic. Fast start his pistol round, though. Ready to see if we can continue to count up these leaderboards for both of these rosters. Eager to rise and level up that performance. Right now, it's a little fake towards this A side, though. OC, that'll help out big time. Straight through the smoke. And a flank formulating. Are they going to get those rotates off without spotting the bomb? We'll have to wait and find out, because Hex hasn't left this B site. He's still locked in the bomb, thinking it's safe, but that's not the case. The bomb now dropped. There's a couple of kills, though, coming through for Call Me Sue and Jason, and have now sectioned off this B side of the map, and an opportunity to close out now for Fluffy Aimers in a post.
Oh, they've got to clear out Jason, though. Still has an opportunity to find some kills, and he finds a necessary one. That should be enough. At this point, it leaves it all to Call Me Sue, and I think on the site now, he really can't perform. I'm worried. Okay, I thought he was disconnecting, but he's got the first kill. Locked and loaded, but can't find automatic. That 2v1 working brilliantly there for the CT side. And as it falls, NRG will get themselves the first round of the board. Fluffy Aimers surely locked and loaded to get themselves a 4-spy in the following as well. But honestly, solid idea there from Fluffy Aimers to really cause some concerns in the rotation. They even got a couple of important headways into the ramp that you're thinking NRG will bite down hard with that mid flank early. But luckily they have Jason as that late linchpin to cut off rotations. And then, Call Me Sue was set up for success, but just couldn't knock it down at the end.
Yeah, I mean, a nice attempt at the clutch. Jason doing a lot of work. And that to cut off those rotations, but Call Me Sue can't get past that experience of automatic. Keeps it safe and sound. Gonna lock in a victory of a pistol. But we're already seeing out of the gates Fluffy Aimers locking in that simplified setup. Have a fake towards long. They move fast. They try and develop those rotates, and then bam, it's out towards the B side as a duo. Not a bad idea, just not closing out in the late rounds. So that can be something you can patch up very quickly if you continue to pressure this NRG squad. We got 4 FAMASas in play and an automatic A1S. So they've gone all in on the rifles, knowing what they're up against with that bomb plant. Makes a lot of sense with this purchasing power, but we'll see what they do, how effective they can play with it. And Bree's going to be tested first.
Lack of flashbangs here. Yeah. And actually, Breeze swings back in completely dry. Definitely ill-advised, and that leaves the rest of these rifles in very sticky situations, and nobody can come up with enough to make these trades viable. Hexed in CT spawn, can't find anything, and Call Me Sue hits another ripper of a headshot. Fluffy Aimers, they back themselves off the individuals, and NRG cannot keep up with that level of skill on the server right now, because Call Me Sue's having himself a little bit of a round now, redeeming himself after that pistol.
Dude, that's some of the mechanics that this guy can bring to the table.
Yeah.
Obviously got them through the open qualifiers was a piece of the puzzle there, and I guess A played yesterday to get them to this point, to buy time for Call Me Sue to get involved. And 6-1 to start this off. You can see how sharp he can be in these opening stages. That's a tough Molotov there. It's gonna allow them to sneak on right by, and long control contained. And it is a contact play. Brett showing any respect right now. Molotovs come through. He's going to lead the charge into this play. Full steam ahead, looking to cut off these quick kills, take some damage, but the smoke for the cross comes on in, and the utility is great. It's a chunk of an HE onto OC. Gets blasted. Call Me Sue with 2 straight through the smoke. And Hex and Nitro left just scratching their heads as to what on earth just happened.
It's a ballsy call to just call a long contact play, knowing that you're probably going to be going into a force buy at that point. But Brett, again, just really backs his players to make sure that even if he does die on that first bit of contact, he's got players immediately there to trade things up. And things looked stellar there from Call Me Sue. Of course, you're not going to get those kills every round, but you'll take it when you can get them for sure. And at this point, NRG will have to take a save. They'll have to hold on to these CZs. Nitro might have an upgrade available, but it does look like News is holding strong to watch this MAC-10 like a hawk. And Nitro, I don't even think will chance this. So he will. He's thinking about it. Well,
You want it?
yeah, unfortunately, it won't have too much potency considering helmets will be purchased across the board, but it's something.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, obviously, can toss over that CZ as well, so that's one extra CZ to Hex now that he doesn't have to purchase, which is always nice. Adds a little potency to half buy of sorts. NRG lived on these sort of rounds yesterday and got them through a lot of tough moments in that last series versus a new look PA. And now Colby Sue getting them through these T rounds with just spam through smoke. He hasn't seen his last 4 opponents. This time he will finally get vision on another one and see automatic. But this guy's off to a monster start, 11-1, and this is the last thing you want to see if you're NRG. Is a nasty performance out of Call Me Sue. The first time I watched this guy was at a Philadelphia LAN, and he just kind of burst onto the scene, and everyone was saying that they were getting Call Me Sued. It was like it was like an action word. It was a verb that they were just, you know, describing, and it was true. Like, he was just dominating the competition.
You know, when I saw him at when he was with G3, I think it was a close qualifier for a challenger. They kind of ran the table against Mythic, and he was just so exciting to watch. And I thought, look, if for any reason he could get upgraded to a new roster, this guy is going to tear through the competition. And unfortunately, he had to head back home. I think he had a family emergency and couldn't actually stay within competition. But now that he's back, he's with a very capable core of fluffy aimers. Like, this is just all of a sudden very, very exciting for the scope of North America. And we already have so many exciting teams within the region, so much just stellar competition, that you throw fluffy aimers into the mix and it's going to completely upheave the hierarchy that we have right now. And only time will tell. This is a very important matchup for that said hierarchy, I'd like to think, depending on how fluffy aimers can do with Call Me Sue here today.
Absolutely. The flash bangs out towards long here. Fluffy aimers not breaking down any sort of setups. It's Jason with a beautiful entry. And now News able to follow it up, man. They have had a firm grasp on that, how they want to control long consistently. And it's another man-up situation here as the duo of Breeze and Hex gets knocked out. This powerhouse duo that we highlighted in the pregame. Been knocked out of the round. Slump set up for re-aggro. That's going to come his way considering they're down a man here. Slump needed a readjustment though. Not going to find it onto Nitro. He'll go down. But in the meantime, OC's fallen on the site. A little late to the party for this Molotov. The bomb's going to be comfortably planted and Nitro going to have a tough time getting involved on this retake. Smokes, or waits out the molly rather. And safety on the site for now. Brett's looking for a peek, man. He's looking to give the knockout punch and a vision around the smoke for News. They are unrelenting in the pressure applied. And fluffy aimers on the opening gun round will assert early dominance.
Decisive, simple calls is the name of the game here from the fluffy aimers. You know, immediately after they win that long contact, they don't try to wait things out, burn utility. They continue to scale. They throw and recycle those cross smokes straight away and make sure that there is no chance of NRG shenanigans. You've got Slump already ready with the mid lurk late in top boxes, and he finds a necessary one, and sure, he falls after that said one, but they play that clutch beautifully and make sure to play off of each other's contact. 4-1 start, and fluffy aimers, they look strong here. They find themselves an opener with News, and Jason will chime in as well. Nitro now is trying to scrounge up another kill somewhere, and finally he will with an awry spray from Jason. Meanwhile, fluffy aimers again responsive calls straight away on the other end of the map, taking long space, forcing OC to hit a tough shot, and he'll find a tag, but that's it.
There's a bag off of Breeze, though. Able to collect the kill off the damage done from OC. Doesn't really put Nitro in a much better spot with his back as well. He's good with that CZ. I'll give him credit. He's been using that quite a bit so far in these PrizePicks Revival series. But we'll be shut down. No more kills for him. And as you said, it's decisive, it's simplified. This time they have, you know, players on the extremity catching re-aggression on the map as well. Like, it's not just straightforward long aggression that's going through. We've seen how Slump can work with an op late when they get these opening duels towards long. We've seen now success on the B side extremity catching re-aggression. And so if you're NRG, you're starting to grasp at straws a little bit in terms of what's going to work out for you. How can you take this map control? And maybe it's going to come down to how they want to gain long control. I feel like that's largely going to be what I would target for this NRG squad. How are we going to keep this Fluffy Aimers squad at bay? Make sure that they can't overtake you over and over again.
I like the ideas that they're coming in with, where they're trying to vie for long control the other way. They're trying to get active within middle, but so far it's just being shut down. There hasn't been that damning individual play that really commands the respect of the Fluffy Aimers just yet, but that could turn the tides of war. OC using that sniper to great effect, and immediately they're going to move into the B bomb site, but OC has responded very quickly, very sharply as well. Kalmisu trying to even the odds, but Breezy is there in response again with OC. That's more like it.
OC's been all over the map. Got 3 players leaning towards his B side. I mean, A is technically open and clear. The issue is you got to figure out a way to get past this AWP of OC. That'll help out. Slump challenging him on a head-on. Will be knocked out. OC's showing efficiency with this AWP. In the right position, collecting all these kills. Jason has no idea this A side's clear. Would be shocked to see that Nitro is camped over towards that B side. Is OC going to get another challenger? He will. Thank you very much. Keep feeding the beast. OC a welcomed sight. As he finds himself all of the kills to convert. Covering middle, covering B, helping out on the B side setup that could have been pressured early on. And excellent coverage from him with this op is going to be what he wants on Dust 2 of all maps, right? You would like to see him level up his performance and be a key asset for NRG, like we know he can be.
The player you want to wake, right? I mean, he's had his ups and downs, but when he is on his A game, NRG gets very dangerous very quickly. Long control's been very kind to Fluffy Aimers so far in this half, and they'll establish control yet again. Jason gets his way safely to the pit. 3 players, nearly 4 as well, all locked and loaded, and NRG immediately responding with upper tunnels control, putting the pressure on Fluffy Aimers. Now that the CTs know where the hit is coming, how do they respond? Because even with long control established, you can 5 scale up long and still have a potent round if you're the T side, even if the CTs know where the hit's coming.
Yeah, and I want to just, again, give some highlight to Nitro here. This is off of a timeout in which they come through with some really effective map control 2 rounds in a row. So, I mean, like you said, you can still have the potency of this sort of round, but Nitro calls this timeout. They start to sort out some of the early issues, I feel like, already. And that's what Nitro's been bringing to the squad. It's been good adaptations, it's been great adjustments, and another opening kill manufactured by a late re-aggression, covering off this catwalk room on the extremity. They've waited out some of the counter utility for NRG over towards this A-side play, but they're going to start scaling into sight. News looking for these entries, looking to change the tides into his favor. They will concede a certain bit of control. They'll let him get on towards the site, but the positioning is so effective. Finally, that Gandalf player, and Breeze will strike. Freebie found, another kill from OC, and they are converting off this information. It's a struggle to even cross the site for Kalmisu. And Slump has yet to pop a shot off with that AWP. A lineup could come through, though. And Kalmisu collects. Not over just yet, but they're running out of time. Kalmisu, another kill. At this point, he's looking for damage. But nothing more comes of it. And NRG comfortable in a 3rd round victory.
Yeah, I think that round kind of just spills out from under Fluffy Aimers as soon as Brett goes down, because if Brett finds a kill or finds any sort of attention, that's where the NRG rotations on short side starts to get a little nerve-wracking. You maybe pull a player over mid, and then the crossover to the site is a little bit more doable for the Fluffy Aimers. But as soon as he falls, all the attention is right back onto the site itself. Utility constantly bombarding, bullets as well spamming through that ramp cross smoke. And unfortunately, they just get bled out. The time also eludes them. And Kamisu, sure, he's been on fire to start off this game of Dust 2, but that's a bridge that he cannot cross. And now NRG, they're starting to get a little bit more confident. Hext has that swagger to him, pushing down in the lower tunnels, having an opportunity to maybe let loose. But instead, he's just going to vie for the extra control early and just hold strong here.
The question is, how do you fight back for this comfortably? Eventually, we'll be ground conceded. What an effective smoke there from Breeze. I feel like that came out at a perfect time. You saw some interest in Fluffy Aimers to take this long control. But they're met by a smoke. They're met by some resistance. And they shifted up once again. And it potentially could shift up into an OCAWP. Beautiful on the line. And finding more impact. He is hot to start on the day. Again, maybe it can be another win condition that NRG possess. Like you said, sometimes has, you know, a couple of more passive games where he's not able to get as activated, but Dust 2, you want to see him perform here, and he's showing up at every avenue. Hex getting careful though, a little lackadaisical on this B-side defense. They're crossing through, successful, and it's 2 instant entries. A low HP Jason cracks through Hex and a B site and a 4v5 claimed. They're not going to go for this. They don't have the utility. They don't have the smokes. They're going to call it a save, and Fluffy Aimers, despite being a man down, are able to break through middle.
Yeah, I'd actually favor NRG in that situation. I mean, you've got a player nestled into back plat. You've got Hex spotting out the main hit of that attack on the B side as well. And yet still, that instant dink from Jason is so impactful. It really causes some real fear into Nitro as well, that he has to engage, has to play off that contact, offers up another frag. Fortunately for NRG, they do cut down all 5 players, meaning there will be some heavy repurchases into the following round. But the damage is already done. Fluffy Aimers digging themselves out of a 4v5 without slump as well. Looks really good. And honestly, to me, this T-half so far is showing the statement of Fluffy Aimers going beyond just slump strengths, right? He's been pretty quiet in this game, but you've got News finding some serious impact, Jason as well, and of course Misu off to the races as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they subbed out A in the opening matchup, and they got a whole new win condition here. Misu is playing incredibly, but they didn't maybe get the communication that there could have been more around the corner. And now a tag coming through. Slump goes for a crazy repeak. And even though it's a great kill to open things up, concerns elsewhere on the map, and a secondary kill coming through from Nitro, keeping the speed site safe. Another opening opportunity, this time for Fluffy Aimers. It goes awry. There's a quick recovery, and as you highlight here, NRG playing with total confidence in some of these rounds. This is another change off the back of this timeout. You know, a lot more aggressive in terms of map control, and maybe just not even towards long, but taking space up middle, taking space in lower tons. Like, all of that has been very valuable as an adjustment for NRG. Feels like they've got their grip on Dust 2 quickly after a pretty slow start.
Better late than never. NRG will be happy that at least their individuals are awake to go toe-to-toe with Fluffy Aimers and really slow their pace of these rounds down. Let the CTs start controlling the map a little bit more. And so far, at least they've been able to do so. 2 more rounds left in this half here. And Fluffy Aimers are all in. I do believe the loss bonus is just not high enough at this point. So they are pretty much boxed into a double eco. So these Deagles are going to have to, these Deagles are just going to have to do some significant damage. And they don't really have any util, they don't have flashes, so they're going to have to come out dry here in long. Hope that automatic gives him the kill. But unfortunately, he doesn't overstep the mark. And And now Breezy should have a shooting gallery ahead of him.
Oh, Komisu. He gets a quick kill and automatic on a repeat. You can't afford to make those moves. And a 3v3, they have had some efficiency with the Deagles. Its rifles recovered and a smoke for the cross. And OC's concerned about Catwalk. There's a potential timing that could have been had, a window of opportunity. Fortunately, they've taken down the lead point man of Fluffy Aimers and Call Me Sue, but the secondary smoke for the cross comfort to collect this A bomb site. And an opportunity now to lock in the digits here. They're so careful about this, but if they're too careful, they're going to let a timing slip, and NRG could take their way up Catwalk. They haven't, though. Their window of opportunity not capitalized on. There's rifles on this site, and a lot of damage done. Slump will start to capitalize. That scout's a lot more efficient when both players on half HP, but a perfect flash ping from OC puts all the pressure on a News 1v2. Hex looking to join forces. The box has been heard, though. He swings for the fences. OC with the AWP is out. Can he get the Deagle shot to close it? He will. News steps up big time for Fluffy Aimers, and the force buy pans out.
It's such a big worry coming in from 3 players coming off the short side, and especially if you don't have any utility, it gives firm control into the T side. And even with all that being said, Nitro still finds the headshot onto the player on the site. You're still thinking that they could find a way to turn it around. But News just so smartly cuts off those 1v1s very neatly. And OC cannot cut the distance there, unfortunately. But Fluffy Aimers off the back of the force buy and some pistols get the job done. Confirm the half win at least. Yeah, I'm very bold here from News to go for the repeat, but he won't be punished for it. Oh my god, needs it open, but isn't offered up a third peak.
I like this from Automatic here. I mean, you got to get a little scrappy in a round like this. He is getting so incredibly scrappy. News gets tossed the AK over, has to reload it. Enjoy that. As the flank comes through, and Automatic hears all of the footsteps, and it encapsulates an early kill. There's OC following it up as well, so a little bit of redemption could be had with the quickness. It's a 5v3 to head into final of the half. This mid setup, Slump, a crazy clear onto Hex, going for a quick kill, but that is a trap setup that they will claim. And Call Me Sue, he's got 151 ADR. He's had an incredible half. I feel like at this point you're looking to pad some of those stats, but at 1v4 he turns around almost in time to collect an extra. But not going to happen. NRG with an automatic flank get themselves a 5th.
He got enough damage out in that to keep his ADR at 146. That's I think enough. Yeah, he found what he needed out of that round. But yeah, NRG will bounce back at the tail end, keep it competitive here, and of course it's Dust 2. Honestly, there is no half tendency, even with the changes that have come in with the cat box. I do feel like I've seen stellar T-sided halves, I've seen stellar CT-sided halves. It really is all open on this map right now. You know what the expected playbook is and all that good stuff. But again, Sonic fast starter round coming at you here. So significant impact in terms of the cash payout at the end of this event, and of course this first map of Dust 2 as well.
X tossed over the P250. Doesn't he know he has to keep pace? Jason got 2 kills on that last pistol.
Oh,
Trusting in his
doesn't
block
know.
though. It's okay, he'll be taking the forward charge here as well as Breeze. A silent cross with no contact, no resistance to be met here whatsoever. We'll be talking about a stock standard 5v5, a retake in order, and a bomb planted for long plat from Nitro. So OC going to be operating in pit with the P250, but there's so much on a flank. And good luck trying to encapsulate all these kills. Look, good luck trying to find all of these frags. It's not going to be an easy task for OC at all. There's a smoke and a kit for Brett, but he nails the first, and opening in a second followed up. He's doing incredible work. He's going to find those kills. OC, my god. You can trust him with a P250. He will deliver.
Armorless P250 from OC there. My goodness. Every tap connecting there. I mean, even if OC only gets one or just stalls out the time, that round is over and done with. There are no flashes to cover that sort of distance and ground through the long side, and there's just not enough manpower coming in from short side either. That round was a real risk for the Fluffy Aimers, and unfortunately it just doesn't pan out for them. NRG just take it all the way to the house. Now, the CTs will force into this one. Eagles MP9s on the board, Slump with that trademark scout as well. And we've seen the potency that Fluffy Aimers can provide on the offense. But I do feel like NRG, with the amount of utility that they have, the weaponry advantage as well, they have to confirm this 7th round.
Yeah, I mean, tag is so nice to start things off. They got that full-on control. They've got some players kind of lurking about here, but there's going to be a slump in between them. I could look to provide a little resistance. Looking for that early tags with the scout getting pressured off the very difficult molly to maneuver through. The scaling is so incredibly quick, and Nitro into the site is going to catch him before they can reposition, before they can provide that resistance. How does that look so free for Call Misu? That's a crazy burst of an MP9. You know this is going to be a save, but just some extra credit from Call Misu.
Just how do you land a dink from mid doors to top mid like that? That is ridiculous.
Shot 5 bullets out of that MP9 burst and just knocks a kill down for free.
Man. Well, the Force Buy does fail here. They do get a Galil out of it and they can retain these MP9s at the very least. But NRG will tie up the game at 7s, and that does beg the question, how valuable is the CT side if Slump doesn't wake up? Because, again, he's had a very slow game to start here, and fortunately for him, he's got definitely players to help him coax back to life, but for right now, it is a little worrying when you move over to the defense and you think about the kind of long lines that an op has to cover with long side, with mid doors, and all that good stuff.
Lean in on another pretty hefty investment.
Wow.
Back to back. I mean, we've seen Fluffy Aimers are aggressive at the Force Buys. There's just no question about it. So rolling back another one. Call Misu tossing over his Galil to Brett, having himself a rifle to work off of. Trusting that he can get the job done. You mean a Slump scout can still do a lot as well on a map like Dust 2. We know how effective those scouts can be. And the target set towards Catwalk, it seems, for the CTs. See how effective it can be. Jason, off of a flashbang tossed in for Brett, does collect a 1-for-1 trade. Smoke goes down towards Catwalk there. Breeze has been hurt getting into this position, but you just can't spam it out. So Brett and Breeze, just a smoke in between them, knowing the locations of one another. See how much that lurk smoke matters for News if he keeps on jiggling at this location. He does use this off the back of it, and Brett, he eventually lands his target as well. Gets the kill that he was looking for. The Molly not going to get his retreat, so he has escaped, and a man advantage now manufactured for the side of Fluffy Aimers.
Now things get a little dicey here for NRG. They're going to have to make a tough call, and that call isn't at the B site, straight into News' MP9. This angle is such a fickle one to deal with. If News just can find one, it should be okay. Oh, and he can't find anything. He turns away, and Automatic will find another. There's a real world where the NRG can make this one work, but Call Misu has a little bit of a lineup. They can't cross with the lack of the smoke. And that means Call Misu can go to town. He'll find another. It's all on Automatic in the 1v1. He's got a molly to at least allow for the cross, but at this point, HP doesn't matter. Brett's going to go swinging for the fences. He'll push through, encroaching closer and closer to Automatic. And Automatic has no idea that he's this close, but the readjustment is there. The vet stands strong, and NRG take the lead.
Yeah, and Brett was so low HP, needed that instant headshot. And Automatic able to show another massive clutch in this matchup, shutting things down when it got super dicey. Call Misu stepping up with a rifle like we know he's available for. And Brett made such a great reposition, such a sneaky move from him. But there was no time he could afford with Automatic, and he had enough to work off of here. And a boosted up angle, a nice pick from OC onto the head, and a target that will provide a lot of relief in an early stage of a round right here. As Jason, flashbang is perfect, but the spam is even better from Automatic. While he's blinded up, he still gets the kill. Brett will follow in his teammate's footstep for a frag in return. And then Molly's going to cut off his rotate away. HE provides some extra coverage. Look at this. Brett is so unrelenting. He gets so active, he gets punished, though. And on News with a rifle. This is a wild offense. Not one that favors him.
Yeah, that's a good clear there from Breeze. And unfortunately, Brett's tendencies are starting to get a little bit more found out by NRG. I mean, he's trying very hard to get active, but these NRG players, I mean, there's a lot of experience among the 5 of them. They've seen a thing or two. And Nitro is definitely wise to these antics. So NRG will continue to broaden this lead up to 2 and are finding far more answers right now in the clutch and in these mid rounds, and OC continues to deliver damage outside of middle. But it's a re-engagement on long from the CTs, but Nitro is still able to find the necessary man advantage. They've spotted out Jason as well. The molly is through and Jason finds 2. Slump there to respond, and NRG will lose that man advantage. CT's on top here.
Smoke's a little off as well. There's a huge gap in that one, so you can see Call Me Sue covering an automatic, underhanding that smoke is going to give him a quick reveal at that position. Multiple HEs tossed on location. And now look at this. Slump going for another head-to-head. Looking to challenge an OC AWP. Pops a shot off. Now covering the automatic cross as well. And he collects. My god. That is quick from Slump. Challenging a crouching forward. Automatic. And Call Me Sue available to collect on the finishing blow. So Jason, I think, providing the big turnaround double, and in the flames, being able to provide a multi-kill when he was surely dead. A quick kill from Slump, a nice reaction on a very tough shot, an unfavorable duel, I'd say, for him. Yeah,
some crazy heroics there from the CT side. I mean, of course, it has to be the MVP of that round being Jason there. Just finding 2, finishing what Brett started, and then Slump as well. Even considering the situation going on with Jason, the adaptability and the instinct to go aggressive in elevator there to find an extra kill before peeling back was so key. I mean, he just stays so active in that round. To kill a player through that cross smoke, jump up the boost box, and immediately get back to the site to charge up for another kill. It's incredibly active, it's incredibly dynamic, and I like that out of Slump, even with the slow game that he's been having, to stick to his gun and still be consistent in his flight paths, backing himself to find some necessary kills back. It's impressive.
This performance from Call Me Sue, as you can see from the stat line, his teammates have yet to break double digits. Meanwhile, he's sitting on 22. Just lifting this roster up through a very challenging opponent here. As I've highlighted, like, the rifle core of energy is incredible. You have OC playing a good game alongside it, and Call Me Sue's keeping an unbelievable pace up against him. And now you have that potential to buy time for these extra players to get involved. You have time for News to have a little more impact. He'll collect a quick kill onto a key component of Hex, who's knocked out of the round early on that extremity. Brett's got the smoke to recycle. Long isn't much of an option with a smoke like that tossed in this late. Have to reconsider your options at this point.
Yeah, it definitely cuts the map in half, so to speak, here for NRG. And they do have short control at the very least, so that's something that NRG can hang their hat on, but they're losing even more of the map as Brett finds yet another. OC is there to trade, but Breeze falls, and now this should be a wrapped up round for the Fluffy Aimers, but the flashbang is very effective against Slump. Call Me Sue is available, and the rest of the cavalry are also arrived at the scene on the catwalk. Call Me Sue falls still. 20 seconds, the cross is made. Nitro up to bat, and he'll find another. A great burst from the IGL. Leaves it all onto News and OC actually hits the tag. News down to 15 HP, but it doesn't matter. News with another critical clutch here at the late stages of Dust 2, as Fluffy Aimers tie it right back up at 9s.
So confident in the repeats. Look at the first fight that he takes to open the round, and the fight that he takes to close it is a repeat with 15 HP, but OC has no idea that he's tagged him. You can imagine. Straight through the smoke, sure. There's no way that you can identify that, so he's rocking with his op out. And News still takes the repeat, catching OC off guard. A couple of key clutches now being won out by side of Fluffy Aimers when it's needed, when it's necessary. It looked like Nitro was going to be the player to dig them out of the mud there. With so many successful re-aggressions, dude, Brett is on the up against pistols and maybe a little too aggressive, as we've highlighted. You know, this is a IGL that likes to get after it. He likes to get in your face. You can see just by the purchases, by the calling alone from this this Fluffy Aimer side, like the aggression that he calls in the buys and the T sides. He'll make plays like those. The issue is you've just been punished and you've donated a rifle to Hex now to work off of.
Beautiful flash there to at least allow this fight against Jason to occur. But Jason's got to live here. He cannot go down early because these T's are hungry. They're going to continue to swarm this bomb site. Kamisu's arrived, though. He finds one through the smoke, and Jason will shut things down as well. All good here for the CT side. It gets a little bit dicey once that cross smoke lands, and you think that flash jostles Jason's crosshair just slightly. But at the end of it all, they don't take any damage. They've been so good with these spams on the cross smoke that they have full faith in their mid players to reclaim the lead. And now, at the tail end, we get into that crunch time as Fluffy Aimers find double digits first. And NRG will continue to purchase in. This is one of their final buys. And these AKs will have to get the job done. Flash through, Kamisu aggressive, and he'll find himself one, make it two.
Oh my god.
Cannot switch over to the third, though. And that's where Jason should be able to pick up the pieces. OC with a double, Hexed with another. Couple of crispy headshots there from NRG on the way back, and now the onus is on News and Slump to piece this 2v2 together, but they're split from the main force of the attack. Hex is going to go searching for answers in through lower tunnels. He's got a kill on his plate, but News will find one, and it's again a critical clutch here for News at the tail end of Dust 2 against Automatic. Automatic still does have to go on a little bit of a recovery mission here to pick up that C4. And at this point, with how much time is expended, he has no idea where News can be off to. He doesn't know if he's going to give the bomb control or if he's going to fight for it. And it'll be that shock and awe that News is approaching this situation with.
Waiting in lower tons. I mean, again, Automatic, there's just no idea of where he's located, so he's trying to play equally slow, but nothing given to News. He's going to take a flank towards T-spawn, hoping the play comes to him towards B. But if the route's up cat, Automatic's going to be on the money. You know, time to reposition into any possible post plant he could ask for, and the clutch becomes all the more difficult for News. That's exactly where he's going to head to try and close off this round. Automatic and News have been left into so many clutches and have won a couple apiece. Who's going to close this one out at a critical juncture? The numbers finally being punched in. News starts to realize this a little late and is going to start to make those rotations in. Automatic's both now smoke the cross. He's going to tuck in towards the back of Goose. The route's going to be up catwalk for News. He's going to make his presence known here soon. He's walking up clear in these angles. Still loud about it, this molly. It's going to go towards Goose. It's going to go straight towards Goose. It's going to perfectly locate Automatic. He just threw a molly on top of him. That is unbelievable. The read from News, flushing Automatic out into the open. And it's more of the clutch factor out of this guy.
3 clutches, man. 3 clutches from him on Dust 2 so far. And they have all come at the most critical junctures for the Fluffy Aimers.
Oh, I mean, just a hot hand with the Molotov into the kill, dude. That is so unbelievable. News just getting away with these clutches so consistently. And we talk about the Call Misu, you know, opening kills, the fact that he just runs it up middle and claims a double to start off the round, but News with impact. So much impact in this matchup as well. Now he's arriving, and you want to continue to challenge him here if you're NRG. That is a tough read. You're challenging this powerhouse duo. News is holding the line, forward angle, ready to fight, ready to go. But he gets blasted out of it here. Call Me Sue now put on notice as the smokes are already in, and he is knocked out as well. Freeze has had just about enough. His slump was forced through the Molotov into the fight. but there's not a lot that Fluffy Aimers can say when one is sit and return on an escape path for Slump. He will get sidelined. The hunt is on for NRG as well. They want to win this through elimination. OC's fast on their heels. A tough fight for him onto Brett. He'll delete him. But that's going to be NRG looking to close the distance.
Yeah, it's a sucker punch call there. And NRG with a beautiful execution and some critical shots there from Breeze. Instantly dominating that head-to-head against News. And then a flashbang to really make Call Me Sue uncomfortable on the back of the big box there. And as soon as Breeze is swinging into that angle, you're saying the T is going to win that every day of the week. NRG now back into double digits, showing that they're not going to go down without a fight here. They've shown a lot of tenacity to battle back from these News clutches, and for that you should commend them just to show that they have a little bit more resiliency to them. They've been through a lot, this roster, in a very short amount of time, and a couple of clutches is not going to just ice them out of the game just yet.
I mean, News coming through with some certain killer instinct, but it's going to take a little bit more to get past that on the other end of the roster, right? You're going to need a little bit more of that if you want to break through the impact that Breeze has been bringing this roster. 2 rapid-fire entries into that B-bomb site, and you can see there's confidence for a player like News after these clutches are being won consistently. But with a gut punch like that sent out from Breeze, it's right back to reality of who you're up against. You learn your lesson. You say, all right, I'll have to rein it in a little bit. Lean in on what has been effective for me, using a great utility on this, B side of the map for News. He's been able to hold on for so long in some of these rounds. A timeout call we've highlighted before. That energy in these timeouts, man, dude, they're just so effective off the back of them, dude. This is what Nitro has certainly brought to this roster. Is the efficiency off the back of these timeouts, the adjustments that he can bring to the table. And we'll see if NRG can steady themselves down around in the 22nd.
And when it comes to crunch time, I've seen Nitro call some great rounds, but I've also seen this team collapse at the biggest of stages. So this is another proving ground for NRG in this late Dust 2. And the call is to potentially run it up the gut down middle, but they'll hold back. They confirm at least lower control, and considering mantling up the short side as well. But it's that rinse and repeat call from Nitro into this B bomb site. As soon as this B lurk smoke fades, it's a pounce into the second letter of the alphabet. They won't even wait for the fade. They'll go straight through. And News can't confirm his kill, but it doesn't matter. 3 players here ready and rearing to go. And sure, automatic burns 1 out, but it's an absolute decimation here from the Fluffy Aimers. And they'll stay unrelenting. They'll confirm map point first. And NRG, head in their hands, do not convert off the back of the timeout.
I mean, that's a sick hold right there from Call Me Sue. Able to double down here with quickness on those kills. And you can see that they wanted to challenge that same duo again. They wanted to challenge if News and Call Me Sue could actually do it. Could they actually close out? When things went wrong, they wanted a trial and see if Fluffy Aimers would get rocky, start to lose their grip, but that's not the case. Fluffy Aimers will find 12 first off the back of a repeat call from Nitro. Pressure up middle for News. This time he's looking to throw in the finishing blow. Automatic will handle that. It's a huge change of pace. It's this time News that's trusting himself on an individual level to try and open up the round and finish NRG off in this matchup. But it's now a man down without this key player.
Yeah, without News in the equation, they are forced to gamble. Like, they just instantly move players off the B bomb site. They try to take short control straight away. They're going to try to reclaim long as well. But NRG staying very confident here with OC and Bluebin to take upper control. But Brett does find the kill. They should know what's coming. They should know this B bomb site is under attack.
Oh.
But can't find anything. If he could have found at least one, maybe you're thinking it's game on. But with that crossbow going down, with the molly off of window, The red carpet's rolled out for NRG to plant this bomb and send us to round number 24. If I'm Fluffy Amers, I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. I don't want to lose any of these weapons and have the best possible buy moving into that final round of regulation.
Smart call. You call it a save, call it a day. NRG break through that B site, as you highlighted. What you see in the 4v5, that re-aggression towards long. OC goes down, but he calls over, multiple members. Puts the pressure on Call Me Sue. I don't know if he had utility to work off of, but you can see he was very uncomfortable. He takes a forward-facing duel. Once he's spotted on that B site and he doesn't have any help close by, I mean, the closest rotate was heading towards CT spawn. That's when you know he's put onto the task, and he tries to buy time. He tries to escape. It's by then a little late. But you can see, man, Fluffy Amers looking to have this killer instinct. They're playing active on this map in the closing stages, looking to seal it, trusting in News and Call Me Sue in some of these aggressive duels. See if what they have for the final round of regulation. Can they close, or do NRG take it into overtime?
Let's see, what's the master call here from Nitro? It's very stock standard out the gates. Call Me Sue aggressive in a lower though. Has a real opportunity. It's slumped from the catwalk. They're not going to predict Call Me Sue being here at all. It's a beautiful little bait and switch setup. And Fluffy Amers in the 5v3 now knocking on the door for a 1-0 start in the series. And what a scalp it would be to take it off the board in this best of 3. And what kind of control do you have now if NRG is just this long side of things, and they're just going to have to scale through and hope to the high heavens that they can get this off.
He's not going to cut it though. It's a slump A to BP that's looking to seal it. He's got help from Brett on the catwalk. Nitro left versus 4. Can he save this team? Not today. It's a shutdown from Fluffy Amers in their warpath through this bracket, through so many challenging teams, will continue. Today, it's with Call Me Sue and News helming the impact here. A little late close from Slump, and it's truly, looking forward to what more can you ask for out of this squad. They've done it again on Dust 2. They've shown what they're able to do, and it feels like what NRG wanted so bad was for this inexperienced roster to crumble in the closing stages versus, players like Automatic versus players like Nitro, and that just wasn't the case today.
Yeah, it shows NRG putting the ball in Fluffy Amers' court and saying, look, you want to win the game, you're going to have to come and take it. And they rise to the occasion. It's really impressive to me that it's not the slump show. It's not the slump show at all, to be completely honest with you. You've got so many more answers across the board. Brett with some great calls on that T side to really let Call Me Sue flourish, to put players in advantageous positions like News into those clutch scenarios where it is very winnable, it's very doable. Jason with some critical multi-kills on that defensive end as well. Everybody just showing the kind of depth that this Fluffy Amers side has. And I mean, when you saw it originally, this inception of this roster, you're thinking it's another semi-competitive roster. It shouldn't really turn any heads, but you got to give credit to A. You got to give credit to Brett to find these players and really believe in the system that they've got forward, and now they're looking to potentially take another scalp off in this PrizePicks tournament. And I honestly have to commend them for at least just taking that first step to making this upset possible.
This is the first step. We'll take a look at what PrizePicks kills predicted at the moment, and so far it's not quite on pace for NRG. They're still kind of looking to lock in some better results out of a couple individuals. And I mean, for the most part, like OC, I think having himself a lot of impact on the squad. He was very active. I mean, definitely won out like the better opera on the server in that matchup of Dust 2, but couldn't quite keep pace with the rest of the rifles, and that does put the pressure on players like Breeze and Hex to have a little bit more impact. And we'll see if that's the case. If they can bring that up in a little bit of the future here, as we'll take a look at what we did see from the other side of things, and that's Fluffy Amers doing incredible work, rolling through the estimated total of PrizePicks kills for Call Me Sue wasn't available, but I feel like he would have been borderline on the more side of things. The rest of the squad, though, I feel like just had enough performance to back it up. Like if you look at news kills, maybe it's not the most flashy of numbers, but man, when he was put into a clutch, he showed what he was made of. It was incredibly smart. It was incredibly well placed. You had, a player like Slump who just connected on a couple of key frags. You had Brett playing super aggressive. We had Jason with big hero moments, and all of
Mhm.
those made it easier for Fluffy Aimers to pull this one across the line. And like you said, it felt like NRG were calling their number, saying, "Hey, can you close out versus? We're gonna repeat some of these steps that have worked out in the past. Are you gonna switch it up? Are you gonna be able to develop more success?" The answer was certainly yes.
It's an interesting time in North America, man. You're starting to see the kind of grassroots starting to blossom here in situations like this. It's when the old guard is testing the new generation and saying, "Can you rise?" And they answer, "How high?" It's awesome to see. It's really exciting. But of course, the series is not over and done with, right? We've still got Anubis to play for, and this I think is where NRG does their best work. I'm still thinking this series is not done just yet.
I'm gonna back you up on that. We'll see if that's the case as we hop into a quick break. Once we come back, up next, the map pick of NRG. It's Anubis.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Player and you have not signed up, please sign up. We want to break over 200 different teams again, and we really, really appreciate your support of our efforts to try to grow North American Counter-Strike. Look, the truth is these events right now have no margin for us. Remember we talked about margin? That's a fancy way of saying we don't make any money. We're basically volunteering our organization's time to put this event on right now because we give a shit about NACS, North American Counter-Strike, and we want to help it grow. Do we hope we can build this series and eventually get margin for the different groups that are involved? Of course we do. We run a business. But right now, we're doing it, because we want to be leaders in the scene. We want to support this scene. And selfishly, we need a pipeline for the pro American orgs to draw from, for talent and for really skilled players. And right now we don't have that. So it's not completely altruistic. There are some selfish motives, but this is also a slow burn. We are planting seeds that might come up for years. But the NACS scene has done so much for complexity and been so good to complexity over the years. This is something we're really passionate about, and we're really grateful to PrizePicks for coming.
Welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival series as we carry it on along. It's a map up for Fluffy Aimers. They show their stuff on Dust 2. They show that they are still on this warpath so far and looking incredible in doing so. They just show so much confidence, and it doesn't matter really who they're up against. It doesn't matter that they are the underdogs. They play in a confident fashion in which you can kind of get the feeling like they don't, they in their minds, they're the favorites in this matchup, and that's super cool to see.
You don't see that from the underdogs in North American matches all too often. You know, it really takes a certain level of confidence and grit when you come into these matchups. When you're thinking everything's against us, the odds, the players, the firepower, the map pool, everything is all up against us, and yet still they really back Brett and what A is produced here in terms of the calling and the ideas that they have moving into these games, and they're executing them in a very decisive fashion. And that is what's very impressive to me. We have the makings of a team that, sure, regardless of the result today, showcased to me that they have the potency to becoming a real staple within North America and really shifting the balance between who's the best within the region and who can potentially fall and slip through the cracks and have Fluffy Aimers rise up there to take their place. So, yeah, I mean, this Anubis map is going to matter a whole heck of a lot in terms of that kind of hierarchy, I'd say.
Yeah, and if you talk about a team like NRG, like that's the last possible thing you want when you make such a huge signing is slipping through the cracks, right? I mean, when you bring Nitro into this roster, you just don't want to let that happen. You want to be on top of the ball. You want to be closing out confidently in these sort of series. And the opening matchup, maybe not the case for them. A little bit of struggles on Dust 2 that we've seen in the past, still flaring up. We've got those good timeout timings from Nitro as well, where he's willing to try and land these adjustments. I don't even dislike the calling. It's just that it didn't work against Fluffy Gamers when it came down to the wire, and that's more so a credit to how well Fluffy Aimers were playing with the level of confidence that they were taking and the closing statement of that last map in Dust 2. We're on to these final two maps, though, if required here. If NRG start to turn around here on Anubis, which I do think is possible, I have high expectations for these final two maps. I expect that these will be looking a lot more confident. We've highlighted the adjustments that Energy have made. There's been so much good setup with this core of a roster prior to getting Nitro. If you talk about like Waco in the past and like the initial setup that I think NRG have still kept it with and have adopted, but now you've added this extra element here, this like perfect late round caller into the mix, and I think that's just given them all the change here, all the opportunity, and so this is where you got to get it done if you're NRG. If you want to shut down the underdogs, you want to nullify this excitement that we have for Fluffy Aimers, it's got to be obviously on these last two maps.
And I hate to be reductive, but we did hype up Breeze and Hexed in that analyst segment, and they were completely absent here. Nitro leading in terms of the calling, obviously, and also being in the middle of the table as far as the kind of kill distribution goes. But Breeze and Hex were on the bottom end, and to me, I do think that their potency, at least on the T side specifically, where they're cracking open bomb sites, they're really showing the momentum that this energy side can have. That very heavily relies on your entries on the extremities, right? And that is Breeze on the B end, Hex on the A end, and unfortunately, it just wasn't formulating for them all too much on Dust 2. And they were still able to formulate rounds here and there off the back of some solid defaulting. But to me, when you look towards Anubis, when you look towards a solid T side, entries matter a whole heck of a lot, especially in these early defaults. If you want to make a game plan into the mid round, you want to go off the basis of a 5v4. You don't want to call a default on Anubis in a 4v5. That's where, CTs can call aggressive re-aggression on other ends of the map, really start to constrict the map. I think this map has been out for long enough that every team now knows the proper protocols to really ice out the T side man advantages. So a lot of onus here on these entries of Breeze and Hex. So I'm really looking towards them to step up today.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, there's no question about it. And Hex at the opening stage here, first day versus Party Astronauts, was, asserting what he can do at his peaks and wanting to see that follow through again as a player as important as Hex for this roster, as a player as aggressive as Hex in this roster. It is super key that he gets his head back into this series like we know he's capable of. For now, though, on a pistol, Brought to you by Sonic. We have the fast starters round coming through, and we'll see again the lead contenders of that taking place here in a fast start for Hex, who is in the running, opening up this quick kill, starting incredibly fast. Sonic fast, and now see if they can close it with the early advantage. We got a flashbang set up for Breeze. He is going to get smoked by this flashbang, and that retake from Call Me Sue is back into full form. He is tearing through the opposition right now. Call Me Sue full force with the dual Berettas. This retake is looking flawless. A 4v5 shatters as Fluffy Aimers call NRG right where they are, and Call Me Sue will run them down.
My goodness, I mean, I talked about the entries, and, you know, Hex finds it. You find the post plant on that A site. You've got a beach set up to potentially deal with if you're Fluffy Aimers, but the 4-man attack from the CT spawn, and Call Me Sue just rips a couple of banging dual Beretta shots. And that is exactly what you would want to see if you're a Fluffy Aimers fan. Call Me Sue continuing that incredible form off of Dust 2 and loading it up into the CT side of Anubis. NRG will force buy into this round, but you've got to think that they feel a little heavy-handed right now with the post plant like that going that awry.
No kidding. That is a rattling round right there from Call Me Sue out of the gates, man. He had such an explosive start on Dust 2 as well. And the last thing you want to see is him introducing himself into the server in a 4v5 with dual Berettas and one magazine, tearing through headshots as quick as can be. I mean, it felt like the time in which he had to take down those kills was so incredibly fast. But there's a gift from OC. A quick 1-dig. Doesn't have his AWP for this position, but knows where to stick his crosshair to land the tripwire repeat shot. Clotheslines. And News, who've got aggressive. This opens up a bit of an avenue. They're going to run it back towards this A side. Utility's good. Splitting attention as well is even better. They cover off the mid lurk, but at a sacrifice of giving over this A bomb site. Smokes and trying to pressure forward instead of falling back. It's Brett looking to be a hero, but now is sidelined. And this time around, they're not going all the way out towards beach. They're not looking for a sandy vacation. No, they're just looking to lock down this post plant. Maybe they'll get interested. It's a late re-aggression, and they get punished by Call Me Sue. It's a sacrifice of his HP, but it's by no means guaranteed. OC's low on the flank hold, and Breeze will at least be able to cover it off here with a quick one. Puts all the pressure onto Slump without a kit. Smoke on top of the bomb. Breeze knows he's off of it. It's a 10-second defuse that he will just have to lock in. And the spam is perfect. He's running out of ammo. He's running out of ammo. The Tech 9 is brought out. And the defuse, it's not off yet, but eventually it will come through. I don't know what happened there. The timer was ticked down. He needed a couple extra seconds, and he had it, as Breeze will be able to lock in the knife kill. But Fluffy Aimers survived the round.
The initial burst was perfect there from Breeze, and even this double swing, I'm totally fine with it. Call Me Sue, with an incredible double kill transfer on that A4, gives extra life, breathes that life back into the CT side, and then Slump knocking it down into 1v2. Massive stuff there to keep it alive. NRG will rinse and repeat. They'll double dip with this force buy. But again, another heartbreaking post plant on that A bomb site. It just feels like the clutch ability right now of the Fluffy Aimers in this series has just been bar none.
Oh my god. Jason, what is that? Fully flashed up. He gets a second, man. He is dominating the server with an MP9. It's more just rattling rounds coming through. You can only imagine the frustration in automatic and nitro. We'll see if Hex can do it on this A side. The timing looks brilliant. Oh my god, Brett's back turned. Brett's back turned, but pops a shot off here. Doesn't cost him his life. It'll still be a kill, but Slump is as quick as can be on the trade, and Slump will hold down the line. A re-peek with the nade out, and it's Slump full steam ahead. Will close out the kill. Fluffy Aimers, they will win a round, and it won't require the heroics. It's just a clean conversion of the 5v3.
I mean, NRG want to keep bullying this A bomb site, try to let Hex off the leash, trying to find A entries time in and time out, but the response timing from Fluffy Aimers focusing so much of their attention into the middle position. You know, you have a player camera fighting for mid, you've got a player in rotation off of Temple as well, and you're thinking, if that's the case, surely that the Hex should be given all the room to play off of that round, but it's just the quick snappy timings and the snap turn adjustments from the Fluffy Aimers that are really catching NRG off guard, that this A defense looks a lot more dangerous than it might seem off of the minimap.
It's a quick relief there. They're going to charge forward. A lot of resistance being met, and Jason just taking an off angle. There's too many Tech 9s to take on. Molotov is good as well. Rifle starting to be recovered alongside an MP9 in the mix. Smoke, HE. Oh, that's brilliant. Well timed. Some will try for a chance spam, but I mean, you think so. You'd think that the call is to save, but with how much Fluffy Aimers have been able to lock in these retakes, you might be surprised with the decision here. They have to wait this smoke out first things first. There's a Molotov to lead the charge on this retake. I think an airburst, that flashbang on the react was fantastic. Call me Sue. He's still looking for these kills, but there's not enough time this to go around. Able to escape with a couple extra kills, but that's NRG on the board. And this time, again, a lot more diligent in the late post plant.
Yeah, there's so much aggression that NRG were throwing in those first 3 rounds, trying to hold on to heaven control repeatedly, maybe even vie for some camera control, but sometimes you don't even have to complicate it all too much. You can play off of that A main presence, you can play off of pillar presence and kind of settle in that way, and force the CTs to make some hard fights. And this time around, sure, Kalmisu gets a double, but it's not enough of an impact to really sway the tides back into the CT's favor. So NRG, with the 4th time of asking on that A bomb site, finally get a post plant to go their way and put the onus right back onto the CTs to find a response. This time around, still very keen on holding on to mid control, giving away A main early. And NRG will be very... I mean, they'll fall into place with that as well. I mean, Hext is not taking that much space without an extra man to cover off that angle. So the Fluffy Aimers can focus a little bit more attention towards that middle position and really put the hurt on NRG early.
Look at this drawl of attention right now for Jason towards the middle. He is getting poked by these HEs constantly harassing this location. But the end goal for NRG off the back of this is just to make a move in towards this B side. Slump was there for a second, but he's not there any longer. The execution power's quick. Nitro with a rapid fire entry, but what is this from News? He lined it up, and he finds another one. News just locking down this bomb site. Maybe got off guard. Has no business finding the 3K, but makes it happen, and there's more of that killer instinct from News on a crucial B site. Hold can even do the last here. Automatically walk into his crosshair, and he is quick to cut off the head. His first 4 kills, his introduction onto Anubis is beautiful.
I mean, what a series we're having from News so far here. He gets clipped initially on that engagement, and you're thinking, if he gets 1, it's a minor miracle, but still, finding 3 more in that engagement is just insane. Talk about just individual brilliance from the Fluffy Aimers. NRG, yeah, call attack timeout. That's a sucker punch and a half to lose and force your economy down into the doldrums.
Just truly sick from News, man. That is a devastating blow to NRG. I understand the timeout, and these are one of those timeouts I feel like, yeah, you can start to talk about the adjustments coming through, you know, what are we leaning in on, but at that point, it's just a missing trade. It feels so simple. You took him down to 11 HP before you even locked in a single kill, before there was a single frag rolling on in. They get the entry so quick from Nitro, and yet News is able to lock down the entire site defense by himself. There does become a questioning of just like missing pieces right now in the server, and nobody missing here. Slump, this is unbelievable aggression. Hex thinks she's safe. You would never expect this sort of call, that sort of aggression when you're on the eco, but they still throw it at them here. It's a big pickup from Automatic to make something happen in this round with a P250 and no extra help, but You gotta walk now into news here as your reward, and good luck with that. Off angle covered, and he will be quick as can be, quick as he's shown us throughout this entire map, series wide. It's a nice trade back though from OC. That's an opportunity with this P250 as they run through the smoke, but Call Me Sue will collect. And Fluffy Aimers, the 5.
Great smoke there from News, man. Genuinely, like, even though he goes down, he's basically a dead man walking at that point, but he's done his job as a side anchor. He's found the 1 kill, he's stalled for long enough, and now Call Me Sue can play ahead of that utility, never allowing for OC to let that clutch get started. It's very critical decision making from News here, and as a B anchor, some of these decisions are very snap that have to be immediately made. It's got to be instinct at a certain point. Oop, that's an ugly molly. But News has been passing every test that NRG has been sending their way. You really got to give credit to him so far in this Anubis half.
There's more on the extremity. It's good that Hex finds this one. Able to have a little more impact. Last round, just shock to his system when he's charged down with the confidence. Great HE, right on the money.
Oh.
It's actually OC that collects the kill on the re-aggro. And a lot of damage done to Slump with nothing in return. Now we'll see how Fluffy Aimers can operate with a man down, low HP, and unfavorable conditions. Now what do you do? We've highlighted that Fluffy Aimers are one to keep their foot on the pedal. And that seems to be a continuation on this theme. As Slump goes forward in towards a defense of this A side. We got a peek coming through from News. He is looking sharp, but the kills flood forward. It's Call Me Sue in a 1v4. They're walking into his location. He's dodged out in the initial contact. They have no idea where he is. Automatic will become aware. He has to worry about OC's AWP. He had the idea. He had the vision. But is going to be knocked out by a quick shot from OC. No clutch available.
Ballsy play there from NRG and from OC to re-peek that angle, but it works out nonetheless. NRG now slowly starting to bleed out the Fluffy Aimers. And I spoke about this in the pre-show, but when they have a 5v4 NRG, that's where they do their best work, and most do as well. I mean, when you have the man advantage, it forces the CTs to make some really hard choices as to where they want to deploy the rest of their cavalry. Do they want to split up the forces 2-2? Do they want to gamble stack on a 3-1? And while all these decisions are being made, NRG capitalize and basically find the extremity and force Fluffy Aimers to go hunting. And as soon as they do, they get punished. It's a textbook round there from the T side. And now they're giving themselves an opportunity to maybe rack up some rounds here, as Fluffy Aimers have some concessions to be made. An MP9 on News, Jason on a pistol as well. It's not looking great for them. And this is really, if you're NRG, you have to capitalize upon this. You have to start to string things together, because 5 rounds on the CT side is not too shabby at all.
It's already like a decent little half you got manufactured, and you just know that Fluffy Aimers have no interest in stopping now. It's a great protocol from Automatic to play Dodge Flash there. And that's going to create a lot of chaos for Jason. Brett is so aggressive to recover, but that's at a lost casualty of this A-side space. And in transition back into this defense, he will be knocked out. It's more impact out of Breeze, and you're starting to see more efficiency from Hex and Breeze as these duo rifles get the access. Call Me Sue in prime location, right where he loves to be on a retake. Giving him duels is a bit of a liability, but not going to stick around too long. News, I think, was trying maybe for an op recovery, but he knows it's being watched like a hawk, so NRG gonna keep them at bay.
Well, they finally hold strong again on an A post plant. I am always a little nervy when I see that bomb go down that end of the map. Call Me Sue will actually not hold on to it. Yeah, that's a tilter right
I think
there.
he was scratching his nose or something, but he let his hand off the mouse for a second. He just started laughing after he gets peeked.
That's Counter-Strike for you. I mean, it's somehow I feel like the game knows, man. I feel like the game knows when you take your hands off the mouse.
Sometimes hands-off keyboard moments can cost you as well. Thought he was safe in the save. Not going to be the case. Cool position, though. We got the News MP9. NRG will start to make a case to get back into this, not only map, but series. With the slow start on Anubis, it was certainly scary. The rounds that they were losing, you wouldn't blame them for being shaken. But this is a roster with too much experience to be shaken. Fluffy aimers, they gotta step it up a notch. Automatic right on the edge. He's dancing with death. We'll dive into the canals. Brett's gonna be last man standing at this point. Looking for any extra damage. Manages to find a kill. Blast Hex out of the round with a USB. Sure. Why not? There might be a gun to recover there. I think it's on towards the B side axis though. So it's going to be difficult. There's an MP9 also on B, I believe, as well. That was news who died with it. So I don't think there's really much of a retrieval unless he can cover off a kill on an automatic and an off angle. Possible with the slow HP.
Is he gonna find the drop on automatic? Is it possible?
Silent. There he goes. Nice dismount. Into a Pixel. Pixel being seen. Automatic is so diligent. Poppy guarding that AK.
That's smart. I mean, you don't want to give any sort of economic edge towards the CT side. Making sure to hold on to that weapon as long as possible. Play your life, basically. And it works out splendidly. Now, just 1 round the difference between these two sides, and Slump will not have that AWP to really move around the map with and stay agile. That does really put some pressure onto the CT side to find answers with this rifle set. And initially, they haven't really gone for any opening gambits. They've not taken heavy A main presence. They've not really charged down middle. And they haven't cleared out B main either. So they're really letting NRG set the tempo of this early round.
Them a little grace out of the gates. Promising sign. Now, gonna get explosive towards Brett's location. Pressure on this A side is not gonna be easy to pass. He does get one, but again, Hex is so quick on these trades. Sacrifices his life for the cause of the site. And Slump, who has been missing his AWP, still showing some good work with the rifle, is going to get knocked out by a great position from Hex. News on the extremity. Can't even make the rotate because Automatics made his way through. And it becomes another impossible task of an A-side retake that they have to make possible. They're not giving this one up, though. Call Me Sue's looking to poke and prod through this smoke. Hex just not giving over his location. Waits for a timing. Finally strikes. Call Me Sue. Dead to right says the smoke doesn't fade in his favor. And Hex is stepping up his game here on Anubis. A complete turnaround for him. A welcome sight. 10 kills on the T side already.
Yeah, better late than never here from Hex. Showing a little bit more poise on this A side of the map. Walking that tightrope of aggression very well here. And it's always a tough ask as an A extremity player to know when to accelerate, when to decelerate and play in the default. But so far he's finding some serious potency, and it's giving Nitro an extra avenue into this game to be able to repeatedly take A main control and have him find some opening successes. This time the captain will take the opening engagement on his own straight away, and it's an all-out A brawl that they win in a matter of a couple seconds. This round is open and shut in about 30 seconds.
Just full speed ahead towards that A side. I mean, the amount of damage done with the 5.7s is pretty sharp, but not going to matter in the end. Oh, just damage done. Now it becomes an exit game, automatic. Bring down his teammate. Not too it could be concerning. It could be very concerning. Bomb is past half ticked. Okay, that was the fight that could have sealed it. I mean, imagine if News is able to do it again, right?
Doesn't know, man. Oh, he doesn't even know about the HP either, and he's just gonna have to tuck tail, and he won't be able to save. Breeze on 3 HP. Snipes out Slump with the rifle, and Hex even recovers it as well.
Yeah.
That
And there's
is
a chance
so
of that retake,
unfortunate.
but even still, you're getting past this point where you don't have a kit.
Yeah,
1v2.
yeah.
It's gonna be unlikely, but not saving that up hurts. At least, you know, still able to afford an op. And again, I think that's been severely missing for Slump on this A side. If you know, NRG have found a point in which they can continue to pressure. You know, challenging Brett, who likes to get aggressive. And in that challenge, you know, at best, Brett's been able to go 1-for-1. Jason in these mid holds has been all the more effective, though, in the defense. But it's another 1-for-1 trade that you'll take happily. Call me Sue now, putting himself in the hot waters, taking the challenge of containing the space towards middle and A now on his own shoulders, caught with his head on a swivel. X will be able to claim a freebie, and Slump's AWP will sing for a single frag, but you know now that the A side is free for the taking. And for the final round, Automatic gonna dance within these shots. But the Dragon Lord going to have to pull some miracles off here if he wants a chance at this clutch, and knows he can't even start the conversation to break past this smoke. Initially, the flank comes through. Hex is looking to really sell this one, seal it on in. But Automatic will take away the kill instead, and NRG with a nice 6 rounds in a row on the T side. I've gotten back into this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least manageable now at this point for NRG to force us to a third map. But if you're the Fluffy Aimers, you're thinking, look, we got 5 rounds. We're happy with what's kind of put before us. Again, it's one of those situations similar to the Dust 2 where the ball is in the Fluffy Aimers side of the court, and so it's your job to now close it out and see what you can do on this T side that you are specifically supposed to be favored in. And can they do it, you know, is another question, but we'll see. Again, we're back into another pistol round. Incentives all around. Brought to you by Sonic with the fast starter round. And NRG would love to pick this pistol up. Of course, Hex would love some kills for himself as well.
Yeah, I got the entry, but quickly nullified. We'll see if he's in a position to thrive. As the play going in towards the A side, but Jason is selling one hell of a fake at the moment. And the kills get cracked on through. Slump gonna lock in the digits. I'm gonna be planted a 2v2 now. Jason, interesting spot in this post plant. Not quite planted for him. I think it's in the back of the obelisk, so gonna join up with his teammate inside of E-box. OC with low HP is gonna have one tough time breaking through and trying to influence this pistol. I think he's looking to have Automatic be that first point of contact. Jason not shifting his attention away, but he gets knocked out by a quick kill from OC. It puts the pressure on Slump. He's dodging these bullets. He's looking to matrix it, but there's no time for Automatic. He's done enough in dodging out these initial shots that Fluffy Aimers can secure the second pistol and the closest of fashions.
Oh my goodness, NRG now on the back foot, well and truly. I mean, this is just a great call out of spawn from Brett there. They just go trying to sell something up the gut through middle, off into camera, and NRG bites on it so hard. They send multiple body to deal with the problem. But the problem for them there is that they lose a couple of kills. They lose a couple of bodies through that play that as soon as Fluffy Aimers decide to reorient, which they always were going to, through Dark Side, NRG just couldn't keep up with it. They just had no idea. Slump cracks it open with a quick double, and NRG are putting all the chips down in this round here. Full force buy, and NRG with Nitro on the CZ will try to find an opening in, but just a 1-for-1. Automatic though, doing a lot of work in middle alongside OC, and Hex gets run down, or Slump rather gets run down by Hexed, and now Fluffy Aimers in the 2v4.
Have to rely on Call Me Sue. Gets blasted early on. Noose is too low on HP. He's been building the clutch. This is a task too far out of hand. Surely that is the case. Force buy pays off dividends here for NRG. And they'll be incredibly happy with the decision to go for the all-in investment. 8 rounds here, starting off the CT side with a good opportunity to build some bank and put the pressure on Fluffy Aimers as to, you know, how deep this T side can really go in this matchup.
A Well, now it puts pressure on Fluffy Aimer's money as well. I mean, you got the bomb plant, so that does bode some sort of success. But it'll be 4 MAC 10s. 4 MAC 10s that are needed to break through this defense on NRG. But we've hit a quota. Automatic has locked in more than 26.5 kills. You can definitely feel his impact in the server today. Just an absolute rock in middle. Doesn't matter what half it's going to be.
Ouch. I mean, I got caught. The HE, a little alarm bell for everyone to turn their attention and towards the E-box location. Breeze is put on heavy fire as he's able to escape for now, but saw on such low HP. It's important that Nitro is able to pull through this flank. Makes the job a little easy, and Breeze is always on the run. Always on the move. And gonna lock himself down. Another kill on this site defense with 4 HP. Still impacting the server. Jason, not a lot he can say. Does have the bomb in his hands. See what case he can make for this round. All thing goes galore for the CT side as they fully enclose in. Long range duel with the MAC 10 versus A1S for OC. You know which way that one's going. NRG up to a 9th. Money's going to be a bit shattered for Fluffy Aimers. On a hot start shutdown. Good reactions from NRG.
The pendulum is very firmly swinging the other way now. I mean, you can see Fluffy Aimers trying to make do with those MAC 10s, but they play it like a gunny, and that's kind of where I don't like that buy, really. It shows that they don't have enough of a game plan in that round, and they don't add any real pace to make NRG uncomfortable. And unfortunately, just 1 kill will not do. And now NRG have themselves double digits in the palm of their hand. News the last one up. If he can find anything here, it'd be great. And he does find the dink into a kill onto Breeze.
Sure.
But that's all she wrote. 10 now found for NRG, and the campaign has to start now for the Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah, what was so promising, you know, on Dust 2, especially on the T side, is that they always had a little X factor to them when it came down to some of these late plays. They had, you know, those eco moments where on those force buys, it felt like consistently we didn't see the money being stacked up. We'll take a look at our first PrizePicks check mark. That's OC with more than 29 kills. It's our second PrizePicks check mark, actually. I might have missed the first one.
Yeah, it was automatic in that first one.
Automatic got the first PrizePicks check mark as he's been playing one great map of Anubis. Makes a lot of sense. OC played a good Dust 2 and is carrying forward that level. Different players stepping up here today as opposed to yesterday. But hey, I mean, whatever you can do to get through this series for NRG is absolutely key.
Love Fluffy Aimers taking mid control and completely slowing the pace of the round down, forcing the CTs to make some crunch time plays. OC looking to aggress forward and find options. Nitro is also there to re-aggress. It's really all up to Slump to find some answers and hold down and at least lock down a kill here before he falls, and he will. Takes out his counterpart, and that is massive. It's just a tag. And Slump tries to overdo it, and that means that this B play starts to get a little bit more contentious. Breezy finds another as well. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Fluffy Aimers have to split it to B.
They've completely gambled here. It's their only route at this point. I guess they can make a call to make a move out, but the bomb's outside B main, and Hex is still here. That's such a shock to the system. All 3 players in the 5v3 on a B site. Can they still get past this round? It's a dance in the smoke for Call Me Sue. And what does he have for us here? The location kind of being revealed. Needs to get the win through eliminations. It can't be the bomb plant. That's all the way outside, but it's a play from Hex past the smoke to secure the kill to close it out. And NRG in a 5v3 still manage to sort their way through this round.
How do they pull it off, man? As soon as Slump gets that kill, I'm thinking this should be it. This should be the Fluffy Aimers round, especially after they're causing in so much gravitation. But I think that's where a little bit of inexperience shows there from Slump. I think in that situation, I would rather pull away from that instead of surging forward and giving away such a valuable part of the map. And as soon as that happens, it really just spoils the rest of the round for the Fluffy Aimers.
Got another news prize picks check mark. More than 24 kills connected on for him. And we talked about his impact. Playing a great game. Got him through map 1. Can he show up in map 2 here? Not in a round like this. It's going to be difficult. Call Me Sue, though, breaking a quick headshot. And has an opportunity to route through this B side. I mean, he's going to go for an extra kill. Looking for an extra point there to try and lock in an opportunity to route into that B side, but NRG will shut that down. Breeze is prepared for the re-aggro. And we got NRG on to 6 opportunities to close out the CT side, and a world of momentum. It was the pistol round in which Fluffy Aimers connected on, and barring that, it has been a 1-12 run, I believe, for NRG.
I just understand how to play CT side Anubis very well. You can see the protocols have just been established at every step of the way. And yet another PrizePicks check mark is through for Nitro. The captain reaching beyond 27.5 kills. Make that another. He's shutting things down with some aggression. And B main, this is all the Fluffy Hammers have left in Brett, and he'll find a quick double. Pulls it back to a 2v3. Severe man disadvantage for the Fluffy Aimers, and it goes from bad to worse. It leaves it all onto Jason into the 1v3. He finds the first, but that was always going to be a difficult spray chance for NRG. Send us to a third map, and the Fluffy Aimers just do not have a response on the T side. The ball was put into their court for a second time of asking, and this time they cannot rise to the occasion.
Looks a lot more comfortable when you hop into this second map, you know, the map pick of NRG that they've been consistently developing, showing, you know, better and better performances. And we've talked about, you know, a bit of struggle for NRG on Dust 2. It's not been prime territory for them in certain occasions, but Anubis has been. They've been super sharp on this map, and being able to show this level of confidence despite a very, very slow start, a couple of rounds out of the gates, that Fluffy Aimers were just willing into existence with, you know, Call Me Sue starting off incredibly well on another map of Counter-Strike. NRG is in form that you would expect on the resurgence. You know, a very quick 6-round run to get back in control of the first half, and then losing the pistol, getting the force buy, and then winning out from that point forward. As I highlighted, it was, you know, 12 rounds to the singular pistol that was manufactured from Fluffy Aimers, and NRG assert some dominance in map 2.
And you see how wildly different this NRG side looks when Hex and Breeze are awake, right? When you're getting those consistent entries on the T side, it looks like a completely different roster altogether. And that's where Fluffy Aimers just couldn't respond too quickly in these mid to late round situations on both the defense and the offense. And unfortunately, this is where the issues might come up for Fluffy Aimers, where you don't have the prestigious IGL to dig yourselves out of individual pressure points. And that'll come with time as a kind of blooming IGL for Brett. I think he'll learn over time with the kind of experience of games like these, and it's only up from here in that sense, and you'll see a little bit more development from that. But as you can see, NRG, stellar scoreboard across the board. Hex at 32, nearly there to go above and beyond the PrizePicks kills, and we had 3 or 4 over the mark with OC, Automatic, and Nitro.
OC, Automatic, and Nitro, you know, all getting towards this PrizePicks estimated totals, and, you know, these are for map 1 and 2 as well, so I mean, Hex so incredibly close, but what he was able to show in map 2 is so welcomed, man. It's a great turnaround for him after a slow start on Dust 2 as well, where he had a lot of struggles out of the gates. Being able to quickly arrive in this matchup is fantastic. It's a great outlook, where we can go ahead and take a look at the other side of things, see how Fluffy Aimers are doing in this one. As I highlighted, Call Me Sue would have been there for the PrizePicks estimated total with a 40 throughout the last 2 maps, but the players that did reach those PrizePicks estimated kills, 25 for News, got over the line in the end. But for this side of Fluffy Aimers in that second map, you know, we saw News keep pressing forward in this head-to-head, but, you know, he was the only player that was able to keep up that pace. For Slump in that first map, I think he just didn't really have to do a lot. And that set him up for, you know, a lot better of a second map, rifling a lot, actually, but not being able to meet that PrizePicks estimated total. That being said, we got the finish up on Anubis. We're going to be seeing a little bit later down the line this third map. It's NRG looking to close out on Mirage, a map that they're so incredibly comfortable with versus fluffy aimers that have been able to use it effectively in the past already. We'll be tossing this one to a quick break, and once we come back, it's going to be the decider.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
You're either the most or one of the most traveled esports teams in the world.
I think we travel the most, and it's not even close.
Yeah, I'd agree 100% that we're the most traveled team in the world. In fact, I don't even think it's close for CS at least.
We're definitely like up there with the most amount of travel out of any team.
Confidently say that we are probably the team that travels the most, yeah.
We're always on like 8-10 hour plane rides, like to and from. We have so many long flights, so.
Being a North American team definitely involves a lot more travel than the European teams. And then obviously there's the extended travel when you need to get home. It's a nice long 10-hour travel day just for you to get back home.
Last 6 months, if I can remember, we've been to Denmark, Poland, Malta, Germany, I think. Such a hard question because I don't remember.
I wouldn't say it's ridiculous. I mean, it kind of is, but it's a lot. It's definitely the hardest part about playing the game for sure.
We definitely face some challenges that other teams don't have. So we attend a significantly large amount of events around the world, combination with the fact that we're a North American team and we want to practice in Europe. We travel a lot to just simply go and practice as well.
Longest amount of time like home, I honestly have no idea, but it would probably be less than like 3 weeks. We're usually never home longer than 3 weeks.
I think most of the time we're just trying to get through the travel day, so people will often find ways to just keep themselves entertained, whether it's like watching shows, watching YouTube videos.
Actually, before I flew here, I was playing Last Epoch on my laptop. That's something I like to do, just try and play some games, you know, pass the time a little bit.
Just watching TV shows, and I'm trying to sleep as much as I can, like on those long flights. Just try to survive that long trip.
Most of the time I end up sleeping anyway, and I end up only watching like 2 episodes.
A lot of times I actually am watching just like demos like on the plane, especially on like the really short European flights where I'm only doing like 2-3 hours.
I'm a bit of a weirdo, so when I'm traveling, a lot of the time I just kind of just sit there and just wait. The screen's off, but I'm just staring at the screen, like no headset on or anything, just like waiting for the flight to end. I pretty much do nothing when I'm traveling, honestly. I'm just like AFK.
With the Legion Go, with the amount that we travel, we're going to be using it all the time.
You know, Legion Go can help me out as an in-game leader on the plane. I could watch demos on it. Gonna try doing that when we're traveling, and then maybe playing games like on the travel and stuff like that.
I could definitely implement the Legion Go to my travels because I actually like playing like single player, like console type games. I think on the flight that will help me pass time for sure.
Something that I've also wanted to do, like playing like single player games when I'm on the plane doing super long hours. Having the Lenovo Legion Go is going to up my Steam hours by a lot.
I can finally play like Rocket League and stuff, games like that.
What do you think makes it worth it for them?
I think for them, it's about being able to achieve your dreams. You know, they all want to be a world champion in Counter-Strike. They want to compete. They want to be the best.
I've been doing this for 9 years now, and if this wasn't the life that I expected, then I don't know when I was going to finally get it through my skull, so.
I love traveling the world. Like, I know like it's crazy to be away for this long, but if I didn't love CS, I don't think I'd be able to do the travel because it is very mentally taxing at times, but yeah, it's just the love of the game and seeing new places and exploring the world, and it's all what makes it good.
It's not the best part about the job, but I mean, I'm able to do what I love, playing CS.
You know, just being able to play the game with your friends and have fun with it is definitely like one of the best parts, is just having fun together playing the game.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 3. We are here for a third map here today versus NRG and Fluffy Aimers. These two duking it out, winning their own map pick, and now heading into a decider that I think we can both be excited about, with the efficiency that we've seen from Fluffy Aimers yesterday on Mirage versus the NRG that have constantly developed and added some extra instinct into this map here. I feel like this is a decider I'm so looking forward to.
Yeah, I think NRG have just shown us they're the more adaptable team in this series, whereas Fluffy Aimer is showing that I think their individuals, to me, just seem much more exciting, at least in kind of explosiveness that Call Me Soup provides, and that Slump showed signs of us on Anubis specifically. But we head into Mirage, and we've got a game of chicken here between News and Breeze. Oh my goodness, News comes out on top.
Oh. Someone help Breeze out in the knife round, man.
No help.
You got 4 kills on that knife and still lost. That's tough. Poor Breeze, man. Will be shut out of it. And it's going to be side selection for Fluffy Aimers. That's always nice to have as a little extra asset for a decider. But I mean, as we were highlighting here, this is a roster of energy that I mean, there's just no doubt that, you know, if you talk about like callers, if you talk about support, if you talk about, you know, all the things that NRG have in their favor, like even the coach department here for this squad is incredibly deep and talented as well. So there's just so much favor for the side of NRG when you talk about, you know, the systems that they built up, that you would expect that to be the case. But firepower, man, continues to show up. We do have the Sonic Fast starters just around, of course, brought to you by Sonic, and we'll see who's going to be climbing on up that leaderboard. These two have been the leading contenders in that head-to-head. 4 players in the server in the top 5 right now. They're looking to continue to charge that forward. Hex was in the top 2, and he's knocked down a beautiful kill to start things off. They can't retake this jungle control, and good luck to Jason for trying to get his way out of this location. Hex will cut him off, adding even more to the tally, adding even more to the leaderboard. We got the dual Berettas on the retake. Call Me Sue's been good in that department. He's looking to add his name to the leaderboard pretty quickly here, missing out on day 1, but being so efficient. Gonna be knocked out in this one, though. Not gonna happen, and Automatic will close it off with a 2-piece.
Yeah, way to really call a simple round there from NRG and just show that they've got some depth on this map. They've got the simple strats to kind of burst out of the A bomb site, and you'll see as this map develops the slow crawling defaults that they could potentially have, and show a little bit more prominence towards their extremity players like your Hex, like your Breeze. And as far as this round goes, though, you won't see that level of complexity here. Complete save from the Fluffy Aimers should be a formality for that T side. But for the Fluffy Aimers, I mean, you get the defensive side start. You really just want to get Slump off to the races, get the AWP in his hands as quick as possible, and really see what he can do as far as shutting down mid control for NRG, making sure that NRG have to spend out a lot of resources to get these important parts of the map.
So far, I mean, just nothing given to this T side just yet. Making, you know, more utility get dispensed on it. T side's always pretty nice. Here's what I've been noticing a lot out of NRG is patience in the mid control for them. They will let teams poke and prod early on, and I think this is a reaction to how so many good Mirage NA teams play. A lot of attention being put towards middle, and they simply will not give them the sort of fights that they're hoping for. The HE did so much damage. The double up in towards this ladder position could be interesting, but it should be only interesting for a kill. Call Me Sue, though, is the only one to find a kill with the deagle he buys into. NRG showing what they're going to probably keep a theme here is how they play this late mid control.
Yeah, and there needs to be a very quick response from Fluffy Gamers, very fast adaptations, because this is one of those maps where NRG can take it to the house again and again and again if they find that early mid control. So let's see what the changes are for the Fluffy Gamers moving into this one. Jason bounds down in through window, and he's got another player behind him straight away, but this utility is a little iffy to move around. Either way, they won't get punished for it. It's just an all-out A attack from NRG, and they'll go 1-for-1. They're taking that every day of the week if you're the T side.
Not a bad 1-for-1. It's gonna, I mean, completely open up that A bomb site 100%. And oh my god, just the version of Hex AK. Seeing those holes punch through the smoke, and that means that Slump doesn't even get to play the round. I still get leveled. This retake is still on. They're interested in the idea of making this happen, but they don't have a kit, so it's going to come down to, can they get a kill soon? And if not, how do you escape? And Call Me Sue will go forward. Meanwhile, News will back it up. The decision should be made soon. Hex can't quite complete the kill, and Jason is by no means out of this position. Somehow it's a quick chase down. And a little clothesline coming through. Jason will be able to escape as it seemed like automatic. Didn't actually make his move up towards middle. Either way, not going to matter too much. It's a single rifle held onto for NRG. Or rather, gamers. And NRG showing a lot of comfort in this simplified playbook so far. Just fast out A. Into a couple quick trades. And that's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you know, again, you're forcing Fluffy Gamers to adapt, and they can't, they will be left in the dust. That is the proficiency that NRG have on this map, and why they boast such a strong win rate on this said map. They haven't really had to default just yet, as they've been retaining mid control round in, round out. Of course, the round previous, they were very keen on giving it up, and with all of that attention being forced in by the Fluffy Gamers, NRG just pull the ripcord and just go charging into A. It shows the amount of tempo switches that NRG can set ahead as well, which, again, the CT side haven't been able to deal with that much as far as the first two maps were concerned.
We got some quick access again, now this time towards the B side. Call Me Sue with the deagle in hand. Splitting his attention. Will take charge. Nitro caught completely off guard. This is a position that gets overlooked. We got Brett trying to make a hero play. Eventually had an opportunity to shut down that bomb plant, but as that doesn't come through, again, saves could probably be called out. There's an AK that's recoverable for Slump over towards Catwalk, and NRG will take that straightforward approach. It's so common. I always highlight it when I talk about Mirage, but you know, for teams to just work up Catwalk and try and keep their distance, if you're able to claim mid control effectively, you get those smokes down for window and connector, and you're able to flush out ladder. Your prong towards Catwalk is one of the best ways to avoid getting ecoed on this map. The B-side split. You avoid a lot of close range angles if you're systematic in the way you clear out these positions. And as you can see, they're able to trade effectively. Hex is such an effective Absolurk as well, man. Like, this guy was doing so much for them yesterday. You know, poking through these defenses with a couple quick kills. And a lot of times he's on these solo missions as well, right? He's, you know, doing it by himself on the extremity. And you're not safe to jump spot against him a lot of times. It's absolutely wild.
It's interesting because earlier on in his career, I had some major issues with how he was handling those solo missions, but he's really matured in that sense, where he understands when he needs to pull back and when there is certain danger afoot. And right now, he is clotheslining CT-sided players into that 4-0 start for NRG. Now, Fluffy Gamers get another buyout. Slump gets his sniper locked and loaded. But now NRG just ratchet the pace back up the other end, slowing it down to a crawl. And now puts a lot of onus on the defense to maybe search for some answers elsewhere. Considering maybe mid reaggression or Palace reaggression, they're just very apprehensive.
Yeah, Brett was dancing with fire for so long. He was just constantly poking and prodding towards Palace. Breeze was in that offest of angles, back of Palace, freebie kills, and this is that late mid control automatic, threading the needle perfectly on this timing on his underpass lurk, then reins in the aggression off the back of it.
Oh.
No chance to re-aggress for Call Me Sue with a missed op shot from Slump. He's got to allow the scaling to take place. He's playing it so effectively off the counter flashes, giving himself chances, multiple of them, to fire up, and finally a kill converted. An HG for the smoke into an overexposed Slump as he tries to run away to no avail. Hex will get a little greedy though. And a 2v3, an opportunity to save this one, but oddly enough, you're always going to be worried about where automatic is. Threaded that quick kill in towards underpass. What is Breeze doing? That's a massive overplay of his hand as well. All you need to do is buy time for this automatic flank to formulate, and now OC is one put on pressure as Call Me Sue charges him down. He's not able to pass the test. It's both players a bit low. Automatics flank all the way through. CT spawn anticipating him elsewhere. It's another tap onto the bomb, and they know he's off of it. Call Me Sue. The clutch is going to be challenging. The run through from Automatic will keep it safe and sound. And NRG will get past it despite so many different overextensions. Playing that round a little lackadaisical. At least Automatic is a safe pair of hands in the clutch.
Yeah, I don't really know why we had to play this aggressive. It's not like they're up 10-0 or 11-0.
Yeah.
It is still a very doable comeback for the Fluffy Aimers, but they're playing with such confidence that it might be a little too much. I do like the kind of aggressive play there from Hex, where he nades open the smoke to find one, but then it's the overheat for the second. Caused a little concern there for me, and of course, Breeze should never be up on the triple box. Never, ever. But either way, they still reorient themselves, still have that clean sheet. They do lose OC in the process early with a blinder of a shot from Slump through A main. And now, the defense can rest on their laurels a little bit. Make the T side choose their next play carefully.
Got that opening advantage. It's a bit of relief. Brett seemingly always forward facing on these A side holds though. Flashbangs avoided though, not quite covering his location. It's quick on the kills though in return. Breeze able to connect onto the AWP presence, but the resistance is all put in towards stairs. There's a lot more, and there's not a lot of utility to get past this duo. Nitro looking to spray transfer on over for a double, but Jason holds the line, and Hex is in a clutch. He avoids the spam, but it's one shot connected, making this clutch all the more difficult. Where is the end goal? It seems like he wants to take it towards CT. And this is a possible B-side reposition from Hex. Playing the long con now. As he's interested. Trying to lock in maybe a cheeky kill before this 1v2 does take place. He's careful about this jungle position. He has an idea, but so now do the side of Fluffy Aimers. And this timing is actually going to end up being pretty miserable for him. He's walking in, knife out. He splits around the corner just in time, but he's loud about it now. They know, and he's overexposed. Planting that bomb is going to be a challenge. The HE will do it. News tosses it down range. Next, trying to cook in a clutch. Ends up getting burnt.
Yeah, and it's again NRG just trying their hand at the A play again as soon as they lose that early pick. And it honestly works splendidly for them. They trade effectively onto Brett and they start to make some headway, but it's that con presence from Fluffy Aimers that early in the round that really spells the end of NRG. Hex, right idea, but that low HP and the slight tags through the smoke really ends the round there as well. Fluffy Aimers with another purchase, NRG the same, and the CT side can finally get off the mark, finally get a little bit more comfortable. They would have loved to hold over that AWP for Slump, but this will have to do for Call Me Sue, and I think that he should be getting 2 kills there every day of the week, but they're going to go charging to the B side. Look at how much attention Nitro has caused. That now, at this point, sure, you get the kill onto the captain, but the second letter of the alphabet has fallen, and this 3v3 retake gets all the more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, comfortable now. Post plants are strong. And NRG looking to take the contact approach here. Hex is going to get mullied into a bit of an awkward fight here for him. Spam down as well. He gets knocked out quickly. A little lack of activity in this post plant, but it's all good. Breeze from range is going to keep the round safe and sound. NRG working well with those advantaged post plants. I mean, you highlighted, I think, the big win condition right there. Obviously, a fast entry off a flashbang from OC, and News not being able to provide any sort of resistance on that B side. But really, the big kicker is Nitro drawing out the cat player so deep in towards the mid side of things that it's impossible to really rotate in time. By the time you make it in, it's too late. So a hiccup of a round, but right back into dominance for NRG, man.
Yeah. I mean, if your cat player is fighting top boxes, it's such an easy call to make. But aggression through Palace, Jason finds one. But Automatica is there to respond in kind, and of course Hex will always deliver another one as well. Leaving it into the 3v4. A lot more pressure on these pistols. Slump has a little bit of leeway off the back of the con smoke, but cannot connect the necessary bullets. NRG cut sound for just a short minute to see if they can get offered up yet another kill. They still got a couple of smokes if they want to replenish, and they will. Con smoke right back up. Jungle smoked out. And the pincer in a Slump. Slump still finds one though. But that's all she wrote. It should be round over. Unless News can find a surprising kill, but he's been spotted. And that should be it.
See what he can make. And I guess there's not a lot to save in this point. You want to bring in some extra rounds. That's a big pickup. He didn't take a lot of damage for that one either, but there's a step out. It's Call Me Sue with the Deagle. One more shot required. The HE. Oh, it will just about do it. Little touchdown tossed in from OC. On a fine Sunday afternoon, and NRG up to 7 points.
It's nice to see NRG finally find responses in clutch situations. When things start to get a little hairy, they still have that lockdown protocol and chemistry between these 2v2s, these 3v3s, something that significantly lacked on Dust 2, and even the initial portions of Anubis as well. But so far, post plants have been vastly improved, and definitely shows a lot more poise on their end.
There's some pressure put on Hex in apartments right now, but also re-aggression towards middle taking place. They're up catwalk. They're taking this valuable real estate. OC put on notice, though. Had to keep his head on the swivel, finding these kills quickly towards middle. But the bomb will drop. And the resistance is shown effective from Fluffy Aimers. They spend pretty much the whole team in trying to take this space. And they're rewarded with a gift of the package of the bomb. And I'm not seeing a lot of extra help from Breeze for Hex. A flashbang gets sent on over, revealing his position. Hex was obviously spotted out in apartments very early on in this round. How do you pull through this clutch? And a 2v3, a man down, low HP as well. I'm going to use patience. Try and get through this one. Molly's on the money. Got to pressure off this position from Jason, but he's lost his teammate in the meantime. And not going to matter too much in the end. Fluffy Aimers do convert off of the advantage manufactured.
Yeah, and this is a little bit more like it from the Fluffy Aimers. I mean, just finding ways to re-aggress into middle and not allow for the NRG default to settle in. That is when things get very dangerous, when they can go charging up the catwalk, when they can have those B-splits ready to go. If they lose ladder control as well, it's been a huge issue. But making sure that they can go fight forward ahead of those con smokes, it shows that NRG could not battle back in that. And now, this is a ripe opportunity for the CTs to pull this miserable half score line to something that's much more manageable. Force buy for NRG with pistols across the board, and Jason spots out that initial presence through the underpass, but they'll reorient. Nitro's troops now charge into this B bomb site, into Call Me Sue's waiting crosshairs, and he'll find himself one alongside News. This should be under lock and key, but Nitro finds one to open things up, but that'll be all she wrote. Brett is they're quick to respond, and Jason will find the last. Fluffy Aimers up to 3 rounds, and should be guaranteed a 4th on the tail end as well.
A solid defense. Holding up steady on this B-side this time around. As you highlighted, it's going to be key that we see Fluffy Aimers locking in these adaptions and being able to change things up a little bit. The last gun round that they close out, you know, late mid control as opposed to the early ball that we've seen out of them in the early stages, and I think that comes as a counter to how NRG do like to play out these default. What was that? Friendly fire. I guess will be tolerated. Nitro can shake that off. It's a bit of a wild play from Jason. It was OC. OC, why'd you do it, man? Why'd you do it? How could you? He was trying to farm that ADR. Unfortunately, it doesn't count. When it's up against your teammates, yeah.
No.
It, for some reason, doesn't. I think it should, to be honest with you. It increased my stats significantly.
Tenfold, some might
You
say.
know, if you're just averaging 2 extra kills a game,
Yeah.
that's a huge improvement in Counter-Strike terms.
It's like that, do you remember that knock 6K that
Yeah,
Cass
yeah.
said during the online finals? Yeah, that's what I always think of.
Ever since then, I've always modeled my game off a knock.
Not a bad player to pick off of.
Not bad. We got Jason modeling his game
Oh,
off
wow.
of trying to run it down as fast as possible. Running it down middle here. It's not a bad opening trade, but look at this. It's contact approach off of the amount of attention put towards middle. It's a good reaction. Rewards might be granted. The barrel spotted, seen. Flashes come through, but it's already too late. They spring into action so incredibly quick. And Call Me Sue is going to do the same. He's going to push through the smoke. He is. He's thinking about it. He still gets the kill. It's planted in the open. It's another headshot. My God. Call Me Sue, with such little HP, has put it into a winnable position, and News is the right man for the job. He has been incredibly clutch. 0 damage done to him in that first kill. Does he have any idea where OC's repositioned, though? It seems like he's so worried about the possibility of CT spawn. Molly looking well placed. Will he cover all his bases? OC has a chance for the back turn. He steps out and will collect. It's a huge comfort clutch for OC to close it off, and NRG will lock themselves in an extra 8th.
And unfortunately, NRG could never, or sorry, the Fluffy Aimers could never truly deal with the presence that Nitro would show in middle throughout the half. I mean, as soon as Jason is fighting in that situation, it is an instant call. They contact straight out of A main. They realize how many resources are being dumped into middle. And they did it earlier on the half on the B side as well. It's just such an advantageous position to have if you are the T side, that Fluffy Aimers never really answer back in kind. And now, they're really back up against it, Cole. I don't really fancy their chances, but maybe this B-sided attack can work out in full effect.
Fast speed play here. Hex with a dual Beretta set up for success on the fast starter round. Brought to you by Sonics, and he's going to completely knock it down. He's climbing up that leaderboard right there. 3 kills rolling through for Hex. Continues to show that efficiency on the pistols. Getting closer to that extra $500 at this rate. NRG, locking themselves in a finals position, and Hex looking as good as he is. He had a tough map 1 as well. This is kind of a redeeming factor for Hex in these follow-up 2nd and 3rd maps rolling on in. And he is certainly on that path of redemption. 9 rounds locked in for NRG. Both pistols converted. A lack of a bomb plant and a eco in store. One that always includes a Call Me Sue Deagle, though.
Guaranteed.
There's always enough money for a Call Me Sue Deagle.
I give it to him every day of the week. I drop him the Deagle. But unfortunately, can't find one this time around. And NRG will get to double digits, and this is really it. This is pretty much for the series in round number 15, with one of the final purchases available for the T side. It would have to be a hell of a comeback in the semifinals here. But to me, I'm already kind of starting to sign the NRG name into the next portion of this bracket at this point.
Yeah, it's very hard, I think, when you're down in this sort of fashion as an underdog to develop these T-side rounds consistently. Again, we've highlighted, like, there's now, in this sort of lead, so much room to adapt. If things do start to go wrong, that's what you expect out of a Nitro call, is that he can get you back on track and back into winning ways. And that's going to make this comeback all the more difficult. This mid-control looking strong out of the gates. It's Slump and Brett that crack things open. A lot of damage done, sure. But now pressure being put onto the extremity here. Another kill and entry coming through from Call Me Sue is going to provide some safety on towards this bomb site. But that's a bomb drop now. No longer as safe as can be. Jason, he's lost.
Oh my god.
CT. Automatic. Is he going to react in time? He does. Oh my god. It's a complete... just lost in the sauce. They just pass each other by. And a clutch is doable. Automatic down low HP. I thought he was going to die to fall damage there.
Yeah.
But he's all good. 1 HP is not a lot to break those ankles, but gust of wind could just blow him over. Call Me Sue active in this post plant, though. He went for the wide swing, got nothing. Molly's going to flush him out. There's a flashbang coming through, and it works perfectly. When he goes wide, when he goes for the swing, he is going to connect, and that is the start of the conversation for Fluffy Aimers getting back into this one.
I mean, it's just dry out middle late, and they find the necessary entries to make it possible. They trounce through connector, and even still, Automatic and Nitro make a round out of it. A couple of weird timings, but either way, Call Me Sue showing some mechanical brilliance to push the Fluffy Aimers back into a position where maybe a comeback is viable. They've crossed the first hurdle, but many more to come on this long trek back. It's another NRG purchase that they have to deal with. Again, late mid-control, trying to be established. And here comes that re-aggression. Hex to chime in with this first. Hex with another and a burst onto the third. How does he find that third kill? I could not tell you. With one magazine, no less, Cole. 11 for NRG.
Yeah, with the A1S, just sharp as can be on the re-aggro. And here's what I talk about when I highlight, you know, the deficit that Fluffy Aimers have to come back from. You know, they meet in a head-on clash towards middle just one round prior, and they don't have enough resources to overcome some quick entries. Now, instead of Fluffy Aimers swinging into them, NRG go for that late re-aggro middle, and it's NRG that are caught, or catching, rather, Fluffy Aimers off guard. They're catching them with flashbangs there, and forcing them to swing through the smokes that they threw towards top boxes. The really well-played re-aggression. And OC doesn't need Nop to lock down these kills. Jason tries to make a solo effort out of A, hoping they could maybe set up some follow-up here. He's setting up Call Me Sue for success. And Call Me Sue has a couple kills on opportunity, but only collects onto one. Still going to connect up in towards this A side through connector, and Breeze put on notice, but he's passing the test. A single casualty in this round, where Slump is going to have a tough time getting out of it. And NRG have claimed themselves 7 chances now to close out this series and be our first grand finalists.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can tell Fluffy Aimers are running out of steam at this point, trying to contact out of A main, trying to get into connector as early as possible. But this is where NRG do their best work. Just sussing out these positions and punishing the aggression as soon as possible before it festers into a round loss. And it's one final purchase here for the Fluffy Aimers. A couple pistols, one singular Galil on Call Me Sue. And you know, he's had a hell of a series here. I think around 60 kills in the series. You know, losing effort no less, and Slump has fallen. Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, sure. That's one way to pull it back into the 4v4.
Quite the reply right there. I'll take that with a smile on your face. I mean, yeah, with this 20 bomb that he's just got, it is a 60 kill in total series already for him. I mean, truly incredible. It's right back to that hot prospect that we've highlighted, you know, just a couple months back before when Wildcard trusted him on this roster. A high ceiling is certainly there, and Fluffy Aimers have been willing to set him up for success as well, boosting him, elevating him to his peak form. And And he has been delivering. It's unfortunately not been enough versus NRG because they have a whole host of firepower that they can bring to the table, but it might be enough in this round. He has the Galil. He's been able to take the advantage. So patient, waiting for that play from Hex, and eventually is rewarded for it. OC now has the AWP. I gotta start to question where the end goal is here for Fluffy Aimers. Can they avoid it? Oh my god, OC with a couple of big misses. Run down by the or the Galil rather of Call Me Sue. That was actually the Mac 10 just distracting for Call Me Sue precision. And Call Me Sue continues to break on through this A bomb site. I mean, just truly incredible. He's got 23 kills. They've got 5 rounds in total. But every time he finds a kill, you know there's going to be a little bit more in the round afterwards.
I mean, called upon at every hurdle. And I mean, Fluffy Aimers, they're like, what, 50 seconds, 45 seconds there in that round? That they sit there for that long in that boost. And you know what? When you're down 12-5, when you've lost man advantage, you have no other choice. Like, you're boxed into making a crazy risk like that because that's the only way back into the round, theoretically. And as soon as they do, they take that inch and they run with it. And of course, you've got to give credit to Call Me Sue, eviscerating OC off the sniper, and then a third as well. I mean, all of these kills that the Fluffy Aimers find in this round here is just insane, really. Oh,
he's got just pinpoint precision with the rifles from Call Me Sue. Guys, another just like exciting prospect that I'm hoping to see a lot more of, and again, like, glad to have him back in the NA scene playing as well as he is. It is a welcomed addition. Much needed firepower as Hex again caught on an elevated angle. It's this time Slump, who's high in the sky, and Hex sent to the back of his chair after that death. Put on notice in this mid fight a couple of times now. 2 rounds in a row. Call Me Sue. He's been spotted. He is identified here. Nitro hearing all of these repositions, but it's not going to scare him off. He's going to continue to make his effort on in. And the pressure going to be put on Nitro as to how he can hold down the line from this firebox. You think surely someone's going to come around that corner, maybe spam him? But how is he going to fire up in this position? Are they going to be surprised by it? It seems like no one's really covering. It's up to Call Me Sue to maybe be diligent enough to clear it.
He's not going to
leave. Doesn't step out, but I think there's a little bit too much already done. Nitro looking to save this round. He's got a couple quick kills. He's got a flank coming through as well. There's that flank formulating a 5v2 and another fight from Brett Given. Breeze versus Brett in this head-to-head, and he knocks down a quick kill. It's up to Jason in a clutch and a 1v1. The bomb planted for him, and Jason's going to wait for the tick. Breeze going to charge him down, chasing this kill. He turns his back to the target, and Fluffy Aimers will stay alive. They will get past the Nitro position and lock themselves in a 7th.
I really was believing there, Cole. As soon as he got that second kill, you're thinking, maybe it's on. And Breeze with that fast flank. I mean, it syncs up just beautifully between those two players. But well done to Jason to not lose his cool in that 1v1. I mean, so many situations there where I would see a player fight into Connector and give the fight over to Breeze, but stoic as ever to make sure that this comeback is still possible. Another PrizePicks checkmarks found between Nitro, getting over 13.5 kills.
Nitro's surpassing expectations. And this decider, you know, both in the PrizePicks checkmark, also in the frag potential, the calling, the adjustments, almost closes out what felt like an impossible round. But Call Me Sue is on fire in his own right. Often you think he's dead to rights. Yeah, he surely is. That'll be an AK granted to OC. 2 kills in this round. One with the Mac 10, which is a lot of extra cash, actually. So holding onto this AK is very valuable. T-side Molotov to boot. You know, you like that. Next. That's crazy. I guess, yeah, he didn't have armor, so that bomb radius is pretty deadly. Fluffy Aimer's still kicking, man. Not ready to call this one a day just yet. A couple crispy rounds. And now it's only 4 now to close the distance.
Well, let's see what NRG do to adapt, because that definitely has been their strong suit so far in the series. They don't want this comeback to fester. So a couple more opportunities. Another prize pick check mark for Breezy, more than 16.5 kills. And Fluffy Aimers, meanwhile, continue to tick off these rounds. Aggression from Hex. Finds one, and Breeze is there to respond. Trades back and forth, and you'd think that would go to Breeze, but it doesn't matter. News finds a double. Thrusts us into a 1v1. The captain versus the star. Call Me Sue has got to go fighting forward, and that is to his own demise. Nitro simplifies the 1v1 and will clutch up an all-out brawl in middle. And that sums up the game right there. NRG just finding answers to get the job done. And sure, it was a little labored, but they will be our first grand finalists here.
Locking in a victory. Yeah, it's a big win. No question about it there. Fantastic closer coming through for NRG. A bit of a rocky start as well into Dust too. You know, forced into a position where they have to recover a series out of the gates, where they have to get key players activated such as Hex and Breeze, and being able to turn the ship in the right direction versus a scrappy Fluffy Aimers roster that has proven that they can already upset in the quarterfinals. In the opening matchup that we saw from them, that they could test the waters versus a team that probably scares NRG in its own right. So impressive victory here and a quick reaction from NRG to get activated.
Yeah, it definitely seems that they're just very bright-eyed, NRG, right now, trying to just put the issues of the RMR failure behind them, and have just been on an absolute tear. I mean, even in ECL, 2-0ing wildcard on their way back from EPL, and is an impressive victory in its own right, and they're trying to turn that into big title wins day in and day out. And this is a big win to kind of settle the nerves again for what looked like a little bit of a rocky road as far as the semifinal is concerned. And you have a potential bout against Nouns, who caused some of that grief in the RMR qualifier as well, waiting in the wings. So it'd be honestly pretty awesome to see that final. That's kind of my dream scenario here if we could get there. But for the most part right now, it shows that NRG just have a little bit more fight in them after a setback like that.
Yeah, no question about it. They were able to show that fight. We'll take a look at just the third map, PrizePicks estimated kill totals, and as we've highlighted, you know, Breeze able to lock in that check mark. Now Hex, I think in the closing stages of that last map, just the same. You know, Nitro and Automatic, it just was a full team effort of surpassing expectations in that decider. And that's what NRG showed here, is that, again, you know, they had an incredible challenger on the other end of the server, the superstar of Call Me Sue that continues to show his influence and can be a player that we can highlight over and over again on the side of Fluffy Aimers. But when NRG get this full team effort, such a close, condensed kill total from top to bottom, it's going to just be too much to overcome. For me, again, you know, a player like Slump, who I think a little bit more disappointing in this this matchup, didn't have as much influence. You can definitely tell his opping is a little flashy. You can get a little bit of flair, but for me, it felt like it was more so because of Call Me Sue getting a lot more resources in this matchup. And that was one thing I kind of highlighted in the opening stages, is that Fluffy Aimers are going to show a lot of love when it comes to sacrificial players like Jason, Brett, and News. To a player like Call Me Sue. And, you know, when Call Me Sue's playing at these peaks, I feel like it's understandable that he gets these resources.
And you already have proof in the pudding that it worked with Markey, right? I mean, another fantastic rifler in his own regard. And as soon as it works with him, that's the system that you need to take to the bank and say, okay, if we do get another prospective talent that isn't Markey, we've got to kind of develop him in that same sort of fashion. And it worked out splendidly for them as far as this semi is concerned. They didn't get the W, but the proof is in the pudding that this Fluffy Aimers roster is still one to get excited about in North America, and will be back to be very competitive in the rest of the circuit and in ECL. I am very excited for the development of Brett and A's crew.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, we got another best of 3, but before we get there, I do want to give a quick shout out to our lovely sponsors and partners here that we've been locking in over at PrizePicks NA Revival Series. Firstly, I want to talk a little bit about the NA Revival Series being sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The NA Revival Series is pleased to introduce Sonic as its newest sponsor. They are empowering visionaries, creators to develop the next generation of Web3 applications with its high-performance blockchain. Sonic is home to hundreds of finance and gaming apps and a vibrant community who are actively redefining what it means to interact with Web3. Check them out at soniclabs.com and begin your blockchain journey today. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this service for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 through 5. That means it's perfect for you, Ani. All players are required to have and use their microphones. The support staff is always available to help out, and our Discords for live matches and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there's $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Again, that's ML50 for 50% off your subscription. First subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. With all that being said, though, we want to toss this one to a quick break, and once we are up next, we'll have that second semifinal ready and raring to go.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Strike player and you have not signed up for the August event, please sign up. We want to break over 200 different teams again, and we really, really appreciate your support of our efforts to try to grow North American Counter-Strike. Look, the truth is these events right now have no margin for us. Remember we talked about margin? That's a fancy way of saying we don't make any money. We're basically volunteering our organization's time to put this event on right now because we give a shit about NACS, North American Counter-Strike, and we want to help it grow. Do we hope we can build this series and eventually get margin for the different groups that are involved? Of course we do. We run a business. But right now we're doing it, A, because we want to be leaders in the scene. We want to support this scene. And selfishly, we need a pipeline for the pro American orgs to draw from for talent and for really skilled players. And right now we don't have that. So it's not completely altruistic. There are some selfish motives, but this is also a slow burn. We are planting seeds that might come up for years. The NACS scene has done so much for complexity and been so good to complexity over the years. This is something we're really passionate about. We're really grateful to PrizePicks for coming in and sponsoring this event. Believe me when I say, if you're frustrated, imagine how frustrated we are, and the players too. They work really, really hard, the players and staff on that division, and they get frustrated as well when things aren't going our way. But if you look at our dedication to NA and remaining competitive on an international scale, this is a very difficult problem. Frankly, the NA pipeline is very lean, if not almost non-existent. Our goal is to stay NA. We want to be loyal to this region and not abandon it. Number 2, you've got roster locks for different events. Number 3, you've got Valve rankings. If you move players around, your ranking can be affected. And then you got majors to consider. Like I said earlier, qualifying for majors can make or break many orgs, and orgs that don't make the majors, you've seen their announcements like, we're sorry to say we're leaving Counter-Strike. To make player changes to the complexity roster right now takes a lot of contemplation, and there's a lot of moving pieces. And I want to say that I am very disappointed with their current state of play, but I've also seen much better teams in different sports, baseball, American football, NBA, go through slumps. Are we number 1, number 2 in the world? Of course not. Right now, we're not even playing like top 20 in the world. Do I believe that we have the skill? Do we have the staff? Do we have the heart to consistently be number 10 to represent North America and make this region proud? I do. If and when they can't pull themselves out of this slump through our help and the coach's help and everything that we're trying to do, we will evaluate changes because that's our job. But I still believe in this team. My heart is still with this team. God willing, I'm going to Rio with this team. But we hear you, and we are just as frustrated as many of our fans when they just don't play well. Like, you're always going to lose some, win some, but right now we're playing so below our potential. It's frustrating. I just ask that you stick with the team, that you have their backs, that you send them encouraging messages. I'm going to go to a quick Q&A because I promised on my tweet that I would do that. Jake Lucky, what has been the most important metric of getting sponsors? Great question. I think I've talked about a lot of that today. Obviously, winning and being relevant in the conversation is important, but really being able to provide the metrics and the reach is also really important, depending on economic conditions. Update on Cole Cigars. Like I said, you all going to vote on my X account shortly after this finishes, and you get to decide. To give you 1 week to vote. Bring back the old logo. 95%. I can't quite get to 100%. I can't promise it yet. Since release CS2, talking about the growing pains for the game, I do think the bugs and issues in CS2 are growing pains. I think CSGO is far worse at this stage in its life. So I'm not satisfied with where CS2 is, but I'm confident that it'll get better. What is the best direct pathway to getting jobs in esports? On a YouTube that I was putting videos out in 2020, I released one called How to Get a Job in Esports. So Jaffa Kass, Google, I think if you Google like Jason Lake, How to Get a Job in Esports, you'll find that video. It's a great place to start. How financially healthy is Cole? I'm confident that we're going to be good, and I'm optimistic, but it's not certain. That's the truth. We need the fans to rally. We need some new, exciting corporate partners. That's where we're at. Favorite part of being in the Halo ecosystem? Man, I raised my son on Halo. He was playing Halo at 2 years old, so it's an honor to be a part of the Halo ecosystem. Hopefully it stays healthy and continues to grow. Any plans on academy teams? I would love academy teams. They're just really difficult to financially justify. To do it right, to do it at the level that we do things would be expensive. Earlier this year, to try to bring this land together, the idea is bringing back the spirit of the CS Summit through a way to offer teams an online way to qualify. We'd invite some teams, and then we'd have the finals here at our headquarters. Prize pool, $25,000. They're going to start a 64-team open online qualifier, move into an 8-team online closed qualifier. Then we'd have 3 teams that would come to our headquarters to play the complexity squad in a 4-team LAN final. So it's all laid out. How's the production going to look? How's it going to function? It's all
And hello, everybody. Welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. We kicked Paladin out of here and we brought in a brand new face for you all. It's Davey joining me today. We got Davey to close us out for the rest of the day. It's a semifinal and a grand final for you. I mean, how you doing today, Davey, at a fine Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, overall, I mean, it was a pretty good Sunday for me. There was potentially going to be doing some public ice skating, you know, as Canadians do, but I couldn't find my skates in the moving process. They were somewhere stuffed back far behind a bunch of other stuff, and I decided I couldn't be bothered. So instead, I decided to come here and join you for some Counter-Strike.
Oh, I'm glad you had a skate malfunction there. So it'll be a good semifinals, and I'm looking forward to this matchup. We got what's going to be now a target for the second grand finalist here of the day. Noun's definitely hungry, but Boss have shown their effectiveness as well. These are two teams, I think, in very confident form right now. I think both of these rosters like locking in a position at the RMRs through the closed qualifiers as well, which is very impressive, and it's going to lead to a exciting matchup, but definitely a matchup that has a lot of history and not a lot of history that favors Boss.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Nouns are going to hope that they're in farm form, to be completely honest, because if they can walk in here and farm Boss, like you said, like they have been, there's always so much history now, especially with all these NA teams, right? They play against each other so much, right? Every tournament they're playing against each other, RMR qualifiers, NA Revival Cups, right? They're constantly playing each other. They only have each other to scrim against as well, right? So these players all know each other very well, and that's why it's always sort of interesting to see, if you watch game to game, the little mind games that take place, the tiny little subtle changes that teams are trying to make. And obviously when you look over at Nouns, they have that coaching staff behind them, right? They have the Semphis, Adren, and so they might just have that little bit of extra, you know, they might just be able to get over that hump just that little bit more when it comes to those sort of micro changes in the mid rounds.
Yeah, I think every time I've really highlighted like that coaching change here and bringing in Adren onto this roster, I've also seen a big improvement on that performance from Carson, like on an individual calling level.
Sure,
I
yeah.
feel like he's been a lot more comfortable in playing like rounds a little slower for Nouns, which maybe wasn't a big part of their game like long term. So it's been refreshing to see how this Nouns roster has been playing with the coaching changes. I believe we can hop on in though to our prize picks analyst segment and lock in on some of these matchups here. We can start with the Boss side of things. As highlighted, this roster so far yesterday had some surprising, I mean, maybe surprising, it feels like familiar to very high impact riflers in the server. It was Darty and Freshy that were leading the charge in that matchup versus Timberman. Those two were playing incredibly well, opposite sides of the map as well, and they were just an incredible 1-2 punch for the side of Boss that made the job so much easier for them. And it was refreshing to see these two players, you know, just kind of perform to such a high ceiling, because it made the job of Boss all the more easy. It made the job of Cryptic, who's calling on this team, all the more easy, that he doesn't have to drop these crazy numbers to get a victory.
Yeah, I think too, one thing with especially like having Slight around, even when he was over in Wildcard, I think one thing with him is he's really streaky, right? He's the guy who is one round, he'll hit 3 absolutely insane op shots, and then the next round he misses the sitter to lose you the round. And it used to be so frustrating watching on Wildcard, because you're like, this guy has so much talent. He just needs to find a way to streamline his talent into consistency. And I think that might have been what the problems were over on Wildcard. But what's nice about that is that if you have riflers fragging around him, you always have that X factor with the op, where he'll win you that one round that you probably shouldn't win. And so there's all those little things like that are always very interesting for me to watch. I'm liking this one. See, 29 kills over the first 1 to 2. Ooh, that'd be a tough one for me to choose. Actually, that's right on that borderline of like, oh, is he on today? If he's on today, he's gonna clear that easy. But if we don't know which one we're gonna get, you know.
Right. I mean, that's 100%. He was playing good as well yesterday, which is maybe a positive sign in terms of like a performance here. But on the other side of things, like the op head to head is going to be very difficult to deal with here. I mean, obviously you've got a junior on the side of Nouns that's going to test him, and that's going to put more pressure on Slight in this performance. But as you've highlighted, you know, the Rifle Corps, if you want to talk about like a new member and Fruit Cup and what he's been able to bring to this roster, he's been very impressive. Do you say you don't know him?
No, I said what a name.
Oh yeah,
Just what a name. I mean, to be fair, I don't really know him that well.
Yeah.
I've heard of him before. I mean, when you hear that name, it's one that sits in your brain.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, there's a guy named Fruit Cup walking around. Like, yeah, that's gonna at least resonate.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a good addition. got picked up from a advanced Final Four roster that was such a huge risk for Paulson, and it ended up paying out for them out of the gates. He had a really good personal performance versus Legacy in that closed qualifier, and so it's cool to see that when a team is willing to take a chance on an advanced player at like an upper echelon ECL level, that they're rewarded with such effectiveness out of the gates. It's pretty impressive, but we can go ahead and take a look at the other side of things here. And obviously, a team that, at this level, we're all super familiar with. We're all super familiar with the impact that we have. And for me, as I've already mentioned, in the head-to-head versus Oppers, there's no question that Junior's going to look to strut his stuff in this matchup. He's looking to come through with that high impact. He's going to be going up against that streaky Opper. So for me, I feel like when you're talking about a player who's going to be active and successful in the server, there's no question it's going to be Junior.
I mean, Junior, these are the types of games that Junior farms, right? This is his playground. This is the exact scenario that where Junior thrives to his absolute most. I also like low key want to throw out there that the rush pickup for this Nouns team I really like. Just that little bit of extra experience, the solid player, the consistent and always know what you're going to get from him sort of guy, and just that cool head, like the levels of games that Rush has played in, he's not going to be getting nervous in games like this, right? You don't have to worry about his performance. He's always going to perform to a certain level, and that's something that this team needed. I feel like Nouns has been consistently improving, especially with, like we talked about, the coaches that they have behind them. They have been steadily improving, but they haven't just quite made that jump yet to be like they haven't really stamped their authority on the NA scene yet. It's always, them, NRG, Wildcard are all sort of in the mix, and no one has really actually set the tone as no, we are the number one here in North America right now. Obviously, Complexity and Liquid spending more time in Europe, so there's still that spot open for that, we are the number one team in the region right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? They want to match the pace of a roster like M80 did in that last season, and maybe what M80 can do in now this season of Counter-Strike from what we've seen out of them. But Nouns are a roster that has that potential, that has that availability to get to that point. Like you
it
said,
feels like M80 has made that jump now, right? It feels like they sort of have made that jump into that, okay, we're now a European NA team where we spend a lot of time in Europe at tournaments and we're in NA when we're here, but back and forth type vibe. It feels like they've actually managed to make that jump now.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, I think now it's right in that form to get back into that. I like the point that you highlighted with Rush. I feel like this guy has gone maybe a little bit under the radar, especially when you talk about the player that he replaced in Classia before this.
Yeah.
It is just polar opposite. You get a cool head who maybe drops off a little bit in the firepower, but is just what Nouns need when they have so many effective riflers. That now you get a player that at the top level, so many players that you would respect have highlighted that Rush is such a great supportive element. I think it's an excellent pickup that Nouns have targeted on this one, but we do have the Sonic Fast starters pistol round kills leaderboard, and obviously a 3-map series over there for NRG has put them in firm contention to try and lock this one in. Hex is now number one, trailing is automatic, and I'm sure after this series, especially if Boss and Nouns remain competitive, that we'll start to see some of those two names start to enter on in that. Is a $500 bonus for whoever locks in that first place prize. So a nice little extra incentive for getting those pistol round kills.
Yeah, I'm really not surprised to see Hex up at the top. I am a little bit surprised to see Automatic up there with him, though. I'm not saying that Automatic doesn't have good aim or anything, but he's never really struck me as that pistol guy. He's never really come across that way. He's always, he's the lurker, he's the clutch player. He's never really been in my head, he's not the pistol guy. So to see him up there, where Hext, of course, in my brain is a pistol guy, but for Automatic, I'm just a little bit surprised to see him up there. So we'll see who ends up on top.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested to find that out. We'll take a look at the vetoes here. And Boss have been making some surprising decisions in the vetoes so far. We saw it yesterday where they left Mirage open versus Timberman. They're leaving it open again versus a team like Nouns, which is definitely leading me to believe that that's going to be, their opening opportunity out of the gates. As we'll see, Inferno picked out here by Boss, and I feel like they're just testing their map pool at this point. I think they're trying to expand. We don't see a lot of best of threes. I highlighted this yesterday with JRT, but this is the perfect opportunity to try and expand your map pool in preparation for an important event like the RMR. And when they pick into Inferno, for me, it's more interesting decisions in the veto. There's just no question for me. I feel like they're trying to expand the pool.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there comes a point where you actually do want to test out your maps in matches, because they might have been practicing their Inferno for the past week, but you never really know how you're going to play on it until you actually play it in some officials. So there is always going to be that like sort of middle ground area where you have to start introducing a new map to your pool, and the first couple games might seem a little bit rough, but if you feel like you need this map in your pool, then you have to make that change, and you have to just sort of suffer through the teething stages.
Yeah, I mean, they did it yesterday. Again, I highlighted it versus Timmerman, and I was talking about the last time this roster played an official before yesterday was 3 weeks ago versus Revenge Nation. So obviously, like, that's a lot of time to work on a map, especially if you're trying to play and introduce Mirage more consistently into your veto. When you talk about like top teams such as Nouns, such as like Timmerman in the region, you're gonna want to work on a map like Mirage. So willing to leave it open. But we'll look at the first fast starters round for the Pistols here, brought to you by Sonic, of course, and we'll see who's going to start to make the case to join the leaderboards on these two teams. I believe the closest is going to be Rush, Carson, Junior, Freshie, and Cryptic. They all have 4, so they're looking to catch up with Hex on the top of the leaderboard, and to do so, they got to win them. And we'll see a Tech 9 raid boss up for Cryptic out of the gates on this pistol.
Yeah, a little bit rare these days. I mean, we don't sometimes you see the P250 on the T side. Obviously, the dualies are coming out more and more often on the CT. Also, no kit in play for the CTs. It's an important thing to keep in mind as we get into the later stages of the round, potentially. As Junior, he's got this boiler angle on lock. They are coming back up middle, as the smoke's going to come out towards B, and Nouns are actually rotating in here. So they're going to have 4 people here, but it's all going to be down to the timing. Junior gets caught, gets gushed, and they're already up mid, immediately taken down. CJ's here. The rotations are coming in through Moto, and CJ's only able to land 1, and back and forth. There it goes. Yeah, boss, they just clean up house. Not going to matter about them not having a kit. Carson on 6 HP, 1 versus 4. This one's just not happening.
When you find those kills with that sort of efficiency, that quick scaling on in towards the site, and you can see, I mean, out of the gates, player caught very off guard and in a tough position to recover from. That Tech 9 swings you first. It's actually Darty that gets the kill in the backlines. And 3 on the pistol for him. That's good for the leaderboards there. Climbing up and looking to prove himself. It's Boss with a comfortable pistol. We'll see them start off well on Inferno. This is a map that, you know, if you talk about like a cryptic calling as well, I feel like Inferno makes a lot more sense for them to be good at. They haven't played a lot of it on this boss roster. They've been managing to avoid this map quite a bit. And, like in the past, this has been a map that Cryptic's been able to call so effectively on, has been able to, you know, make a name for himself on versus some very, you know, tough series in the past. So, always surprised to see it ban out when Boss were willing to, but it's cool to see that they're picking into it.
How old is Fruit Cup? I gotta go check now. I see the vape in his hands. I gotta go investigate. Yeah, I gotta go investigate. 23 years old. Okay, fine. He's
in the clear.
Yeah, he's still part of that Zoomer generation that got hooked on those things. You know, obviously all brands are available, so I won't say a specific one, but we all know.
Yeah.
We all know that. Actually, you're from that generation too.
I managed to avoid it.
Nice.
Which is nice.
Not able to avoid the flash though. Cryptic full blind. Trade comes in from Darty, but Carson's right there to make sure that one gets traded out again as the Molly. It's going to push him out, so it's 2 for 2. At the end of the day, not that bad for the T's, but considering the SMGs were in play, a little bit of extra money gained for Carson. And where do they finish off? I mean, they don't really have control anywhere else. You take a look at where Nouns is. They've pushed straight down middle. They have full second mid control, but look, Boss is wrapping all the way around, and there's no way they expect this.
It's a wild call. It does test the diligence of Fruit Cup. I mean, you got 2 teammates wrapping second mid, but are you prepared for this position? CJ containing so much space. But if it's going to be a joint effort back in towards this B side, CJ going to be put on notice. This is a bit of an awkward angle. He is overexposed. And if they can get this kill, yeah, it's going to lead to a probably just beeline in towards that A side. Surely. The bomb is throwing a smoke to further fake it, but they hear the position. They now know this is going to be a B-side finish, so trying to cook this one. We'll see what they can get away with here as Junior takes that first point of contact. It's going to bait up for this position in the back of the site. It's no kills found from either Junior or George. So somehow they walk into the stacked up bomb site and Boss still come out on top.
Yeah, HPs were low there. That was actually a little bit dangerous. The fake smoke towards A was going to pull the player over. They decided anyways to just go straight into B with the utility. Some missed shots from George, and of course Junior trying to come through the smoke. Means that Boss pick up their second. Now, Carson, with those kills, means that he's going to have enough money to drop the op over into the next round. So Junior will have it, despite the force. And it is just going to be the USPs this time. Of course, CJ with the 1 AG grenade, not able to find... Actually, he found 2 damage. I was going to say he not able to find any damage, but you know what? 2 damage counts. I'm counting it.
It's good for the util damage stat. Not great for it, but at least good.
It's the equivalent of, you know, every penny counts, you know?
Yeah.
Every little bit adds up.
Got a pretty cool hat collection there, I think, in the back of Cryptic's camera.
Oh, yeah, that is a little hat collection. My head's too big. I can't wear hats. I look funny.
Have you tried a lot of different hats, or you just
Dude,
give
I'm
up on,
telling
like...
you, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I've given up now at this point. I'm sure there's some. Like, some winter hats are fine. Like, you know, some, like, beanies and stuff can work.
Okay.
But but it has to be able to stretch. Otherwise, it's a problem. Like baseball hats,
extra wide
snapbacks.
beanies.
Yeah,
That's a shame.
It just looks funny. I can find like snapbacks and beanies and stuff, or not beanies, like baseball hats that can fit, but it just looks funny. Like I just don't. It just looks funny.
Yeah, I've heard that for both like big heads and small heads. It's like the hats are a non-option. I feel like my face doesn't really fit sunglasses very well.
Oh yeah, I've heard that too. I have to wear specific ones, like aviators work. Similar issue. Ooh, you know, that's a lot of good damage, you know.
Junior with the extra 6 hundo off that Mac 10 kill as well. That's, you know, gonna put him in op buying territory comfortably. And extra utility to hop into a first gun round. If you're talking about walking away with any victories, 3 kills, some extra cash flow. You know, now it's maybe the best way to lose in that round. Not too bad. Let me see what sort of hats he's rocking. I can't tell if there's any logos on those hats.
Oh yeah, the bottom one looks like it might be a Denver Broncos.
I think he's from the Carolinas. I can't remember if it's north or south.
Oh, it's probably some like college then.
Yeah.
You guys love your college sports there.
We do. Yeah.
In Canada, I don't know anyone that cares about it.
Well, it's big in Kentucky as well, where I was from, grew up in. So Kentucky sports is like huge, but there's no pro teams.
In the US.
Yeah, but especially teams without any or I guess states without any pro teams. It's like that. Then it's so much more.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's all you have, right?
Yep. Well, all they have has been invested into this round as Nouns is bought down pretty much to 0. Boss also, because of that damage, they're not in a super healthy spot either. Obviously, Darty has a little bit of extra cash, but everyone else is going to be on the eco if they lose this round. So, round 4, classic. Round 4, massive. As Blue Cup wins the fight onto CJ. Junior with a swift flick trades it out. And now they know that the op is over towards A, so you can see the call. For them to just make their way over to the B site, but there's still 2 CTs here, and there's a counter smoke to slow everything down.
I can't believe Frukup just continues to fight forward there. That's bold. He jiggles out. He gets the information on the setup, right, with that jiggle, but then still faces forward. Manages to make it a 1-for-1 with some change on the damage. On to Junior. We'll see the integrity of this B-side hold as well. Cryptic rolling its way forward, takes the contact. Flashbang's good, but that setup is even better, and George just knocks down the initial phase, setting up success for Carson, who has yet to reveal his cards. Freshie is going to be clear on... Not quite. It's going to put all the pressure on Slight. He's going to have to show up big time. Both players on a flank, and 10 seconds left to lock in this bomb plant. He's going to go for it. Junior's going to try and thread the needle here on this play, but behind the pillar, can't get into a reposition in time. And the clutch will be denied at the hands of just a brilliant multi-kill from George, and Junior backing it up with a finishing blow.
Yeah, it was actually a little bit of a pathing issue there for Boss. The first man who went in, he got the contact, and he almost froze a little bit, right? He didn't want to swing all the way across through the pit, and you do just have to do that. You can see they both lined up for him there, and I'm not sure which player was actually in the front, whether it was Darty or Cryptic, but that pathing is really what hurt them. because they weren't able to get the trade. Both players died at the same time, and the man who had his crosshair on the right spot got it blocked by his teammate who ran in front of him. So it was just pretty much doomed at that point. Slight does his best to bring it back, but at the end of the day, he's only able to get a couple kills. Now, with that extra money that Darty had, he was able to drop an op over to Slight. The only downside is that the T side of Inferno is kind of notoriously difficult to find opening picks with on the T side op, so we'll see if Slight's able to do something magical here for his squad. Of course, only one AK in play.
Yeah, that last round is right where you would like a T side op to be, like a 1v2 clutch opportunity, but he didn't have enough time to get into a comfortable position. Trying to open up around with that op is definitely going to be a challenge. I think the element of surprise of still having the facilities, given the amount of damage that Nouns have done, that's kind of what you're leaning in on. Trying to catch. Nouns playing a little relaxed with another purchase coming through here. And would describe this as relaxed, but it's a back turn and a freebie for Jordan. We'll follow it up with an extra. Carson's set up with the damage, now just gets the smoke on off, and this position gonna be denied. They can't get past Car at all. And it is going to nearly force a reroute. I guess they can run through the smoke, but that's to no avail there. Knocked down by Carson, avoids the flash completely. Cryptic's now looking to crack things open on the other side of the map. He'll go on a solo effort, but he's lost his teammate with the bomb, so it will not be happening for Boss in this one.
If you're Cryptic here, and you're the in-game leader, I'm curious. I wasn't watching his webcam at the time, but is he not calling for them to come back up A there? Like,
Yeah, right.
Why they decide to flash through a B smoke with 36 seconds left, and then Slight runs through it and dies to the op? It's like Cryptic had full top mid control and was walking up short. I mean, yeah, A is a tough site to take, but if you have that flash, you would rather use that to go up A where you know you have some map control. They didn't even have banana control. How can you plan on going into B with 36 seconds left and no banana control? It's just like this play right here was just screamed of desperation there from Boss, and they weren't in that. I mean, obviously they weren't in a great situation, but it wasn't desperate enough that you have to be flashing through top of B smokes. I think they sort of panicked a little bit, and I'm curious if Cryptic was calling them to come over and they didn't listen, or he just wasn't telling them to come over. I mean, I'm really not sure.
Yeah, I mean, the history of Cryptic so far, from like talking to him quite a bit about his calling career, is that it's just one of those roles that's been forced onto him. This guy's like individually he has a high ceiling. I think calling doesn't take like a massive hit on his impact, but I also think he's focused on his crosshair when he's on those solo moves, right?
Right.
So when he's on that other side of the map, how much mini-map looking can you do is the question, and that does, come to call. How impactful is this late rounds for Cryptic? Kind of the question I've had for Boss for a little while, but at least he can bring some of those frags into the server, and we'll see if he can do it with a Hero Galil and a Halls pop that's coming through into a kind of 4-man lean towards this A side, but they are playing pretty passive on the back side here. Cryptic going to be leading that contact and knocked out instantly. We'll see if those pistols can find anything more, but the resistance a little too strong with the 8Ks at hand. They're getting broken on down, though. Couple of kills. The issue is Darty's got to make his way out of pit, and Junior gonna be the one to collect on the jumping Darty there.
Ambitious, considering 4 Glocks. They did end up getting 2 kills. You'd ideally have a Glock running and jumping into the site there for you, so that Cryptic could go for the trade. Just helping out a little bit, doing a little coaching. You want the Glocks to run in and jump to create the space so that your one gun can hopefully managed to get the frag, but Cryptic, the in-game leader, decided he wanted to try to be the man, do it himself, and there's a certain level of respect necessary for that. But in the end, 2 kills when you didn't invest anything into the round is good. Obviously, with Cryptic having saved his Galil the round before, he's only able to bring the Mac 10 into this one. And there's actually not a lot of utility for Boss, so with a lot of smokes and not a lot of Molotovs, this really should be a play over towards A, potentially a wrap long into the site, because you have the smokes for Arch and for Library, and they're not going to use them, as Rush is able to find one before getting traded, and there's the swing from CJ. The lineup again punishes Boss.
Oh, and they don't expect the second. Brilliant play. Little bait set up by Rush, and it's a HE open the smoke for a kill from Junior's AWP. So 1 extra frag, making this 4v2 all the more difficult. Slight is blinded up by the flash, and again, he's in a clutch. But how doable is it? The smokes are going to leave him a little overexposed, and finding out the counter mollies here. It's a three-pronged approach on this retake. One in apartments, one wrapping through porch side, and two coming through Moto. Feels a bit unlikely. Has to keep his head on the swivel, and of course, it's a back turn as Nouns just suffocate the round and lock themselves in a lead here. On Inferno, off the back of some struggles to convert on the pistol, they are stepping up on these gun rounds.
Yeah, they had the right idea going towards A. I mean, without the Molotovs, you can't commit to a B play really. Not a very easy one, anyways. But again, all the kills just go the way of Nouns. That double kill towards top middle was really the nail in the coffin on that one. But even still, in a 2v4, bomb plant on the site, it's definitely you definitely have a chance on the T side. But like you had said at the time, that nade open on the smoke, allowing Junior to pick one of the players running across. Pretty much put a second nail in the coffin on that one.
Yeah, only so much you can do in that 1v4. Junior still just taking a lot of initiative with this AWP. Doesn't stick around for too long. A little concerned about the possibility maybe of a boiler peak as the internal clock starts ticking, and it's back to this brackets control. This time with a smoke down to at least cover off the possibility of a inside peak, and Junior going to be tested early with this AWP. He's getting run down by pistols. His teammate has fallen on the site, and now he's going to dance between these angles. The dual Beretta's brought out. He's still playing around the smoke so effectively, still locks in a kill before getting run down. But now it's Fruit Cup, and Freshie left into an opportunity to get back on track for Boss. They got to figure out a way to punch in those digits, and it's going to be a boost. Sending George on up. Freshie, will he get any sort of vision on this? Oh my god, are they going to move through this smoke? What is going on with Freshie? Playing right around it. Does he catch the barrel? No, he's still gray screened by that smoke, but Fruit Cup will certainly see it, and that leaves Carson out high and dry, covered and taken care of. And that's the round that they win with the quickness.
Yeah, good call from Cryptic there. They know that Nouns have been pretty comfortably giving up top middle, so you have the chance to pop into the site with all those upgraded pistols. That's where the Tech 9 thrives. And if you notice there in the smoke here, Freshie, he walked close to the smoke because he was listening for that very quiet jumping sound to hear if they were boosting. Walked close on the corner, heard the boost, called it out to his teammate in the site, and then that's why the pre-fire into the smoke came in and allowed him to get the kill on the guy boosting. So really heads-up play from Freshie there, securing the round for his team after a very good call from Cryptic.
No question about it. I mean, that's a good sign for Freshie here, player that can step it up. He's playing it out of his mind with the multi-kills. That's a tough spread. A CT molly that makes banana control a little bit more difficult. Does do a lot of damage, and there's a Junior AWP shot that rattles off. Solo in apartments this time around, but good for the opening duel.
That's the second kill he's got in there as well. They're going to have to start being a little bit more cautious as they move forward. And actually, one thing that's dangerous for Nouns right now is the second B player here in Carson was very committed there on that peak. If he had died peeking the corner, well, George was isolated there at sandbags. And if both of your B players go down at the beginning of a round, or even in the middle of the round, that's pretty much round over. So Carson getting a little lucky that the op shot was missed as they jump out towards top middle. Cryptic goes down, and there's just no one there to trade. Fruit Cup's peak was late. Slight had the op. There was really no chance for that play to work. You can see what Cryptic was going for, but there was no way for anybody to help him there as Nouns lock it down, 5 alive, pick up their 5th.
Cryptic looked like the human flashbang. I think, my small issue with that is that Darty did have a flash and defaulting over towards that B side as well. You want to use someone as a human flashbang, but you still got flashbangs left. It's a little concerning.
And Fruit Cup waited till Cryptic died before he swung.
Yeah.
So at that point, they're just going to readjust and shoot you. The whole point of the guy running and jumping across is that you peek like 0.2, like you peek like right behind him because Cryptic is dragging their crosshairs. But Fruit Cup waited too long to peek, so then Cryptic essentially just jumped across and died for no reason. And that's not even necessarily his fault. Like if he called, I'm gonna jump, like get ready to peek, like 3, 2, 1, go, and then Fruit Cup hesitates. Well, then you are just screwed.
Comes down to that split second. Trade's not available, and again we're looking at Junior in prime real estate at the moment with this op. If you talk about where Slight's heading and then a potential head-to-head, could come through. Junior has been so mobile on the CT side. Exactly what you'd expect. Hing open that smoke. Carson able to thread a quick kill in before instantly repositioning. Putting some pressure now on towards this A side, but pressure that's probably going to make you want to lean in straight into an op. Carson was just spotted over there towards that arch side, so surely Junior's not available as well.
And
surprised.
Push him in. CJ's only able to get one. That's a quick double kill. Junior behind the smoke isn't going to be anywhere nearby to help. This should be Boss's round.
That's a sick execute as well. That Molotov in the back of the site, they're putting that pressure on. Fruit Cup and Freshie finding a couple crucial entries, and now we got a post plant set up. Slight with an AWP in the post plant, and you can see the initiative not yet made. There's good utility to break through, but there's no smoke to get past this AWP, and that's a huge problem. As Slight locks in a quick kill, that's the encouragement right there. Hold on to your op for sure. You got a couple Molotovs, rifles to keep. And Boss, it looks a little bit rough, but sometimes they're able to get past these A-side plays. Once they take this brackets control and get in a position where they can contact so deep, you know, behind this truck, I feel like that explosive nature is what I think Boss can really do best. And it's what Cryptic looks super comfortable with some of these A-side executes, having that proper utility to get past these points.
Overall, it was one where Nouns looked to be relatively in control, and like you said, just a good execute from Boss, really. Sort of forces their way into the bomb site. As also, I want to point out real quick that Rush has been very kind to us and gave us a Rush arm cam that has been hit for him as usual. So he wants us to see his wants us to see how ripped he is these days.
The gains.
Yeah. Trying to keep us all excited. As ooh, the nade. Yeah, they've been very comfortable playing here. This time they actually brought a third person over though. Carson with a big nade back. I mean, he was not happy with the damage he's taking. Gets caught out by Cryptic. They see them both, and Rush had to get the second. If Rush goes down there, that's bomb site open and round done. But Rush with the double, they weren't expecting the third player. And he locks it down and maintains control of that B bomb site as Junior hits the flick onto Fruit Cup.
Yeah, so comfortable for Junior. Backs it up as well into a setup in which he can use his teammates to close out this round. And CJ, he's positioned his camera perfect that he has this little neon crown behind him.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff from CJ. I mean, that's a cool setup. I've highlighted CJ's setup every time, but
whew, that double
time
kill
he has
from
a
Rush,
crown.
man. That was so huge. If he doesn't get that second kill, they just run right in. Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Pretty cool.
Oh, that looks like it's like a girlfriend setup.
Yeah, I assume
Or
so.
boyfriends, are they friends? You know, obviously everyone's available.
All inclusive.
Yep. Listen, that's actually my setup.
You're behind
That's
there?
where I am right now, yeah.
CJ's just fully covering you, man. He's taking the limelight away.
Exactly.
All full focus, and so is Nouns in this matchup, looking to take the limelight away from Boss. Impressive victory by shutting them down in this first half, not allowing for too much T-side success. They have the pistol. They had that 0-3 start. The only rounds that they were able to capture were towards this A side. They're going to challenge it again, but it's too strong. Rush is prepared. Diligence shown. There's one gap in that defense covered by Rush.
It was a good mix-up from Nouns as well. Like we had said earlier, they've been pretty consistently giving up control of brackets. They're very happy to play towards the bomb site. A couple good executes from Boss. Changes their approach. This time, of course, you know, they're moving Junior around with the op. Gets the pick in hauls, picks towards second mid. You know, it's a whole thing. They're sort of everywhere here. Rush with the stairs push, of course, catching Freshie off guard. And just that change of pace, that change of setup can really throw a team off. It's exactly what they were going for and exactly what they achieved as we switch on over here into the second half.
Maybe the pistols can be refreshing for Boss as they're looking to get into the fast starter round brought to you by Sonic. It's all about that leaderboard, getting these pistol kills. You can count your leaderboard higher and higher, closer to that $500 incentive for the most pistol rounds, or most pistol kills, I should say. Found out I think Hex is on top with 14, and as I've highlighted, some of these other players sticking around at 4, but we'll see who's going to come out on top. Last time it was Cryptic with a 3K. Last time Junior put on notice out of the gates.
Can you take me higher?
You're belting out, huh? You got a voice.
Got to be careful, dude. I don't want to get us DMCA'd with my perfect pitch.
Yeah, I mean, that was on the money. You've already triggered the algorithm.
Yeah. I'll sorry, guys. My bad.
We're toast.
I sincerely apologize. I apologize to Slove and all of production only, not to Qualm, though.
Fair enough. There's a nice hold there from Freshie. It looked like got a little bit of a traffic jam there in apartments, but Freshie still managed to make the most out of it. Junior still managed to make the most out of his 4 HP. Was put on notice, but it is going to be the bomb reclaimed. And the pressure put onto him. Carson goes for a swing, and Freshie going to be shut down. Cryptic crawling his way through from the porch side. Not being identified just yet. Slight trying to cover this apartment's position, but Cryptic's still silent, and it could be a crawl up this porch side that again gets them through this pistol. It's the dual Berettas that sing. And Slight's still yet to take that contact. He spots out one, spots out both of them now. Locations identified here, and a quick kill again out of Cryptic's dual Berettas. It's not quite planted for Carson either, so he's got to get past these 2 guns of Cryptic, and he just can't make an effort. It's going to be another pistol from Boss.
Oh, and Cryptic's laughing as well. Only had 2 kills in the first half, and he's already got 3 here on the Sonic Fast Starter round. 3 kills with the dualies, and I'm a big dualies enjoyer. Unfortunately for Junior as well, he actually got gushed right at the beginning of the round by Freshie. And then Freshie was able to pick up 2 kills, so he's going up in the leaderboard. Could have had 3 though. He did that gush onto Junior, which was put him down to such low HP. But with that bomb planted. Hero AK passed on over to CJ. Carson with just the deagle and the flash. Ooh, George gets a double, swings out mid, and again, a double kill. The lineup is there. Oh, and he wants to answer back, but George is going to get his 3rd, but he did bait him in for Slight. Is this a step too far? He's playing the trigger discipline and waits too long, and Rush spins and ends him. You see what Slight was going for, but it just didn't pay off for him.
I mean, that's just such a frustrating way to go down as well. Your last little sliver of hope removed, but that's just so much out of George. I mean, this guy also just as capable as Junior to kind of take these games as his own. These are the matchups that he's super comfortable with. And when you talk about like rifling presence in the server, there's no question that he's just going to thrive in this head-to-head. And what a way to start it off. When they lose both pistols, but having that instant redeeming factor of a 2nd round conversion off the Galil.
Yeah.
Not oftentimes you can afford those Galils nowadays either, but it's an investment well worth it.
Clearly, I mean, the wide swing out mid, I'm a little bit surprised. Boss went so aggressive there. I mean, obviously they got a little unlucky that, you know, he had such a good spawn and he swings out and like perfectly controls the Galil spray, right? That's always just that little bit unfortunate, but again, I mean, how many rounds have they lost now? Because the players are just a little bit too close together, you know? Like, they're just, it's double kill, and it's cost them 3 rounds at this point now.
Yeah, the spacing's been tough for Boss so far. Getting caught in that traffic jam. We almost saw it cost him on the pistol round, but it just required Freshie to have that much more impact. Cryptic not giving up on this banana fight, though. Getting flashed off a couple of times. That's a crazy headshot. But a collect onto Carson. Doesn't give up on the duel, man. Sticks with it. Especially after having a bit of a tough matchup for himself. In that first half, like he said, 2 kills on a lost round. He doesn't lose that confidence in this matchup. And calling in for a interesting A-side stack here. I imagine that George is going to be poking and prodding. Oh no, they're just going to full execute. I thought they were calling off the bomb, but executing into an empty bomb site at this point in time. Even with a man up, I don't know how much Boss are going to have to say in this round.
I'm a little curious what Boss's game plan here is. I don't mind the 5 stack on one site. You know, you take that gamble. But now I think what's crucial for them is that they have to commit to this and just save for the next round. It sucks because it's a 5 versus 4, but you don't have a kit, you don't have a gun, you have no utility, you can't retake B. So yeah, they're just going to have to commit to the save here. It was unlucky because even though it's 5 versus 4, they're obviously still not in the advantage position, right? So they still have to take a gamble. They still have to take a big risk. And in this instance, it didn't pay off. But now at the very least, they get to bring the armor, the upgraded pistols. They get to bring all of that into the next round and try again.
Commit to it. Cryptic letting out a quickie on there. An easy fight versus Carson, but like you said, it's always a little frustrating when you have those 4v5s, you call in that gamble stack. You know, it would have been perfect if the play was towards A, but I think Cryptic wanted to set the fear of God in them with that deagle shot. The issue is Nouns aren't going to find themselves too fearful in this matchup. They have a crazy record versus Boss in the past so far. In 2024, single victory for Boss in a map. And all the best of threes and all of the multiple best of ones that we've seen in Challenger League and stuff like that. Their only victory has been on Vertigo, and that was with a 10-2 half to open it up in favor of Boss, and then they let it slip to a 13-11. But they did get that win. That was the first victory they've had with this Boss roster over Nouns.
Right. Well, we'll be looking for another one here, hopefully, as far as they're concerned anyways. As we get a rush arm cam and shoulder cam. Look at the traps. You can see them. You can see him flex as he moves his mouse around. God, he's adorable.
Oh, pure muscle.
Yeah. Boss have gone for the stack again. So this time, of course, they did leave this Cryptic over towards B. You know, similar to the previous round. But of course, he's staying over towards the coffins this time around, with 4 players here tucked away on the A site. They do have a bit of a crossfire with Slight inside of the pit, so if they do decide to go up short, I mean, they are going to be going straight into this blender. It's all going to be about, well, I mean, just like in anything in Counter-Strike, who hits the shot first?
I'm running it back. Cryptic, can you lock it down on this B side? But again, I think Nouns giving themselves a way out of this with the default. Maybe even a split with a smoke like that. I mean, they've got a player in spawn now. Rush is taking serious space, and that's going to make the decision-making a little easier, but the bomb is transferring away from B.
Ooh.
There's 25 seconds left. I mean, this is the only way that Boss could win this round. If it was an A side in goal, and that's where it's going to be, it's a bit of a tough hold still with the pistols, but this is what you dream of here. A perfect opportunity to capitalize on some chaos, and Freshie finds the first. It's Fruit Cup with another. They've realized now that they're walking into the stack, but they got the kills to back it up. And the bomb, with 6 seconds left, is safe to plant, but it's not over yet. Cryptic, it would require a crazy clutch. But a smoke going a bit awry could make it more possible. It's going to leave him gray screen, though, as he makes his way through. And now he has to force his way into this fight. They've doubled up on the back of the site here. One spotted. A little bit more chip damage, but the reposition doubling up on the site is a great call. He's going to walk in with his back turned. And Nouns, it's dicey, but they get the 10th still.
Yeah, he was very convinced there was a man up in the graveyard there. Unfortunately, like you said, when that smoke came out, the reposition comes in, and he just crouches his way straight into George's crosshair for Nouns to pick up double digits. And we have Slight on the glass cannon op, so obviously not able to, you know, really get any frags in the previous rounds. Give him that little bit of extra money, so he does opt for the glass cannon regardless. And is he going straight into the halls too? I mean, we saw Junior in there 3 or 4 times in the last half. Slight, oh, he's getting very aggressive though. He wants to take a peek right down the stairs by the looks of it.
Gonna be set up with his rifler standing alongside him, so you know, he'll take the early contact. The silent boost is good. I mean, this is the perfect way to counter this. Backs are turned. It's a quick kill. Might have needed the multi to spin Slight around. CJ's gonna rein in his aggression. Happy with the 1-for-1, and yeah, I mean, you identify that setup so quickly with the rifle in that sort of position. And so Nouns out of the gates already disrupt what Boss want to get away with here. That's a fantastic way to start off your campaign on the T side on gun rounds.
It is. It's a really good 1-for-1 too, because of the position where it was. They know that Boss was playing for halls, which means they weren't playing for bracket control. So you can take bracket control here like Nouns is with just one player. You don't need everyone. You don't need a full util exec because you know that Boss wasn't playing there. So it gives them a lot of info, and it's forced Boss to rotate that third player over to the A site, which means that there's only one guy here, and that's Darty. He has the FAMAS, and he has one more smoke. But are they actually going to commit? I mean, he's going to get behind this, so he's going to call that this is a fake. Watch for the rotation of Slight. He's backed off the angle, but he stayed towards long.
He's double dipped. Yeah, I thought he was going to leave it, but maybe wishing he would have. He goes down initially on that repeat, trying to control the space. A perfect flashbang to dice up this crossfire. Smoke for the Molotov. Fruit Cup holding down the line with backs turned. Fruit Cup steps up to the plate, man, and then he gets loud as he knows what he's just done for this squad, giving them life in a round that they maybe had no business getting away with.
Yeah, 3 kills from the pit. It was the perfect crossfire. It's the exact type of crossfire you want when you're going to be holding down that A site. And yeah, Fruit Cup with 3 from the pit is really the massive play there. Nouns maybe just sort of I don't want to say forgot about him, but maybe just, you know, they hadn't quite figured out who was going to be keeping their eyes on the pit, because that Molotov comes out, the smoke gets dropped, and it's not as strong as it was in CSGO, right? Because you can't play like over the smoke anymore. You can't play around the one ways, right? It doesn't exist anymore. So the smoke is really to keep him alive, but he shouldn't be able to frag out from there because he has to come out of the smoke in order to take the shots. But whoever was in charge of watching that, not able to land their shot. And so Boss pick up their 7th, but they're in a tough money situation now. Because if Nouns win this one, Boss really have no money, and they might have to concede match point. Map point, I should say. Not match point. This is map 1, of course, of the best of 3.
This is the map pick, of course, of Boss into this matchup as well. We got Mirage up next. Might feel like that if you go into that next map, a map down here, Slight able to at least lock in a kill, but Fruit Cup not the same efficiency. Walks into a lot of rifles. But you want to go into this with a little confidence here. We know that Boss are testing the map pool. We'll see if Inferno comes up green as they are getting pressured all over the map, and it leaves poor Freshie with an MP9. And good luck, as the support is going to be very far removed. There is no help coming soon. It's all going to be a time-buying measure, and they're starting to box him in. A quick kill threaded on in. He's looking for multiples. He needs multiples, but he gets run down by Rush. Extra impact out of CJ. It's so much damage done. All the pressure on the leader of Boss to try and get them through this round. A smoke and a kit, which could make this one doable. But he's going to hit the pause button on this. So retake, look to buy a little bit of time.
For a second there, I wondered if it was a literal pause button.
I thought it was. I thought everyone froze there, but it's still alive. Just a lot of patience being shown on the server. It's a great kill on the first, but so quickly dealt with by Rush. And as we've highlighted, this guy's just a safe pair of hands, a safe pair of guns that you can leave in those late rounds to make the right decision.
I was surprised he even got the 1, to be completely honest with you. But Freshie here almost had the chance for 2. And Cryptic, the leader, trying so hard to drag his team back into this one. But now, at 11-7, and this is what I was talking about in the last round, the money situation for Boss just isn't there. A couple upgraded pistols, some light armor, and that's really all they have to work with into this round. Some smoke grenades probably going to be dropped out over towards B. There's the first one for Cryptic to try to get this 1D. We have seen him open it up here before. Flash comes in, he backs out, and this time Carson has learned his lesson, and he is not going to let Cryptic get away with that one. Still coming on in. And that's top banana control, very easily taken from Nouns. There is still the 3-man stack here, though, from Boss. And, but it's just, I'm just not sure that they have the firepower here in the site to hold this one off. Maybe if Darty can do something incredible with the Deagle as they come through from the back of the site, hit a couple 1Ds, but overall, even though the stack is here, I'm just not sure they're going to be able to really do anything about it, but we're about to find out.
5-7 in the mix as well. Slight's getting spotted in transition. 35 seconds left. They're still going to just pressure this B site. Maybe. I mean, now they're starting to back out. Starting to identify where the stack is. And even the extra diligence of if the pistols could go wrong is not. as there's plenty of time for Nouns to escape. Walking into now just a duo left standing. Pretty comfortable. And I feel like the way that, again, like we're seeing Nouns play in these like late rounds is maybe not what you've seen a year ago prior to this coaching change, but they look super comfortable when we're talking like the last 30 seconds of a round. That like fourth quarter of a round, they just, you know how to play well, give themselves time for reroutes, and avoid catastrophe in like multiple different situations by working that clock.
Yeah, I can really see the Adren influence there on that T side. From playing with him in the past on Mythic, he really likes those mid to late round, sort of like lurk ups towards long. If you're in 4 versus 4, he likes to make sure that you're putting pressure on long, fighting for long control as the Ts, because that forces the CTs to have to change how they defend the map, right? If you're constantly threatening out towards long, because you can split A, you can go towards B, you can just take it and give it up. There's so much you can do with that amount of map control. And you can see sort of the what the priority that Nouns is putting on that in those mid rounds.
It just looks super sharp. They're decisive right now in this head-to-head. They're showing this confidence, and now if you want to play an early round, you have that option to you as well. Flashbang to go forward. George taking a lot of initiative. They've just won every facet of this map at the moment. Re-aggression into Ghosts for Cryptic off the flashbang. But they've got Hall's control. They're starting to work now towards this bracket side. They've taken Car towards that B side as well. So, again, there's victories all over the map. We'll see how this setup works in towards the double port side. The dodge flash being played out. They're not going to overextend into this setup. Instead, they're going to toss in some extra utility. Rush still able to lock in a kill. There's pressure on this B side that Darty's not going to be able to really resist. He's shown his hand towards Coffins with the smoke and the flash combo. Handled with ease. That's a B site claim. And now he's looking to claim victory on a boss's map pick. Inferno could be going awry. It's looking like it should be going awry. And Junior to cap it off. Nearing that 20 kill mark, gets 19 to finish, but Nouns showing some confidence in this matchup once again.
And overall, Nouns looking incredibly comfortable as well. Like, you could just see they were able to win pretty much every important gun round, it felt like, right? They never felt like they were ever going to lose the game. They always felt like they were in control. It always felt like they had it figured out. And we just saw in the end, that history obviously playing a part, and they're continuing to write that history as Boss just seemingly cannot get the better of this team.
It's a very difficult, I think, mental hurdle for Boss to try and overcome right now.
Yeah.
And obviously, again, they're getting kind of maybe risky in like the map picks for this matchup, trying new things to advance their map pool, and didn't pan out in this matchup in particular. And that's going to cost them a little bit here in the series because, again, you have Mirage to look forward to. They looked so much better on Mirage yesterday versus Timberman, but that was also Timberman, I think, in full tilt. And when they're in full tilt, it's very easy to beat. But yeah, it's definitely a surprise for me to see them continue to try and test this map pool. It's just when we talk about Nouns showing that comfort, man, it was full control on that T side, really, that we saw the depth of that ability. I mean, they lost both pistols in the mix there as well and came through with that amount of success. So we'll take a look, talk about the PrizePicks estimated totals here. And if you're looking at the Boss side, I think kind of coming through, vastly a bit of underperformance rolling on in. Had some good pistol rounds, had a couple of good executes on that A side that show that they're clearly working on Inferno, but that defense still needs to be kind of ironed out.
Yeah, I think the one word I would use to describe Nouns is very fluid, and you could see the difference with Boss where they had their ideas, they had their things that they, clearly they wanted to try, or the things they wanted to do, like with that smoke out towards top of B, the set executes on the A site, and you could tell that they had practiced them and that they're trying to, like we talked about before the game, introduce this map into their pool. But there's a big difference between, trying things out, practicing them, and then them actually finding scenarios where you can implement them in matches. And it won them a couple rounds, but the big difference there was that Nouns was able to fluidly adjust their game plan, call in the mid round, default much stronger, right? You could see that they were just way more comfortable on the map.
And I think it should be the case that Nouns, very strong team on Inferno in the past. I think they've dipped a little bit, but I feel like they have that potential when teams are willing to challenge their Inferno, that they can just show up with like historic form, like what they used to do in prior RMRs and the such, where Inferno just used to be such a staple for this squad. When you have players like George, who are so strong on this map, good to play active and get after it. And then, of course, I think the biggest key was in this matchup is just super consistent positioning from Junior with the AWP. Like throughout that entire CT side, when he got that op in his hands, I felt like he was always on location, ready to go. But so far, if you're talking about trying to reach those PrizePicks estimated totals, you've got a lot of players kind of gunning for that position.
Yeah, and it is going to be. I mean, Junior's looking good for it, especially going into Mirage, right? He's does love a little Mirage himself. I think Rush being the B anchor gives his just that little bit less chance. Actually, is Rush still playing towards? Last time I watched, I think he was on short. So I'm not sure
he was
exactly.
playing B quite a bit there. He was like testing it, but yeah, it did seem in like
back and
apartment
forth.
setups as well. So maybe he is kind of floating around there. And of course, like I think what was key there is we saw so much movement out of Junior's AWP as well. So like he was all over the map. So just again, I think that's just the experience that Rush brings to the table. We've already highlighted it. He knows just about every position on Inferno. We'll be tossing this one to a quick break, and once we do come back, we got Nouns on Mirage up next.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
And welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 3. We're here in the second map of our second semifinal and looking forward to locking in Mirage up next. That's what's in the crosshairs of Nouns. They're looking hungry. And I guess what we're hoping to see is that Boss show us a little consistent development on this map here, Davey.
Yeah, I mean, given what we saw in map 1, obviously that was Boss's pick. We're going to map 2. It's now Noun's pick, and Nouns won the vast majority of the gun rounds in the previous game. So you just can't help but think that this one really should be a 2-0. Should be relatively simple here for Nouns. They should be able to just continue on with that momentum, get themselves into that grand final to take on Energy.
Yeah, I mean, this has been comfortable territory here. Again, talking with Boss after yesterday, their win versus Timberman, which I did kind of rate as an impressive win. They're a good Mirage roster. They were obviously playing without Peeping, who's joined PA, but still had some strong firepower there being brought in. And Trent, you still had Diaz, your op presence in the server, which is obviously a huge asset. But they were able to break the mentals of Timberman on that map, which is very impressive. Maybe a fragile state for them, but they still managed to make it happen. Meanwhile, you see, not too many concerns just yet in the faces of this Boss camp. They're still looking to show this development. They're still looking to show that Mirage maybe is a map that you might have to fear them on in the future. And a proof of concept versus a team like Nouns, especially considering their history of just struggling over and over again in this matchup. I think it would be a promising addition to the map pool here.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, like we were talking about, they have to practice. They have to try to grind that out to get these new maps into their pool. It's always important because when you're coming into the major cycles, right? You have to make sure that your map pool is as deep as possible. As Carson looks like he's living in a psych ward.
Everyone else has such nice
Put
rooms as
something
well.
on the wall, man. Put something, even just a stripe of black paint or something. I don't just anything, dude. That's actually insanity, man. I can't. What is that?
The only thing that can make it better is if he didn't have a bed frame.
God.
He has that going for him.
Yeah, that's
true. He has
true.
a bed frame.
I'm surprised it's not a white bed frame.
Yeah, it'd fit the theme. Yeah, maybe he's saving all of his decorations for his computer side of the room so that he can look at it. You know
maybe
what I mean?
He just moved, Maybe he
That
just
could be it
I
too.
can relate to that. Although I have a mess in my background because I just moved, but even still, all good. That was actually funny though. That got me good. I was not ready for that.
Everyone else with their pretty backgrounds. I mean, do they contrast CJ versus Carson? But talking a little bit more about the
CJ
fast
has
starters
girlfriend
round.
buff,
Yeah, true.
They always
It's
decorate
showing.
more.
Keeping that decoration nice and pretty. We do got the fast starter round brought to you by Sonic, of course, though. And we will see CJ get that girlfriend buff out of the gates as he's able to lock himself in 1 point towards that leaderboard, $500 as the incentive for most kills in Series 3 of the NA Revival Cup. And so he's going to be climbing up those leaderboards. As it is going to be a post plant. We got a 4v4 going on. Smoking a kit for a retake for Fresh. It could keep things interesting.
Yeah, it is that win condition that they need. But they don't have the flash and the tease. They're grouped up here towards CT spawn. The question is, are they going to peek or are they going to wait? The jump comes in right as they swing, and the trades go in favor of the CTs. But Junior wants to answer back. Cryptic's actually got one, and now Junior has to pick. He has to pick which fight to commit to, and he wants to kill the man. Oh, but he gets gushed in the back. He's trying to push forward. The knife is out, and Fresh, he gets it. He's got the kit, he's got the defuse, and he's got the knife kill.
Well, we said pistol kills. Does a knife kill count? Well, it is a kill on a pistol round. So maybe that's what it is.
Loophole.
Are we finding loopholes? Did Freshie just stunt himself for cash in the game as he lessened himself on the leaderboard for the fast starter round? I mean, either way, he's getting breaded up in a matchup. He's got 250, 480 yard, and he still got 3 with the pistol, so made a good case for himself there. Last time they got, they're 3 for 3 on pistols. Last time they had a pistol on the CT side, though, it was immediately nullified. This time they have a slight AWP and at least a cryptic rifle to back this one up. Getting him an op as soon as possible.
Oh yeah, they want it. On these rounds, it's always a little risky, but of course the force coming in from Nouns means it's slightly less risky. You're a little bit more worried when those Tech 9s start running at you.
Slightly less risky, huh?
Slightly less risky, you know, because if you got like Tech 9s and full nades and you're opping B, that could be scary. But if you've got a couple hero rifles and low utility, you're gonna get a couple shots off for free. And there's the first one as he takes down Rush, walking up the stairs.
I mean, that's a huge relief, covering off the entirety of this apartment side. I mean, that's why they are giving up this complete control of middle, is you kind of place your faith into an op presence. Moving over that control here, I need to buckle up, though, for what's to come on this A side. Quick reactions coming on through, and it's Cryptic with the rifle that actually chews on through this offense, covering both bases. It's Freshies to make a retreat. Deeper and deeper into spawn. Carson with a comfortable bomb plant access. A retake situation, but Carson just not healthy at all. It's going to be incredibly challenging to hold on. And they're looking to run him down. One cut off on the cross, but that is that low HP capitalize on. A tag is nice from Junior, though. He threads that angle perfectly. Tapping on top of the bomb. Freshie does have a kit to lock this one in. And a smoke on top of that bomb. He's got to be sharp on the position. He lines it up. He's trying to calculate, but it takes too long. Needed 2 shots anyways to pop it off, and Boss will still be able to sift through that round.
That was a nice shot from Slight. Yeah, we didn't see that at the time, but what a shot. A little bit unlucky for Junior as well that they had that smoke so late into the round. Gets the tags, but not able to get the frags. Boss pick up 2, so they've continued their pistol round win. Their little streak of winning the Sonic Fast Starters. And yeah, I'm not surprised to see them force into this one again with so many kills. They've managed to keep their money low. Scout comes in, nade stack, somehow not able to finish off Fruit Cup. How is he alive?
Tank's got the flap jacket on here, but still looking to fire up. And a slight miss it out on these tags with the AWP getting tagged back in return instead from Junior Scout. Making sure to seal this one, and Freshie blasted out of the round as well. At HE, is it on target for anyone that's low? No, not quite. Junior can tank that as well, and the flashbang's perfectly placed. It's Cryptic who puts his teammate down with that lineup. Highlighted a couple of lineup opportunities, capitalized on upon. Cryptic will escape the grasp of Junior Scout here in this one as well. So a 2v2, but this position from George is the real linchpin. He's in CT spawn. Could completely suffocate this Fruit Cup position. He's looking to do that. He's going active on this reposition for George. Getting aggressive as the holding back. And now it's going to lead Fruit Cup in a position where he's now boxed in. Tough to fight his way out of this one. He's hoping his teammate can get involved. It's Cryptic that comes through just in time. He's going to look to take this last fight. And he gets knocked out by George in the quickness. So Nouds will keep the pressure up. The 4 spies on. And it's just a round delayed in which they get activated.
And George, it felt like his flank was taking forever to materialize there, but it does eventually come through the window, find the double kill, and close out the round. And I will say that round goes back to sort of what I talked about right at the beginning of the series in the pregame segment, where I said, Slight, you know, one round he'll hit an insane shot and win you a round, and then in the next round he misses a bunch of easy ones. And right there he missed 3 shots onto Junior just standing in the open. But the round before that he hits an insane flick on a headshot angle to take out Rush. It's just, it really is the pros and cons of Slight as the opper.
Just painted that picture perfectly, and Slight with that follow through, putting him in a tough spot economically. Still going to look to keep the telescopes up, at least with a scout in return, but this is not great. Going to be tagging down Freshie. Aims for the kneecaps right there, which is an approach to taking down your opposition. And it's a good enough approach to get Nouns onto this A-bomb site comfortably, with, I don't think, a lot more resistance being offered up. They're going to call the save most likely. Cryptic likes to send a couple deke shots just to keep him contained there.
Cryptic might have just killed like a fly or a mosquito in front of his monitor too.
You see that? I saw that, yeah.
The little clap. Like, I don't think he was clapping for anything. Yeah, there must have been something going on in there. Can relate. The area I'm in right now is just full of bugs at this time of year and this time of night, so. There was a couple flies in here earlier. I had to tactically get them to escape outside. No, I try not to kill them unless I have to. Sometimes it's necessary, you know, but I had time, so I sort of escorted them outside.
just your friendly neighbors, I guess.
Yep. A lot of friendly neighbors around here.
Canada.
Yeah, I had a spider right outside this window that did a pretty good job of, you know, maintaining the population of the flies outside. But he or she migrated apparently, so I've been having to battle them myself.
Left you all alone.
I know, it's messed up. We had such a good thing going.
Yeah, it was a perfect setup.
Left me for another window.
Seemed like a win-win. I wonder what happened.
I don't know. Maybe it didn't like all the noise I make at night.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Streaming casting.
Yeah, it can get pretty loud.
Ooh. That's a good question. I actually don't know if they do have ears. Do spiders have ears? You know the answer to that. Let us know. Cryptic lets Rush know with a couple of nice dings. That gets loud in the server. How he was able to win that. Maybe he got rid of all the distractions nearby, but George just makes a round-winning play to secure this A-bomb site. In a certain fashion, there's a little more resistance, but there's trades available. And they will handle it with ease. No troubles getting past it. Nouns recover the AK as well, and we'll get on to another gun round here.
You know, I'm going to struggle. Like, I don't know if they have ears in the sense of the way that we think about ears, but at the very least, they've got to be able to feel the vibrations, you know? Like, if something's really loud, they must be able to know that, even without having ears, right?
Yeah,
because deaf people go to, like, music festivals and stuff, too, just for you know, the feeling of the vibrations and all that.
Yeah, that's true. And if you're sleeping, you know, no matter what the case is, you don't want to be rattled.
No. Boss trying to make sure that they're not rattled right now as very fast play out on A comes in. Cryptic is able to get one. Flash is good for Rush to push forward. He knows there's one more on the stairs. Can't connect it. And Cryptic's good for 3. Escapes into the smoke as Carson's not able to trade him out.
It's going to be a lot of pressure put on. As the slight AWP is now blocked in, going for a no-scope, can't bail himself out. And Cryptic stuck in between the duo. He might have been poking through that smoke for a second. Carson will claim it with ease, and it's going to be another comfortable gun round here, rolling on through. This is maybe the slow to start boss that we saw yesterday as well on Mirage. Their CT side setups have been needing some boost in the early rounds. It feels like they take a little bit to calculate these defenses, and up against a team like Nouns, you don't really have a lot of runway to do that, because they're going to be able to develop those constant adjustments, those constant moves. And we're seeing that fully formulate. Nouns are showing their strength on this map, all over the map, testing that A side early, you know, putting pressure on middle.
That's a big counter smoke though. They're not going to want to go through that, especially up against the pistols. That's going to slow them right down as they wait for the smokes to land. Fruit Cup is there towards the stairs. He's inside of the smoke. They're thinking about going through. They finally do, and that's a quick flick from George. And what could have been a dangerous situation has just been absolutely mopped up by Nouns here. 4 kills, no response from Boss. And that is a clean A-bomb site take from the boys on Nouns. And I'm curious if I could request from our lovely production crew just a quick ping check on everyone. I know that, I'm not sure exactly which server location they're playing on, but you know, I'm just curious.
Not looking like Dallas.
No, I'm pretty sure this looks like it'd be a Denver.
Yeah.
Cryptic's actually got the highest ping, which is they're all pretty even, which means that there's not a huge advantage. If one team has 5 ping and another team has 30, that's actually a massive advantage in CS2. Okay, so this is a Chicago then.
I'm fairly certain that a lot of, like, every time I've seen Nouns on a Dallas server, they all have 5 ping, so
yeah, if you're playing against them, you want to ban that one out.
Yeah, instantly. And then yeah, I guess Chicago's not bad. I think a lot of boss are East Coast, so that'll do. It'll do just nicely. But yeah, 100% agree. I've seen teams try and take on Nouns on Dallas servers, and that's a whole other story, dude. Yeah. It's like playing on LAN.
Oh, 100%. It's such a huge advantage in CS2. Now, I mean, now it's just straight to the B hit now. So they're just execute. Just
keep on tossing it down range here. Off the spawn calls being made. pretty quick. And I feel like at one point, Nouns with like a small drop-off in this Mirage performance, they avoided these very quick calls because, again, I think they're trying to develop like a slower play style, add that to their game, like be able to change the tempo. But yeah, I just like when they go fast on this map because it just keeps and knocks out the wind out of your opponents consistently.
There's a quick double for them towards middle as well. Collapses here from Boss, and CJ's not able to trade out onto Darty, but that creates the space for Rush, and he is out into the bomb site. We see George is sitting there waiting. Now they know that the bomb is in, so that's going to push them back as they're going through the underpass. 2 CTs through underpass, 1 through CT spawn, and that 1 through CT is Slight on the op, and it's all going to come down to timing. He needs to be very patient here and wait for his teammates.
Well, this comes down to a game of timing here. Slight seemingly ready for this peak, but he misses the shot. He gets his second chance, though. He hides behind the cash register and makes a money move as the flank comes through from Darty. And it's a comfortable defuse opportunity. Darty gonna lock that one in. They didn't expect to double up on the flank. Comes down to Slight getting a second chance there. Pretty much, I feel like if they lose that market presence, the clutch becomes so much more difficult. Then you're up against Rush in a late round, and I would not like the chances of that play at all.
Yeah, he's a lucky boy. That Rush missed his shot. Both players missing out. Difference is Slight has one that kills with 1 bullet. Actually, I guess Rush had one that kills with 1 bullet too. You just have to be a little bit more accurate, you know?
True. Gotta just be a little more precise.
I'm seeing the left-handed pitcher in the background there for Slight. Obviously a baseball fan.
Yeah, he's a big baseball guy.
See, I'm not a big baseball guy. I have like basic general knowledge, you know, but I'm not a big baseball guy. Who do we think? I mean, are you a big baseball guy?
I'm not. I know, you know, Cryptic used to play. I like going to games though. Like the in-person experience of a baseball game is always really nice.
I was more curious if we were going to be able to guess who that pitcher was, that left-handed pitcher in the background.
Oh, dude, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I know a couple. Like, I know Verlander. He was a guy that played in Detroit for a while. No clue which hand he throws. I know Shohei Ohtani. He's the big guy. The guy that's like the best right now. The biggest name. Yep.
Had recently. Can't remember why, but maybe a good night for Slight as he's looking to turn it around. He's showing us some, maybe more the flashier situations here, and Cryptic gets some success off catwalk. Again, taking a little bit to calculate this defense, but starting to get confident in the way that they contain control. And Slight steps up for 2 kills, shutting down the entirety of this A play, because now he's posted up on Palace, and all he has to do is connect onto George.
Yeah, and Freshy's here to make sure that George couldn't possibly get a double kill anyways. Bomb is down towards the ramp, and the CTs don't actually know that it's been dropped there, but it's still going to be hard for Nouns to recover. Right now, they're mostly just looking for kills and seeing if anyone's going to give them anything. Right now, it is going to be the 1 for George. He knows that the op was in play, so that smoke is going to allow him to, at the very least, threaten the lurkout and Rush. If he can find a timing, this actually it's getting dangerous for Boss.
Putting some pressure on. Is George going to reclaim this bomb control? And again, it comes down to a Rush making a couple right moves. He doesn't have a smoke. He does have some effective utility. They have not identified him here. It's a nice jiggle from Fruit Cup, but no damage done. He claims that kill and takes nothing for it. Gets that utility out and dispersed, but Darty's going to fill the hole in which Fruit Cup has fallen. There's always one more around that corner, and Darty is deadly as can be. A little bit of pressure on the 2v4, but handled well by Boss in the end.
Yeah, and it was these double wide swings from Slight. You know, Junior not expecting the second one. And really, you can't blame him for not expecting it. It was one of those high-risk, high-reward plays. And this time, the reward is what they got. And their reward for his reward is a 4th round. So, trying to... I mean, obviously, Nouns still had so much money built up that they are able to buy into this. Just relegated to 1 Galil here for CJ. And mid-control conceded by Boss. They just have the op of Slight here in ladder. And are they going to give him the kill? They are. Slight, he's played on that angle earlier in the game, but CJ seemingly not aware of it. Means that that's 1 for free for the CT opper.
Nice pickup here. They're going to boost him towards window. It puts get a lot of pressure on this, though. because Slight's op, located around ladder room last seen, so not super interested, I guess, just yet. Waiting for that smoke to go down before they can comfortably boost. A second opportunity, but Cryptic is in connector, and I feel like at least the read should be had. Do they have that idea, though? I mean,
no
one reacting to it. And Carson, yeah, he's been able to make this silent move, so opportunity for Carson to change the tides. It's one quick kill. He shoots at that opening target. The vent is closed, though. They didn't break it open, so there's no real chance to route away without making noise, without giving over your position. They flush him out systematically. Slight with a thin angle will collect onto George, and Junior never gets his chance at a repeat.
Yeah, he gets nothing into the round. Obviously, Carson flanking in through jungle. There's no way for him to expect that they're playing 3 players inside of connector, right? So he takes the first shot on the player walking across, almost gets the second onto Fruit Cup, but almost for sure would have been traded out regardless at that point. As Fruit Cup's actually here trying to lock down this save potential, and I'm watching everyone's reaction to see if he heard the scope. It doesn't seem like he did. And Junior, if he just stays put, should get away with his life. He actually clears him. Oh my god, where's the shot? That's funny. That's a funny engagement right there.
Not a bad way to get an extra point on the board. A play that we know can use those ceilings, but Slight, getting a little bit more flair out of him. Showing what he's made of. Having these good starts to rounds, being able to connect on a couple of tougher shots now. Looking to redeem himself for a bit of a slow start. I guess not even a slow start, just that one round that you highlighted. A little bit off, and now he's starting to connect more consistently. Now he's again taking charge in this round. He's moving solo through Palace. He's posted up. Meanwhile, there's a main control being gathered from the rifle duo. Freshy and Fruit Cup taking space. I mean, we're talking a minute 30 and they're in T-spawn, so that's going to come down to the reactions of Boss, knowing that they're likely middle and likely in towards that apartment side.
Yeah, and they're just walking all the way through. You can see Nouns, they're grouped up on short, but they haven't pushed forward. And where is this flank going to come in? It's going to be upper B, and they're not going to be ready for this, but they might just get out in time. Now the question becomes, can the CTs hold them off long enough for these flanks to come into effect? Because it is the flank in upper B, it is quick, and there's almost no way a player from Nouns is going to be looking at this early on.
Quite. They're going to get in a position where maybe they can get there, but that kill is going to disrupt the reposition. CJ, his back turn to freebie, handed over to Freshy. And 2 quick kills out of the flank will lock themselves in for a 6th round. Freshy, they close it as well. And that is a move that you have to have so much confidence in yourself here if you're Boss to make out of the gates. Op solo in Palace, doubling up on the rifles, chasing into spawn. And enough time bought out of these anchors, enough damage done on a Darty and Cryptic to succeed in the retake for a 6th round. They were down 2-5. They had the pistol success, but it looked like it was going to be more of the same on the struggles of this defense. They've come to play in return. Talked to Cryptic after their win yesterday as well, and he said, a lot more confidence has been put through in the practice for the T sides as well. So, I mean, it's at least in terms of a successful half, Boss are going to be happy.
The bomb is here, but Slight's not even able to ring out a shot. The swing from George was so fast. They know he's here. They've spotted him. He's trapped in the corner, but they've lost track of him. The quick scope onto CJ as well, and Slight is fighting for his life. Eats a nade from his teammate. He's still able to find 2 kills. And all the rotations are here. How is Nouns going to get into this one? It doesn't look like they are. It's just Carson. Another nade comes in to smoke to isolate. Ryan decides to get in front of it. Gets 1. Can't flick onto the second. As Boss shows some life, shows some fight as they win this first half of Mirage.
That's incredible comeback effort there. Starting up on a 2-0 scoreline. Struggling to find their footing again, but being able to get back into the action. Slight's AWP hitting at a more consistent rate. Now finding those tough multi-kills, and again proving that he is confident enough to make these moves, to be an active member in this defense. Calling his plays, man, and it's promising. As Boss, I mean, it's very similar to what they did yesterday versus Timmerman to get the 2-0 shutout. Now they need this success on Mirage to close it out. We do have the fast starter round brought to you by Sonic. Of course, looking to add up to those leaderboard points, looking to get that extra $500 incentive for most pistol kills on pistol rounds. We'll see who gets it on this one. So far, 3 for 3 for Boss. They're looking to keep the flawless streak alive.
Oh, and they're coming out. CJ's going to have to be massive here along with Carson. There's the first headshot. And CJ, he's tucked away in short. They know he's here, and Fruit Cup immediately lands the headshot and shuts down any hope he had of being the hero in that round. They're making their way through the market. They don't have a kit, but they have a kill. Junior finds one onto Slight. It's through the edge of the wall, and now they know the positioning of 2 players, but they're still not sure where Cryptic went. He is going to be making his way through middle and up short. So both players playing the post plan from short. Is the bomb planted for him? It is, and with no kit, this is going to be a tough one. P250, they know where they both are now. Everyone has all the info, but it's the kills that they need. Rush gets one. He knows the player's tucked. He gets a second. The swing out from Fruit Cup. Has that one rushed the round? It looks like it has.
It has, yeah, certainly. Gonna be able to close this one out with comfort. A little aggressive on that re-peek as well, but I don't even know if he realized his teammate in the backlines died. He was going for the killing blow, and Rush will save them. We've highlighted this guy, such a great asset, a cool head, and he keeps it cool, calm, and collected in this retake. No armor or anything, but left into a clutch where he needs to deliver these quick kills. One onto Cryptic on the back lanes, and an opportunity for Fruit Cup to shut that thing down is going to be denied. And that's exactly the asset that you get when you bring in Rush to the squad. Oh, man, that's crazy damage as well.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more, but just Fruit Cup taking a sacrifice.
They are just going. They are just full sending here. The spray transfer from Carson's not there. He's done his part, though. He's got his kill and done 78 damage onto Fruit Cup as the HEs rain in.
Oh, late boost.
Oh, it's risky, though. It's risky. Rush is by himself. And he gets over, but he doesn't actually have a lot of information. He sees the smoke come in, and now, importantly, he's going to be able to watch this connector. Gets one and gets out. Spray from Junior, good for 2, and overall, the force buy from Boss looked a little bit dangerous at one point, but Noun's able to just lightly collapse over there towards middle. The boost from Rush pretty much blocks that one down as they tie us back up here in the second half.
Yeah, I really don't think there's a team that can handle that amount of pressure as well as Nouns on a CT side of Mirage here in, like, you know, current, like, NA rosters, right? You're talking about a team that just knows and understands how they like to play a fast mid control, and then when you talk about countering it, Nouns are so comfortable in that department. So many different moves to slow it down. Confidence in the aggression, confidence in the way that they play out these positions, but there's just solo A player down early. It's going to leave a little bit more onto Carson's shoulders as he gets knocked out. Clean kills with the Deagles rolling on through. Rifle is recovered as well for Darty. Problematic round starting to shape up for Nouns all of a sudden, and they find themselves any more. Bomb planted successfully. Post plant's activated, and we're still seeing Nouns a little late on the reaction. Trying to bait out Slight to fight forward here, but he's not budging. He's going to wait to close off the tripwire shot here. He does get found out very early. Molly will flush Darty out into the open. The recovery looks swift, and it is. Now let's close it out, but it's not bad damage, and it's a good bomb plant.
Yeah, valiant effort from Boss there with the Deagles, able to find the 2 openings towards that A site. The bomb plant's going to help as well. That little bit of extra money just allows Slight to get the op, get the head armor, get a couple pieces of util. Everyone's going to be able to get that full buy, and that's a nice shot from Fresh. You can't even blame CJ for that one, honestly. The flick up, instant 1D. Gun is just a little bit silly. Honestly, the fact that it's $700 and it's as good as it is just ridiculous. Literally.
What are we ridiculous? Carson looking for a catch up, but he's running face first into the wall. I think they even had time to assemble the boost for that collection. That's an incredible flashbang, and Carson just left dazed and confused as to how he didn't escape. Locking his head on that brick wall is not going to quite work for him. So we'll queue up some re-aggression, and now we got Rush playing aggressive towards this A side of things. Looking to lead the charge forward right into a freshie off angle. This is not going to be easy to handle. And CJ will be devastated. You wouldn't expect Rush here, though. I mean, you'd think he's over towards that B side. So at least you have that element of surprise.
Yeah, potentially. At the very least, if he's not expecting Rush, he's clearly expecting something, as he's slowly taking his time clearing out all of this stuff. And Rush is going to get one, but after that, this is going to be really hard for him to activate. He actually manages to get a second somehow, but even still, Junior's just not in a position where he can even help at all. And realistically, this does just have to be the save, which kind of feels bad for Rush, but it does just, there's really no way for them to get into it.
Not quite. I guess, you know, Junior's kind of routing through middle. Rush hasn't made the complete call to run away, but he's going to grab one of these AKs and make his escape. That'll be the tall tale sign of it. Oh, he's going for the T-side molly. Not a bad move. Extra second spot off the clock, and now Slight might be able to encapsulate him. Oh, missed shot, though. Rush and Slight in another awkward head-to-head. As we've seen in that first half. Who's going to win? Oh, boy. A game of cat and mouse, and another peek rolling on through. It's Slight that gets blasted by Rush. He gets his revenge. And an extra kill, and the op falling to the ground on that repeat. I mean, he was down to 40 HP. I don't know if he was safe to, like, stick around there, so I think Slight was in a mission to fight for his life there at that point.
I honestly don't play Mirage enough to really have an idea of the bomb radiuses. The Valve just changing all the radius, and on one map it's huge, on another map like Anubis, you survive in the site. And then on Dust 2, again, you survive at car with the bomb is planted B. I'm just like, I have no clue what's going on ever with the map radius stuff. Mirage is one of the ones that has the big radius, right?
It is, yeah, it's a bigger radius. We do got our first prize pick check mark. I believe that was Carson.
There you go.
More than 26.5 kills, so our first check mark of this series locked in. Brought to you by PrizePicks. But yeah, Mirage definitely one where that bomb blast does a little bit more. So does the utility damage of Nouns. Our second PrizePicks check mark is Junior, though. More than 30.5 kills. He has been incredible in this series, and again, one that you just expect to thrive in this matchup. He's been showing it 14-7, just not even dying a lot as before him. But Rush falls in the apartment side. Junior with an instant trade. He wants to push forward, though. He's going to be out in no man's land, and all of a sudden, Boss have been able to crack through. There's another player in resistance, though. Carson is still available. The amount of presence on this B side, I'm sure, is surprising. But all the while, Boss will piece it up one by one.
Yeah, I was going to say that it might not actually be terrible if Rush goes down in upper B, because they had that two-man stack with Carson hiding out towards the bench. But unfortunately for him, he had to actually take the fight with the man on short, so he wasn't able to hide away. There was a really good chance for a multi-frag there. He was low HP, so he took the gamble on B. It was the right gamble. He just wasn't able to find the frags, as George was only able to get one in upper B. Even if he had got one more, it would have just given them that little bit of extra hope. But now CJ's just hoping to hold on to this op, and with no enemies nearby, no friends nearby either. All of his friends are dead. That he should have no problem holding on to this one and bring that into the next round for Junior. And we did see Junior doing a lot in that first half, getting very active, you know, having a lot of impact. And so far in the second half with the AWP, there hasn't been many rounds, so he hasn't had much opportunity, but we haven't seen him able to find those openings that Slight was getting in that first half. And now with the hero op, he's got to try to find some way to win his team this round.
Yeah, they'd have to take the initiative at this point in time. That's a lot of cash reserve as well. 3,400, not quite interested in going for a force buy or tossing over a rifle or anything. It's just, again, pressure put on his shoulders. Fruit Cup. Thought maybe there was a chance at a gap in that smoke, but no vision granted to Junior. And with the default setup how it is at the moment, yeah, a lot of emphasis put on towards middle, but also Slight with an early face. I think when you're up against a hero op, a lot of teams love a move towards a boost up and towards apartments. Try and get an early pick, and Slight was willing to meet him head on in that head-to-head. A full stack towards A, execute into an empty bomb site. Talking double digits for Boss. Again, a team that has to dig deep. a comeback effort versus Nouns on a T side of Mirage does not sound friendly, but they are showing up.
Oh, the collapse is in. George gets one. Every AK, you know, every gun they can take into the next round is super valuable for them. It's getting to crunch time here in the second half, and Cryptic, I mean, he's in danger himself. Yeah, and there's a kill from Rush. If they can bring 2 AKs and an AWP into the next round, I mean, successful eco at that point.
Extra Molotov there, T-side molly. Always nice to have in your back pockets. And Junior can further contain this. I mean, again, you've got to get out. Ah!
Hilarious.
You got to get out of market, essentially. And they will be able to do so. Nice coverage from Slight AWP. A smoke that will avoid Junior and George, who's willing to sacrifice his life for the cause of
George was doing that thing in MM where you like run in front of your teammates' bullets to try to get them kicks for team killing.
Just straight into the op, yeah. What do you think,
keep
George's
spamming the
beef?
same spot? Here I come.
Another good option is to run into your teammates' Molotovs.
Yep, that works too. But once they know you're doing it, they just don't buy them anymore.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's
whenever
the issue.
my friends and I like 5-stack, and we know someone's, you know, in hot water, that's usually I try and coordinate a full team effort straight to them. It's like moss to a flame at that point, just trying to get each other banned.
Yeah, it can happen. We've done it before. You know, I've managed to do it. I've managed to get my buddies kicked out of the game.
It's a fun time, you know. It feels like an accomplishment because you got to really work for it.
There's also sometimes we just pick one person and just like we're just gonna bully them for some reason, and we all have a plan of like, okay, everyone just gonna try to get this guy banned, but like he doesn't know about it, and you see like how many rounds in a row like you can get away with before he realizes what's up, and then you gotta be, and then you have to be really tactful about it. If you can get someone kicked before they realize that you're trying to get them kicked, then like you've won. You know.
That's mission accomplished. Yeah. It's like, oh, unlucky, I got kicked. I just kept on killing you all. I have no idea how this happened. My bad, man. I just ran into your molly. I was low. I was flashed. I couldn't see. Sorry. And then you gotta make the extra challenge of winning the game, which is a tough task. But fortunately for Junior, he still got 2 more team kills versus hot water. Carson gonna go down on an early fight. Cryptic just crawling up catwalk puts extra pressure. And George didn't have a lot of HP to tank through. CJ down low through utility as well. He was sitting on the molly out of the gates, and there is so much damage done, and it's going to test Rush and his ability to hold off this A side. He doesn't have a lot of resistance. He doesn't have a lot of support coming through his way. He's just got to hold down the line. He is able to stick around towards his underbalance position. Molly has faded away. An extra smoke in towards Palace, and Darty, I think he spotted him. Yeah, he certainly has. Rush with his hands on his head right there, starting to lose his cool. His boss are starting to scale forward. It looked a little scary for CJ. It's a chance to transfer that spray over, but all in time. Boss get the kills, and they've got 11 now.
Yeah, Rush was in the round-winning position. He just had to bait a little bit harder. Not surprised that he put his head in his hands after that one. He would have known immediately as soon as he died that he should have been baiting, should have been tucked. Just give it, let your teammates who are low on the outskirts take the first contact, and then you can peek out and hopefully get 2 kills in the side of the head. Instead, he gets his angle just that little bit wrong, and that's all it takes. As Flash comes into underpass, Carson's here. Darty's peeking out, and I think Carson's gonna try to bait.
Oh no!
Ooh, and Junior peeks out and trades it. Thought Carson might be jumping up and down to try to bait for Junior, as Freshy's there to instantly trade, and Boss trying to put themselves here on map point on Nouns' pick, trying to answer back with a victory. Are they going to be able to do it? As the lurk smokes come in, they're making their way up short. Rush is here, but the B bomb site has been open. Rush gets 1, and that should be the call here for Freshy to come through the smoke, and he does. But Rush, super aware of the possibility, has progressed back in towards that B bomb site. And no sound cues. CJ trades. They would have known that Slight was in the area, but they're not exactly sure where he is. Molotov's going to give him away, 1 versus 2.
Here's a clutch you need out of an opper. A slight chance to perform and show up for his squad in this clutch. Both players doubling up towards market door, and he has got a great reposition. Is he going to be able to cut off one before they cross in? There's the spot on both players. He knows where the second is, and CJ thinks he might have slipped the timing, but Slight misses the second connection, positioning up for success. But CJ will rip the chance at a clutch away from him.
Yeah, Slight very disappointed with himself. You can see it there on the webcam. He knew exactly where the player was. CJ didn't even know that he had been spotted. He just peeked right out into the angle that Slight was holding, and it was the crouch peek that got him. Probably shot over, and that is just that's just brutal for Slight. He had the read, he had the play, he just wasn't able to land the shot. As you can see here, the shot must have just gone over CJ's head, or potentially also Slight has missed a couple today over flicking to the right. He's missed a couple where someone peeks him and he flicks too far to the outside. So potentially that's what happened there. Obviously we're not 100% sure, but either way, it was a shot that you just need to hit. He wasn't able to in that instance.
Especially, I mean, again, perfect opportunity to lock in what would have been map point for them. Lock it in. PrizePicks check mark. More than 26 kills for Freshies, who is another key player that was out of his mind yesterday. I talked about the Darty and Freshie duo, but now Freshie today, I mean, having a lot of good moments there, covering off the junior AWP, peeking into it there, taking charge. Another one for CJ with the clutch kill, but there's a charge for it, and Slight looking for some quick redemption. 3 kills rolling on in for Slight's AWP, and what a turnaround with the quickness. It is feast or famine for this man, and he is feasting in 21. And it's going to be Junior with no other option but to hold on to his AWP. That is the only option he has left for him. And that looks like a boss map point is being locked in now.
Definitely wouldn't have seen that coming after what happened on the first map. Nouns looked so in control. They looked so calm, cool, collected. Every read they were making was correct. And here, it's been a little chaotic. I mean, I know the chaos has been majority towards middle. Carson trying to be very aggressive and in the face of boss pretty consistently, right? Whether it's the spray through window and then running straight to connector and fighting them up short, the pushing into underpass and trying to fight for mid. That round, of course, pushing up middle across the board. And it's just been just so much chaos in the middle for the CTs. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but so far they haven't been able to win out, right? They've lost all of the trades when they do make those aggressive plays towards middle. And that does not bode well for them going forward. Because what is the response going to be?
I don't know if the money's going to be incredible, but as you said, man, what a turnaround for Slight. This is the best way to get your head back into a game. After a clutch that you knew you had bagged up, to come back into the next round and give you 3 opening duels on the mid aggro. Rush locking in more than 26.5 kills, though we'll get a PrizePicks check mark, a seal of approval for a good series from him so far. Looking to continue that forward, though. They need 3 rounds in a row. And this feels like the easiest opportunity for Boss to capitalize, to close out. Up against a couple MP9s. Junior's op has been ever present, though, with the saves that he gets away with. He's always available with the op here. An entry found. CJ will follow up. So the man advantage turns to 2 for a short period of time before the trades are back in return, and they're scaling out towards this A side. It's up to this jumping Junior AWP, and he somehow wins out the head-to-head in a thin angle versus Slight. A tough shot for him to land. And relying on your mid lurk here, Fruit Cup up next at bat. Darty will step up to the plate on top of the triple box. And there's a flank formulating. Rush is following in Fruit Cup's footsteps. Could be a problem factor for them. As they make their move through CT, they need a trade. It's not available just yet. It turns the attention away from Fruit Cup, but he still lands a kill. Carson in the clutch, a 1v1. And Fruit Cup has to deal with this pressure now. Can the new guy on the Boss campus deliver in the 1v1? He cannot. Carson will take it away from him. And it's not going to be time to close out this map just yet for Boss.
Not over yet. The leader's fighting back. Very close one. There was a world for Fruit Cup in that. And yeah, that second shot from Junior on the player at Apex, I mean, that's just outrageous. Slight didn't stand a chance. Imagine what this looked like from his POV as Junior spots him out on the jump spot, right? And then just quick bang, double scope pre-fire.
That looks like.
So no, that was a pre-fire. That was so fast. That was a shot you can see he's practiced though. Like he was jump spotting specifically for that instance.
It's so common that opper to take that headshot angle and just cut off rotates through that CT spawns position. So yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. That's just something you work on. Bit of a missed jump, maybe not working well for him. And that's going to create crucial timing. Yeah, disadvantage for Junior. He still collects the kill, but jumping up, he lands a follow-up no scope. He is in chaos, but still thriving. And Boss's opportunities to close out comfortably on this map are slipping through as the force by the all-in investment gets shut down. And we go the distance, 24 rounds required. And the Junior impact, even though it was a fumble boost and the perfect target from Boss, it doesn't matter when Junior can still claim kills like that.
Yeah, him getting 2 there is just outrageous. There's no world where he should be able to pick up both of those kills from inside of the ladder room. The first one was already, I mean, he missed his timing and then just pushed out into it anyways, right? And that at that point, I was worried for him. I was like, oh god, like that's no good. And then he hits the no scope on the second guy jumping in, and I'm like, man, everything you touch turns to gold this round, my friend. That's for sure. As he puts up 20 here in regulation. Big nade from Rush. Yeah, so Rush is the Daddy B guy now. Sometimes I saw him towards short, especially in the past, but Daddy towards B. George is here for support as Rush is playing anti-flash. And they don't have any mid control, but they're not seemingly too worried about this short play. You can see George, he does have his eyes on it from on short, but he's not, he's leaning closer to B. They're definitely more worried about the B hit here, and from the looks of it, that's going to bode well for them, because the bomb is up there and making its way. The vent isn't broken, so Carson doesn't have a fast rotation. Second nade comes in to put Darty down to 27, and he's your entry. So yeah, they're going to want to swap those players out at this point. You don't want the man that's that low. Oh, the Molly is going to tag him. Yeah. Oh,
This gets the smoke out. It's that out. Now sets up. Yeah, they got to run through the smoke to gray screen completely, but they still find the entry. Cryptic delivering, but it's George that looks to hold the line in time. And he's getting extra assistance now from Catwalk. All of Freshy's teammates are gone. And so is he, as it's George to cap it off with a 3K, keeping that B site safe and sound. And Nouns will take it into overtime. There was opportunities for Boss to finish off Mirage and seal the deal. But Nouns have ripped multiple clutches away from them to give them those opportunities. They're showing that they can dig deep just the same.
Almost got so unlucky too. Rush, who was anti-flash towards the bench off the back of George's molly, wanted to move forward and tuck himself towards Carr, but in that exact moment they smoked out the molly and started executing. He was lucky to get one. Could have gone very downhill as Junior still not able to make this jump. That is funny. I'm not going to make too much fun of him for it though. The movement in CS2 has been
a little tougher. Yeah.
Yeah. Just we listen. We can say it what it is. It's just bad.
Yeah.
I'll say it.
I agree. Jump just feels so much more clunky nowadays.
Yeah.
They did make the van jump a little easier. And either way, you know, Junior, they have the extra protocol of a player ready to boost. It's just, you know, do they have to use it or not? And the answer is yes, but that extra resistance provided. Slight still working these angles with the op, and in doing so, again, is providing Boss a new lease on life and a tough start to the round. CJ somehow in the chaos containing his space on the A side. Now you need to worry about potential spam. That smoke will allow him to get out of dodge. And again, Rush, who has been so consistently poking through the underpass. Slight is not going to anticipate this. You now know the B player is towards that underpass, so we'll see how Darty speeds this one up. As a bomb was left in T-spawn.
Yeah, and they knew Darty was towards middle, so you can see this mid collapse here. Oh, I think, yeah, Rush has definitely just heard him running upper B from the looks of it. Yeah, and they're going to group up on short, and both of them are going to make their way up. Now, the one problem for them is that Darty is definitely going to expect at least one player towards middle. He also might be worried about this flank, so a short peek incoming finds them both, and that's exactly what you don't want if you're Darty. Swings out, 2 players staring right at him, and that is Nouns winning the first round of this overtime. They stayed calm, they stayed composed, and so far now they've taken the lead once again. They've taken it back after losing it in that second half.
There's another lead swap here. Getting locked in now in overtime to mix it up. And this has been a challenge for Boss, I feel like, is to comfortably close out these late rounds versus a very experienced Nouns roster. And it does, I think it's a certain mental hurdle here coming through and succeeding versus a team that so far this year, again, you know, in constant maps in this head-to-head since, you know, the opening stages of their first matchup this year. They've only got a single map victory. I'm trying to count it up how many times they've played. 12 times this year so far, and a single victory.
Wow.
On a map. It wasn't even a series win, it was just a map. They got off.
Oh, they knew a second player was behind the boxes. It was a quick transfer. Carson is taking some molly damage, but you can see very active response here from Boss. They push right out. There is eyes on it. The question is the flash going to be good? It's not, but Junior not able to land the shot. Wasn't expecting him to come up from above as Carson has to back out into the smoke. Smoke comes in, and Carson is fully isolated from this round. Nate is going to show Freshie, though. Oh, what a shot. Oh, Carson. His HP was just a little bit too low. I thought it was a headshot, but still, fast reactions from Freshie.
The HE gave Freshie vision to knock these kills down. You should have never gave him sightline because he is just constant. And now Rush put into a clutch is knocked out by the first hurdle of Slight's AWP, cutting him off on the cross. Can't make the escape through jungle. And there's a great reaction from Nouns to claim this mid control. You have it, a man advantage opened up by Carson, but here's this next step in the Boss play of contacting out this A side, taking so much space. They needed someone to have more impact in this matchup, and Freshie, you can call upon him. You also have another prize pick check mark. It's Slight showing up with a much better performance today, having a lot of kills in the server. More than 29 kills with the AWP, has been able to match some of the energy that Junior's been putting out here. And of course, we've highlighted a couple of tough missed op shots, but I feel like he's always been able to redeem himself in some form or fashion.
Yeah, that is what he does, really. That's the thing, is Carson doing what he does, this time winning out on the frags. He's been consistently playing aggressive in middle, and, you know, one thing that can be said is, you know, it doesn't matter if he's getting the kills or not getting the kills. He's consistently been playing the same way, and that is what you like to see, that even if someone isn't performing, they still do stick to the game plan. If you know that it's not the game plan that was the issue, as Carson, he's got up to 24 kills off the back of it. Definitely not afraid to take fights out towards middle.
No, I mean, it's always a trademark here. I feel like when you can also get Carson on an individual front able to offer up the frags that he's been showing up, it is going to be a good sign. As such an active player in that connector side of things, when he starts to hit, it's going to be felt on the other side. And Boss certainly feeling the weight on their shoulders. So Carson's looking to lead by example.
Very aggressive smokes here from Boss. They want to take the fight to the T's in middle, much the other way around, but Carson can't land the shot. Just that little bit blind, having the effect that necessary, as it's an A stack here. There's 4 CTs here. Util's not there. The headshots have to be. Rush gets one, immediately traded out, and the trades go back and forth, but the CTs, they're coming out on top. You include the kill towards middle. That is Boss locking down the A site. And once again, back and forth in this game.
Line things up once more. Gonna see more of that at Fruit Cup. That's a tough fight to win, but like you said, I think that flash is throwing off the aim enough for Carson. And I think if you're Nouns and you're running out A that quickly, either you're trying to play off a lead here and just throw a gut punch at Boss and see if you can check whether or not they're ready for these overtimes, or you know, you're hoping that there's more resistance towards middle, when in reality it was just Fruit Cup left there to fend for himself. And the fact that he passes the test makes it feel like there's a lot more resistance ready to go. It's a quick rotation, but they're looking to again just check whether or not this Boss squad is ready. As things get deeper and deeper, now it's looking to simplify fast on A. It's a missed shot from Slight, gonna cost them some more space. An opening kill found and manufactured, but Freshie looking to pull it back through CT spawn. He's dancing throughout this position, but he's naded, removed out of the server, and George continues to follow it up. The granted space being claimed here by the side of Nouns, and I just don't know what you can do to get through this one. Darty sends an op shot wide. The double up retake not going to go well for them. Knocked off the perch. Slight's just looking to, I guess, maybe just save a little bit of KD, as there's no way he's cracking through this round.
No, this is going to be it. He might try to just save. You know, you always got to consider the stat lines in situations like this. As he manages to get one, now he can confidently say, "Got mine," and run out of there.
Got mine, guys. What happened?
Exactly. Like, listen, he got his, right? And unfortunately, that is going to eat into the 69 ADR, which is obviously funny because number, but that's going to have to. Yeah, it's going to have to be sacrificed at this point.
Oh, it's only for 70. What a shame.
Yeah, I know, for one extra ADR. Come on. What was it worth it?
Yeah, he needed to just land maybe a leg shot there to keep pace. Get a nice 85.
I do like the call from Nouns, though. I got to say, you know, last round, Boss stacks 4 people towards A. What are the chances that they do it again, right? Very low. The call comes out fast into A. Rush doing lots of talking directly into the microphone. Looks like a pilot there, you know, just like talking, holding it, talking straight in.
I love that out of Rush because again, you're talking about a IGL that maybe is still looking to gain experience. I mean, Carson's been calling for a little while now, so it's not like it's completely out of the picture. But if you're talking about like a vocal leader that you would love to get loud, it's Rush right now in these late games where it's just any given day for him. It's just another, you know, Sunday semifinal that he's played hundreds of times. We do got another PrizePicks check mark, as you just saw, though. George playing a good game. Had a fantastic Inferno, playing super active, and I felt like getting more than 31.5 was going to be difficult for George, but this overtime making it a little easier to do that.
The first damage of the match point round is taken by Darty. Rush, he's aware of the push, lands the headshot, gets dinked for it, but at this point, kills are the commodity, and you will take that. As Darty wants to get aggressive now in upper B, knows he has to respond in some way, and having this much map control just allows his team to stay stacked over towards the A site.
Executes in.
Yeah, it's coming. They don't want to go too fast, though, right? They don't want to run into a stack. They want to let Boss burn their counter utility. So far, not very much of it has come out. They've held on to most of their utility.
Slight stance in between these bullets as he makes a proactive move through the smoke. They're also trying to bring in some extra time to rotate in the junior AWP. I mean, Rush is probably just going to be a very non-factor in this round until later. We've got continued re-aggression for Darty. They re-executes in, they get those secondary smokes on out, and as you highlighted, it's all about baiting out that extra utility, but they still have a lot to gain on this site. Oh, Rush still finding a kill on the extremity. Is that going to change up the end goal? The bomb is dropped forward angle, though, and Fruit Cup and Freshie both available on this site, ready to go, ready to defend. They're running out of HP, though. They're getting run down, but the same is true for the side of Nouns. It's Junior that looks to close it, but it's not going to be. It's Rush in a 1v1. He started this round off, and he needs to finish. Freshie moving past the smoke, gets caught by the flashbang, and it allows Rush to work this angle, and it's none other than Rush to close this thing out for Nouns. What an incredible clutch off the back of his utility, off the back of his brain. He's gonna lock in this victory and a 2-0.
The man that looked like was going to be a non-factor, the man with low HP, over by himself towards middle. We're wondering, is he going to be able to have impact on this flank? Well, certainly he is. I believe that's 4 kills on the round for him, including the final one in the 1v1. Freshie deciding to get so aggressive when that Molotov comes in. Molly, HE, Flash, Freshie runs through all of it and gets punished. Rush with that first bullet headshot. The crosshair placement was flawless, and you cannot take anything away from him. That was a massive performance, and that does seal the series victory for Nouns in overtime on their map pick of Mirage.
As soon as I said, you know, Rush, he's going to have a tough time getting that impact, that's when you know he's just going to step up and have those massive moments, because that's what he can do. And again, when Nouns need someone, he was super vocal in the pre-round heading into that off the back of the timeout.
True.
And then he gets loud in the server in the very next breath. So he could do it all, it seems like. And again, this is why I think he's been super promising for Nouns, despite what was, for me at least, a surprising pickup in terms of like a bit of a rebound, an opportunity for Rush after like a very long delay and like not playing again after the EG stint, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he did take a long time off, but from what I heard, he was still, he was still staying, he was still staying involved. He was still playing, he was watching, he was playing, he was keeping up to date with the meta and all that. And when you look at a team like Nouns, I think I heard Corey say this at one point, Semphis say this at one point, that they didn't necessarily lack firepower. They needed just that little bit more. They needed that veteran presence. They needed that calm guy, the guy that can, keep everything low. Just that big glue guy in terms of roles, in terms of positioning in the game. And Rush fits that to a T. I mean, you can plug and play Rush into any team, right? He has that in his locker no matter what.
I mean, we've already seen it in the server. You highlighted here. Just he felt like he was floating on that CT side, just all over the map. If you wanted to start B, if you're junior in apartments, you could pluck Rush on an A side early aggression, and he could just figure out a way to defend that side as well. It just again, it feels like a Swiss Army knife for this Noun squad, and continues to show that sort of form. We had a lot of rounds in this matchup, though, and we had a lot of kills from Nouns. So looking at whether or not they reach those PrizePicks estimated total of kills, well, it seems like everyone has locked that in with a little help from overtime, more than the PrizePicks estimated total for everybody on this Noun squad. And again, just that little extra flair from a player like Rush, giving you that high kill potential. Same is case for Junior. He did have himself a field day in this matchup. Very good KD as we'd expect, and that is consistent throughout a lot of Nouns matchups.
Yeah, every single player. I mean, overtime does help. Is overtime cheating? Does it really count? I mean, I'll let everyone else decide. But overall, as far as PrizePicks is concerned, of course, it doesn't matter. Which is really the only thing that matters, because we don't, Twitch chat. You guys don't know anything, anyways. And taking a look here, who got it on this side? Slight and Freshie are the only two that managed to get the over on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's again like a tough pickup. I was surprised to see so high for the side of Cryptic. When we look at like what he was able to do, the estimated total of 30 kills, it feels like is always difficult for him to reach when he's calling as well. But sometimes he's capable of these pop-off games. Freshie, I think it was a great performance from him, carried over from yesterday on Mirage, and it definitely missing like the Darty of yesterday, but that's okay. I think again, Boss looking at developing their map pool, and had so many opportunities. They just needed a little extra push, I feel like, to close out the map of Mirage, and missed out on a couple of key clutches that I know they wish they could have second chances at. That being said, semifinals, it's all over. But before we hop into talking about what the grand finals is locking up, I do want to give a quick shout out to our partners and sponsors here at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. First things first, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It's super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on our panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The NA Revival Series is pleased to introduce Sonic as its newest sponsor. They are empowering visionary creators to develop the next generation of Web3 applications with its high-performance blockchain. Sonic is home to hundreds of finance and gaming apps and a vibrant community who are actively redefining what it means to interact with Web3. Check them out at soniclabs.com and begin your blockchain journey today. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this service for over 6 years now, and is free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 through 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have a microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in a Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Of course, shout out to all of those. And we're going to be sending this one to a quick break. Once we come back, we got the grand finals. It's a matchup that I'm looking forward to. It's going to be Nouns taking on NRG.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home. Years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
So if you're a Counter-Strike player and you have not signed up for the August event, please sign up. We want to break over 200 different teams again, and we really, really appreciate your support of our efforts to try to grow North American Counter-Strike. Look, the truth is these events right now have no margin for us. Remember we talked about margin? That's a fancy way of saying we don't make any money. We're basically volunteering our organization's time to put this event on right now because we give a shit about NACS, North American Counter-Strike, and we want to help it grow. Do we hope we can build the series and eventually get margin for the different groups that are involved? Of course we do. We run a business. But right now we're doing it, because we want to be leaders in the scene. We want to support this scene. And selfishly, we need a pipeline for the pro American orgs to draw from for talent and for really skilled players. And right now we don't have that. So it's not completely altruistic. There are some selfish motives, but this is also a slow burn. We are planting seeds that might come up for years. The NACS scene has done so much for Complexity and been so good to Complexity over the years. This is something we're really passionate about. We're really grateful to PrizePicks for coming in and sponsoring this event. Believe me when I say, if you're frustrated, imagine how frustrated we are, and the players too. They work really, really hard, the players and staff on that division, and they get frustrated as well when things aren't going our way. But if you look at our dedication to NA and remaining competitive on an international scale, this is a very difficult problem. Frankly, the NA pipeline is very lean, if not almost non-existent. Our goal is to stay NA. We want to be loyal to this region and not abandon it. Number 2, you've got roster locks for different events. Number 3, you've got Valve rankings. If you move players around, your ranking can be affected. And then you got majors to consider. Like I said earlier, qualifying for majors can make or break many orgs, and orgs that don't make the majors, you've seen their announcements like, we're sorry to say we're leaving Counter-Strike. To make player changes to the Complexity roster right now takes a lot of contemplation, and there's a lot of moving pieces. And I want to say that I am very disappointed with their current state of play, but I've also seen much better teams in different sports, baseball, American football, NBA, go through slumps. Are we number 1, number 2 in the world? Of course not. Right now, we're not even playing like top 20 in the world. Do I believe that we have the skill? Do we have the staff? Do we have the heart to consistently be number 10 to represent North America and make this region proud? I do. If and when they can't pull themselves out of this slump through our help and the coach's help and everything that we're trying to do, we will evaluate changes because that's our job. But I still believe in this team. My heart is still with this team. God willing, I'm going to Rio with this team. But we hear you, and we are just as frustrated as many of our fans when they just don't play well. Like, you're always going to lose some, win some, but right now we're playing so below our potential. It's frustrating. I just ask that you stick with the team, that you have their backs, that you send them encouraging messages. I'm going to go to a quick Q&A because I promised on my tweet that I would do that. Jake Lucky, what has been the most important metric of getting sponsors? Great question. I think I've talked about a lot of that today. Obviously, winning and being relevant in the conversation is important, but really being able to provide the metrics and the reach is also really important, depending on economic conditions. Update on Cole Cigars. Like I said, you all going to vote on my X account shortly after this finishes, and you get to decide. To give you 1 week to vote. Bring back the old logo. 95%. I can't quite get to 100%. I can't promise it yet. Since release CS2, talking about the growing pains for the game, I do think the bugs and issues in CS2 are growing pains. I think CSGO is far worse at this stage in its life. So I'm not satisfied with where CS2 is, but I'm confident that it'll get better. What is the best direct pathway to getting jobs in esports? On a YouTube that I was putting videos out in 2020, I released one called How to Get a Job in Esports. So Jaffakas, Google, I think if you Google like Jason Lake, How to Get a Job in Esports, you'll find that video. It's a great place to start. How financially healthy is Cole? I'm confident. that we're going to be good, and I'm optimistic, but it's not certain. That's the truth. We need the fans to rally. We need some new, exciting corporate partners. That's where we're at. Favorite part of being in the Halo ecosystem? Man, I raised my son on Halo. He was playing Halo at 2 years old, so it's an honor to be a part of the Halo ecosystem. Hopefully it stays healthy and continues to grow. Any plans on academy teams? I would love academy teams. They're just really difficult to financially justify. To do it right, to do it at the level that we do things would be expensive. Earlier this year, to try to bring this land together, the idea is bringing back the spirit of the CS Summit through a way to offer teams an online way to qualify. We'd invite some teams, and then we'd have the finals here at our headquarters. Prize pool, $25,000. We're going to start a 64-team open online qualifier, move into an 8-team online closed qualifier. Then we'd have 3 teams that would come to our headquarters to play the Complexity squad in a 4-team LAN final. So it's all laid out. How's the production going to look? How's it going to function? It's all.
I'm here with the Complexity guys, and we are going to be using ChatGPT to make new gamer tags for all of us for CS.
Hello, my name is Ricky Cameron. I play Counter-Strike for a living.
I am in need of a new gamer tag.
Yeah, describe it. Let's hear it.
He likes dogs.
I know where you guys live.
I love dogs. I am quite tall.
6 foot.
Anything else cool about you?
Sexy.
Nah.
My favorite color is
Off-white.
I am from Oregon, and
I drive a Toyota Corolla.
I think that's enough.
I'm a funny guy that plays anchor positions. I am very dependable, like a golden retriever.
Yeah, I'm a dog. This guy's having way too much fun right now.
Hi, Ricky. Nice to meet you. Sounds like you have some interesting qualities that we can work with. Here are 5 suggestions. Tall dog anchor. Off-white dependable. 4, Corolla retriever.
Corolla retriever. Corolla retriever. Corolla retriever with 4 on the A side. Imagine, dude.
I like Corolla retriever.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Jablanowski, and I'm the best Counter-Strike player in the world. I am a very smart player. Say that.
I am the smartest player. I'm bald.
Yeah, I have no hair. Say I have no hair.
Anywhere.
Anywhere. I am known for my smile. Say that. It's actually true though.
It is.
Say I like Brazilian food, and I say he balls. Okay. I am rich, but I don't drive.
I'm a billionaire, and I don't drive.
Yeah, because you don't have to. You're a billionaire. You get chauffeured anywhere.
Let's see what it's got for me. Of course, Jonathan. Here are 5 one-word gamer tag suggestions for you. 1, brilliance smile. 2, bald genius. I like that one.
Bald genius.
Bald
genius was the best, yeah.
Not even close, really.
Hello, ChatGPT. You are one of the best chat AI models I have ever known.
John's so bad at it.
My name is Johnny Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, that's my name.
I am a professional CSGO player on an American team, but I am actually from South Africa. I love it here.
Do I?
I am the leader of the team tactically, morally, and financially.
Although my teammates are very ungrateful.
I am very stoic in nature. Some describe me as a Greek god, and I can't really blame them. And I have dualies that make me really happy.
And I force my American teammates to use them.
Especially bald genius.
This is the most we've written. This is like off the dome, dude.
This is a good one.
Yeah. Glad to hear you're enjoying my assistance, Johnny Theodore Roosevelt. Here are 5 gamer tags. We got 1, stoic strategist.
Dude.
2, tactical titan.
That's a good one.
I like that one.
These ones suck. I think tactical titans are right there.
Tactical titan sounds good to me.
That's what they should call me, bro.
I like that one.
Titan
Yeah.
with
That's
dragon on.
actually good, man. That is good. Based off the gamer tags you created for me, Corolla retriever, bald genius, tactical titan, who would win in a fight?
Fight!
In a lighthearted contest, it might play out like this. Bald genius, being exceptionally clever, would likely come up with a strategic plan to outwit both Corolla retriever and tactical titan. Tactical titan, with his tactical prowess and leadership skills, could rally his team to work together efficiently. Corolla Retriever might surprise everyone by retrieving resources or tools that could turn the tide of the competition. But who would be the winner? Let's say Tactical Titan would be the winner. Are you serious? With their tactical expertise and leadership skills, they would likely have a strategic advantage in any scenario. However, remember this is all just for fun and imagination.
I won.
I guess Johnny won.
You always win in the end, Johnny.
Tactical Titan. We were no match.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival series. I'm Exner. I'm joined alongside Davey. We got a grand finals to close you out with. It's an exciting one here. It's another rematch of the head-to-head of NRG and Nouns duking it out. And I think, every time these two rosters face, I feel like there's a little bit of a grudge match, an opportunity to prove yourself one over another. And, a big opportunity for a team like Nouns, who, as you highlighted, is steadily improving on the incline to test a roster like NRG.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the veterans of NRG, right? It hasn't gone quite as well as they would have hoped, I want to say. I mean, obviously they've been somewhat successful. The RMR failure was definitely disappointing as far as they were concerned. We've seen some roster mix-up, right? Of course, it's a little while ago now, but Fang goes out, and that just sort of, they add in just that little bit more, and they are slowly improving, right? Dap's actually getting to go to the coach role, which is where he was supposed to be the whole time. Yeah. That's massive. And then to get the opportunity to bring in a legendary in-game leader like Nitro, that's not an opportunity you get every day. And even though, there's not a whole lot of young blood in the lineup, a lot of experienced veterans, Hex being the closest thing to I guess like a prospect, but he's been around for long enough now that really this is a lineup that on paper has to be performing and definitely has to be winning events like this as far as they're concerned.
I 100% agree. It's such a huge change bringing in Nitro. I've oftentimes highlighted this NRG squad that, Walco walked with this roster so that now Nitro could run off the back of this player break. And like you said, a definite failure of missing out on the closed qualifiers, or missing the closed qualifiers to miss the RMR. But obviously looking to turn that around, I feel like you can kind of trust this roster with more time with Nitro, that they will also be on the rise and get to dominant form. But there's no question that that's what we have to see out of this NRG squad, and it'll be a certain test up against a Nouns roster who has kept it competitive consistently. The back and forth has been fun to see between these two teams. I just remember, a head-to-head, a Dust 2 headline saying, a upset of the underdogs when Nouns were taking this roster on in the matchup. I think it was for the closed qualifiers or sometime in the past, and Nouns didn't like that one bit, and then you see NRG come through with a victory as well. So the back and forth has been fun, and I think it's been boiling, at least from what I've seen on the surface, and it always makes for a fun matchup. I think it's time, though, that we hop on in to our Prize Picks analyst segment, see how things are shaping up for this matchup. As we've seen so far, we're familiar with these players. There's no question about it. We'll start off with NRG, what they're bringing to the table. Breeze, again, continuing to play a very active role for this squad. Seems like he's been shaping up nicely. I feel like, as you've highlighted, I think you said this yesterday in covering that advanced final, but I feel like he's just been playing a lot more Counter-Strike, and because of that, he's been succeeding. He's been playing a lot better since the EG days and into this NRG roster. He's been back to a form in which he has to kind of succeed on this roster. It's what they expect from him.
Yeah, I mean, on this lineup so far, I'm just taking a look. Since they've made the change to Nitro, Hext is actually the top performer, but Breeze is right there with him. Breeze actually has a better KD, but a slightly worse rating. That's naturally because Hext going to be taking a little bit more aggressive of the fights. The impact rating is going to go higher, so that makes sense. Then OC, Nitro, and Automatic all right at the same level. So one thing is they're either going to be they are going to need to make that jump, especially if they start playing events in Europe. They're going to need one of OC or Automatic to step up just that little bit more. You always need that third guy just because you know that there is going to be a little bit of a fall off in Nitro's performance, the better teams you play against, just because that's the nature of the role. Right? It's just how it works. So yeah, they're going to need a little bit of step up there. OC, I feel like, hasn't really gotten his feet under him yet in CS2. From what I've noticed, he's a little bit inconsistent. It's sort of been the story of his, I don't want to say his career, that seems a little bit harsh, but even on Liquid, he struggled a bit. Like as the levels went up, he struggled to meet those demands. But right now for North America, he's been very solid. He's been just a sort of a solid rock for them. And looking at the head-to-head Energy versus Nouns, these guys are dead even, 11-11. Like each team has won 11. Now NRG has gotten the better of them the last 2 times they played.
Yeah.
But these guys played each other like 3 times in a matter of 4 days at the end of the month last month. So
it's absurd.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
That's what I mean by this grudge match in here. It's just gone every which way at the moment. They're constantly playing up against each other, and it's always been fun because, as I've highlighted, like I don't think there is like an underdog or favorite in this matchup. There just isn't from the history that we've seen. It's who's coming through in better form on the day, who's more prepared for this matchup, and as you highlighted, like. The performance out of OC in CS2 when he joined back into this roster, this was like hopping back into his domain. And maybe there's more challenges that he has in this matchup. Maybe there's more of a test that he needs to show up. But when you're hopping back into like the ECL caliber of NACS, that was where OC just dominated, back in the Extra Salt days when he was still playing in that league. And now you're seeing him, and you expect him to get back into a dominant form as he hops back into it. And again, as we'll highlight here, take a look at the other side of things and what Nouns are bringing to the table, and that's what Junior has been able to deliver. He is farming stats up against some of these teams. When you play up against Boss, Junior's just such a clear leader in terms of the impact, having so many opportunities to land these kills. He's good with the KD as well. He's super consistent. And again, if you want to look at another player who individually played incredible, Rush on the other side of things, right next to him. More than 31 kills feels like a lot, but after what we've seen from him today, he's playing clean, he's playing good, and he's all over the map. He's more so reactionary to what Junior's doing on the map, but that duo is so interesting. When you see Junior play well, Rush is also getting himself in more active roles.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, it's going to be a little bit harder for him to put up that many numbers against NRG. I would probably take the less on this one more than instead of the more, just because, not because he's going to play particularly badly or anything. There's just going to be less kills for him to get. Those options aren't going to be there. Last game really opened up. I mean, Nouns was playing so aggressively in middle, especially on Mirage, that there was so much space and so many openings. I don't think this game's going to be quite as open. I expect it to be a little bit tighter, a little bit more organized, especially these guys have played against each other a lot. So they would have practiced a lot. They would have prepped for this game specifically, knowing that this was a likely final. And so, yeah, I wouldn't be, and now of course, both of these teams have coaching staff, right? That's the big one. So they're both able to prepare ahead of time. So yeah, that's one where I think it's probably going to be a little bit less likely for Rush to get to the 31. The Breeze plus George less more one is interesting to me. I'm trying to decide. I'm like, ooh, George does this. He tends to do it across 2 maps, with 16 kills each across both maps. That's one where I might take the cheeky more on that one, to be honest.
Yeah, the combo deals are always pretty fun. You're talking about the duo there. It's 2 players that are again going to be active, and definitely depending on. Like the map here, I think, what George has already shown is that he can show up with a lot of consistency, and same is true on the other end of things for Breeze. So that's an interesting combo deal. Yeah, I mean, no question about it. I like the little laser pointer. It always gets me going there.
Yeah, I wonder who's doing that one. We got a couple options. I'm not sure who's in charge of that. At first, I thought it was tracking my eyes, and then I realized it wasn't tracking my eyes. I was tracking the laser.
Tracking the voice, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was somehow looking where I was looking. I'm like, it doesn't make sense because Exner's here too, and also, but I was like, but it's going everywhere I'm looking, and then I'm like, oh
You
right,
just got
because
night
I'm
tracker
the
all of a
one
sudden.
following the like I see it and I'm following it like a cat, and I'm just like ooh, following it around, and I was like, oh my god. So I was thinking about that one just a little bit backwards, but we got there in the end, all good.
All good. Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, fun little opportunity to kind of highlight what has been an interesting story for a lot of these players. I think that's kind of a cool thing about that analyst segment in particular there. Brought to you by PrizePicks, but of course, talking a little bit more about what we have on offer. We also have the Fast Starters Round leaderboard. I believe it's updated for you all as well. And because of the nature, NRG playing a lot more pistol rounds, 3 mappers. That's 2 extra pistols that they got into play. They're leading the charge here in the Fast Starters pistol rounds kills leaderboard. They're brought to you by Sonic, and as you can see, Hex is standing there firmly on top. Automatic pretty close behind him. Jason, no longer in the running considering he's eliminated. Same true for Freshie. But I think your closest contender there, Junior, on the side of Nouns, is looking to try and level up on the pistol rounds.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this should just be the Hexed W in this sense. It's not like he's if anything, he's probably just going to get more pistol kills in this game. So
right.
He's looking at that sweet little bonus. I'm pretty sure. I don't see. I mean, yeah, Junior. That's just too many kills.
They went for one for 4 in the pistol rounds versus Boss in their semifinals. So that doesn't help when they're losing all of the pistols as well.
Yeah, it would have had to be 1 for 1 for 4 because they
got. I think they got the second. They won. Yeah, half of the second map pistol, right?
Yeah,
so. They just lost so many of those pistols, and that doesn't really help out your chances at getting those kills when you're consistently losing them. So yeah, I'm with you. I think Hex is just going to be on for a start, especially if the pistol woes continue in this series. Which, if we want to talk about it, that's going to put all the extra weight on Nouns to show up here. But NRG showing that they can be a little bit vulnerable in their opening matchup. I think there's some interesting opportunities here in a veto for. The side of NRG to try and pluck at some of the, or rather for the side of Nouns to try and pluck at some of the points of weakness here for the side of NRG. So we'll take a look at that veto and see where we get things out. I think we're just going to get those bans away out of the gates. I'd imagine Nouns is going to be interested in getting rid of Vertigo here in this matchup as NRG have looked good. Okay, they're floating it. And they go for an Inferno ban.
Yeah, so that's the consistent playtime mind games for sure. Because that's an interesting one for the veto. I'm just waiting to see what we are going to get. Anubis pick isn't incredibly surprising from NRG. They've liked to play it pretty consistently throughout this lineup. I'm more curious where Nouns goes with their pick here. Do they take surely they don't take the risk on Mirage. So yeah, it is going to be the Vertigo. There it is. Okay. I mean, ballsy.
All right, yeah. I mean, that's breaking my expectations on a veto, getting wild with it. Not only did they float it, I thought they were floating it in this opening, but then they pick into it in this matchup, which for Nouns, again, we can talk about them trying to develop their map. Well, they've got an armor to prepare for just the same as Boss, so they're looking to bring some extra influence. That does make a lot of sense. NRG getting that second phase ban in for Dust 2, I feel like it's just a clear ban for a map that they do have some good records on. They do have some decent success, but then the Mirage ban comes through. I guess, if you're talking about a team that can challenge Nouns consistently on a map like Mirage, sure, you oftentimes will highlight Nouns are so super consistent on a map like Mirage, but the way that we've seen in the recent history how much NRG have developed on Mirage is definitely it's leaving maybe Ancient more up into the task sphere, more interested in picking into that map as a decider.
I think looking at the vetoes, this plays very well into NRG's hand, to be totally honest. So this is going to have to be some really 6-head plays from Nouns. I mean, obviously the NRG's win rate on Vertigo is a little bit, it's not incredibly, it's a little bit misleading. They have a 100% win rate, but they've only played it 3 times. So there's a couple different ways you could look at it. Either they've played it those 3 times and they were so good on it that everyone decided they can't play against them anymore, right? Or they played it 3 times, they got a little bit lucky, and then it just hasn't really gone that way in the veto, so they haven't had to play it again. And so that's one potential thing. Or you look at it and they've played it 3 times, they've played well, but Nouns is like, okay, we know exactly how they're going to play this because we've seen them do similar things on all 3 maps, and we know these are certain tendencies that we can take advantage of in the actual game. And those are the 3 different scenarios for Nouns picking Vertigo here up against NRG, because Nouns generally don't play the map.
Yeah, and that's the big kicker, right? Is that they're looking to identify maybe a target here, a weak point that I think teams in the past have tried to pressure down, the side of NRG on, and it's just shown that like the CT side, when you give NRG the start, is that they get off to a very hot, kickoff. Their CT sides on this map are super locked down. From the little I've casted of them, I think both or 2 of their matchups were versus Boss, in the past on Vertigo, if I'm not mistaken. At least one of them, and they just dominate the A ramp control. Obviously nowadays, I think on Vertigo, with how that map's shaping up, like a lot more emphasis is put on the strength of a B side execute as well,
Yeah.
because of the opened up elevator, and that leads me to believe, and what I've seen, is that they like to get aggressive. NRG are gonna punch forward. They're gonna test your defaulters in that side of the map. They're gonna challenge you on the CT side to take control towards B. And if you don't have protocols to back it up here, Nouns, it's going to be a difficult task of breaking through this. And I have seen some decent success. We watched, I think it was, Party Astronauts playing into this map versus Nouns in just a really weird, like, dead team format for the Challenger Atlanta qualifiers. But, that was a team that was already dead at the time. And it was just George claiming so much control on that B side.
Yeah, we do see that become more and more meta now, where teams are they're playing to give up a ramp a lot more on CT side because it's not as important to fight for it with the changes to elevator, that you have so much more entries into the site for retakes. You have the new backhaul, you have the new hole and elevator. There's so many things that you have now, and that's lent itself to teams playing heavier towards mid and B on CT side and playing for retake on A, because retaking A is easier than retaking B, straight up. Even with the util, it's always going to be easier. And I personally don't like the changes to Vertigo. I was a Vertigo enjoyer. I know a lot of people hated Vertigo,
man.
But I was a Vertigo enjoyer.
It's a shame.
And it really is sad. I think these new changes have, obviously they fundamentally changed the map, which is what Valve was going for, but I don't think they changed it for the better. I think they made it so it feels more awkward for both teams, right? They didn't make a change that made it one-sided for one team. It's a change for the sake of a change that now makes both teams feel a little bit more awkward. And I think if they want to keep Vertigo in the map pool, they're going to have to adjust it a little bit more. That was just a little personal tangent I went off on.
No, dude, I was such a big Vertigo fan before the changes as well. And I think now at this point, it needs to either get removed or... Because, like, at this point, if you look at the teams that are playing Vertigo, man, it's always the extremity rosters. Like, you're talking about, like, an NIP that is really good at Vertigo. They'll like, test the upper echelons of rosters, and it just feels like sometimes it's just who is more comfortable on the map here. So I think it's a bit awkward right now. We do got a little update. We got a ping dispute in ACS things, and I imagine what this is about is a pesky Dallas server. I could imagine.
Almost for sure, this is somehow a Dallas server.
Although
because
I think NRG are largely Dallas as well, or maybe they like Dallas.
Nitro's definitely in the area. Hext is Canadian, so you can imagine his Dallas ping would be 60 something.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless they're at the facility.
I know OC doesn't like
California...
Chicago from NA Revival series in the past.
Oh, really?
Yeah. OC gets some bad thing to Chicago, as far as I'm aware.
I wonder if what happened is Nouns banned out Chicago and then NRG banned out Dallas or something. So they got a Denver server. Because Automatics was in California. I guess I don't know where he lives now. But was in California. Breeze, I have actually no clue. I actually have no clue where he's from. To be completely honest. And then Hext, I'm guessing, is probably somewhere West Coast Canada.
Yeah.
So Denver would be better for him. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Maybe
I just remember these flaring up in the past when when Wildcard had 2 players in Europe playing in these series in the past. I think they like agreed upon Chicago, which then led Susp and Fozy to both have like 100 ping a piece, and then NRG was also in like a weird spot with Chicago servers. So that was a big dispute there. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with this one. I for some reason feel like I remember clicking tab. Maybe this is when Like, I don't know if NRG are ever boot camping in these series or not, but
Yeah, I
it
don't know.
feels like I remember them on good ping in the past with but I mean again maybe they were boot camping for the RMR specifically, and that's where I saw it when I clicked tab watching one of their
Yeah.
games.
Also, CS2 changes everyone just
Yeah,
because of how
how ping
because
works.
yeah, just because of how much more important ping is now.
Shoot.
Like 10 to 15 ping makes such a huge difference that you can't really blame a team for ping dispute. If it's going to give you like 20 less ping to get on a different server, that's a massive
It's a
difference.
huge
Teams are going
difference,
to do
yeah.
that. Like it's just the way it
What's
is.
crazy is that like I thought it was such a huge deal. My brain, I mean maybe this is just like a couple players, but dude, Susp and Fozy when they were playing on 100 ping were
Yeah.
dropping like wild numbers, and my brain just couldn't wrap around like how Fozy was consistent with the op. I was watching Susp like get multi-kill spray downs, like fully still. They're peeking into him. He's holding a bomb site and he's just spraying people down. And I just couldn't really comprehend how Wildcard were figuring out ways to win with 2 players on 100 ping. That break my complete conception about like ping disputes, because I was like, okay, these guys can just do it on 100 ping. I've talked with like Cryptic in the past because I think largely that team is East Coast, and
Yeah.
I think they were supposedly like practicing some European teams on
Yep.
70 ping UK servers.
Yeah, teams
And I
were
was like,
doing
that's
that
such
actually.
a cool idea, but that was in Go. I'd
Yeah.
asked him if they were still like doing that heading into I think the last armor, and he had said no. Like in CS2, it's too horrible
impossible.
when everybody's on 70 ping, and you're getting peaked by people. And then obviously, like, dude, Europeans are a little bit selfish with their ping. You get them on a UK server with 30 ping, and they aren't even happy. So
It's true. No, seriously, it really is. When I used to live in Europe, if you like, they always wanted. Everyone was so used to Germany servers, but if you had a team of Scandinavians, they were
Yeah.
like, ban France, ban UK. We're gonna try to get Sweden server. Like it was just that they were
Yeah.
right on it, and yeah, it was just they take it really seriously.
Dude.
Even the ping disputes there too are like wild. Like this is even back in CS:GO. There was a Polish team we played against who ping disputed us on a France server so that they could get a Germany server. But the ping dispute, like they were trying to get 6 less ping, like in CS:GO, and
That's
obviously the admins are
crazy.
like, no, your ping, it's not, no, you don't win this ping dispute. And the
Yeah.
only reason why we wanted to play France servers over Germany is because at the time the Faceit Germany servers, at the time the Faceit Germany servers were having problems or whatever. So we
Yeah.
were like, hey, let's play France, and they were like, no, we want to play Germany anyways. And I was like, oh my god, you guys are. These Europeans, they take their ping seriously. I was like, if you guys only knew, I played half my career on 70 ping.
Yes, dude. I mean, I can imagine being a kid. Like I've always been pretty central, so Chicago's okay with me. At this
Yeah.
point, I'm on the East Coast, and I've just got really good routing for everywhere. So like even if I'm
Lucky.
on a West Coast server, I get max 60 ping, which is kind of crazy. But now like I'm playing, or I used to play when I was in Kentucky. Didn't have as good internet. I'd play on West. I played. I think my first when I won IM in season 36. We played West Coast like league or whatever for ESEA, and I ended up playing that whole season on 100 plus ping that whole time. Just miserable
That's bad.
until playoffs, which then it was like taking the training weights off, and then I got to perform a little bit more. But yeah, no, dude, NA is just way bigger. There's way too many problems. I can imagine though this is the small details between these two. It's more
It's
like I
gotta
think
be
routing
when the
than
margins
numbers.
are this small, right? When your
Yeah.
games are split 11-11, like you have to play for those small margins. I mean, I know if Jason Lake is listening, I know, shout out Complexity for sponsoring this thing, but back in the day, if you were playing 1.6, you were playing Dallas servers. That's just like how it was for if you were playing any high level stuff. Like obviously there was
Yeah.
regional leagues coming up with East and West, and you could play New York or LA or whatever. But generally, once you get to like the big leagues, like you are just playing Dallas servers, and the Texas Counter-Strike scene thrived because everyone was playing Dallas servers. And that's not the only reason why it thrived, but it obviously helps
Yeah.
that online the Dallas teams are getting to play on low ping, whereas us, the poor Canadian teams, on 75,
Yeah,
80
yeah.
ping in 1.6. And funnily enough, the 1.6 ping did make it like 70-5, made a huge difference, but in CS2
Yeah.
somehow it's still worse, which is hilarious. But yeah. So anyway, so I could go on forever about that, but yeah, man, high ping was always a thing, and right now, like we said, when the margins are so small between these two teams, it's not surprising at all to see them battling for every little advantage they can get.
Yeah. I mean, again, the history between these two rosters, I kind of wanted to find it because I just remember it was Nouns that had complained about it in the past, where again, Dust 2 article comes out of them being upset or Nouns upsetting NRG in a matchup, and I think it's like if your mind is stuck on like, okay, this is Nitro, Breeze, Automatic in a server versus players like Nouns who just don't have the same history. I think it's fair to say like you would consider NRG the objective favorites and like just the history experience alone, right? Easy to call that one, but nowadays I think when we talk about like players that have been rising into the scene and maybe some small drop offs for some of the individuals on NRG, like there's no question that there's still this is like a competitive series and the back and forth is there. It's just funny that Nouns like they like to bite back. They don't want to be considered the underdog in this matchup. They want to be considered the favorites. And as you highlighted, this is a good opportunity to perform there and do that. If they can win these sort of prize picks in a revival series consistently, that's like another good sign that they can set themselves up. I mean, this is a matchup we're going to see in the future as well. So I think a lot is on the line here for Nouns and trying to prove themselves that they are the favorites.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's no doubt both of these teams, considering how close it is, they want to become the favorites. But we are going to figure out who is going to actually finally take the lead in this little mini series between these two teams, because this is going to be the grand final. We are still waiting for this dispute to be solved, and then we will be right back shortly with you guys. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back. We're ready to hop on into map number 1 of our grand finals here. NRG taking on Nouns, a matchup we've seen many times before, and we will get to see once again here in the grand finals of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series, the third. Excited to do this alongside Davey. Ready to kick things off on Anubis. We've got the Fast Starters pistol round brought to you by Sonic for your grand finals. And again, Hex heavy in the favorites for that $500 cash incentive that they're looking to grab quickly. We'll see if he can continue to add to that tally on the pistol.
I'm just so happy not to be looking at Inferno and watching Nitro swinging out of Temple there, finding the opening onto Carson, and he immediately makes his way over towards B as the split is on its way in. George can't land it, but the kill's still going the way of the T's. Breeze is here fighting, and he needs to get one more. He needs to delay if he can, and he gets 2 more. Even better than what he could have hoped for. Breeze with 4, and he's climbing himself up those rankings.
That's a pistol round to prove it right there, man. That is incredible stuff. Rolling on through from Breeze, a hot start for himself. Kick off Anubis. And a welcomed sight for NRG to have him defending this incredibly effective at the moment. Just looking sharp as can be. Hop into that second round. And with the way that things kind of kicked off, didn't get a bomb plant here. Now it's not going to have much of a case to get any further investment. You just got a chance to farm up against these default pistols and a single smoke for Nouns.
Can they really do any econ damage is the thing. NRG predicting that it is just going to be the pistols, so they've gone for quite a few rifles into this one. 2 M4s on Breeze and OC, some FAMAS, automatic and hexed. Means that they're planning on keeping as many people alive as possible to go into the next round. Very little util investment brought in. As Rush is going to get spotted, automatically shot. He's looking for more. The Glocks are closing on him. He doesn't know how many at this point. Eco frags, relatively clean. And just to pick up his third. Gotta love a couple eco frags.
You know, you can't give up on those eco frags too easy. You might get knocked down to 50 HP, but it shouldn't dissuade you from re-peeking with the USP and going for extras. Trying to continue to feast. Automatic, a nice 3-0 start for him because of it. Breeze up to 5-0 at the moment as well to back this up, and looking to be a hot to start for NRG as we open things up into the first gun round. It's going to be a bonus of MP9s and FAMAS still in play, but this is where they back it up with utility as well. We'll see how their Anubis defense kind of racks up long term. Nitro can call a pretty active play, and as you can see, OC looking to set up the aggression. It's Hex and Breeze leading the charge. And Rush just having to get his molly on out to kind of keep him at bay. That lineup right there from automatic, it felt like he had some heat-seeking vision ready to fire off, and leads Rush to 4 HP.
Blatantly cheating. Obviously.
How does he know through smoke?
Call Gabe Newell now.
Please, dial him up.
Nitro spotted him. Good nade damage done. Remember, that's going to make it so that the first bullet headshots from the M4 are a possibility. As the counter molly's just going to freeze them. And this is pretty good. They still have that aggressive play from Breeze as automatic finds the lurk in mid. Now they know it's the A hit. OC takes first contact. Nitro, if he can just get one, it'll be massive. He can't, but lots of damage. Has 2 quick kills. They try to make the play through the smoke. And they just immediately go down.
Punch is brought by Carson and Jr. in a late round. Puts Breeze into a clutch, pushing past the smoke. It's the same fate, though, in reverse. Jr. now able to hold the line. Breeze in a 1v1. Carson has an idea, a little vision, an opportunity. The reposition valuable for Breeze. He's dancing in between these angles, and he catches Carson with his pants down. And able to collect with the quickness. That's some very rapid movement from Breeze, ducking in from those 2 angles, and it's going to catch him a quick clutch in the 1v2.
I mean, just perfectly played from Breeze, really. There was a little bit of a timing there where you thought he might just get caught out. Obviously, Carson didn't hear him running from the bricks towards the heaven. And then the Molotov isolates Carson. He's standing in the open thinking that, you know, he's going to be able to pick off Breeze as he's peeking heaven, but Breeze immediately switched positions. And even if Breeze, even if Carson had backed up into A main, the reason why he's taking that fight so early is that there's so much time left on the bomb. He doesn't really have, he can't really just play the bomb there because with so much time left on it, Breeze there had a smoke. You could assume that he would have one, and essentially he had to take the fight early, and Breeze knew that, played it to perfection, forcing the fight on his terms.
Getting active. Starting off with the confidence of that pistol 4K. He is going to continue to feed these kills. Hex now gets involved in this B-side defense and able to hold the line. Junior with the last-ditch effort. Any one Deeks for us? No, not quite. Instead, it's a USB shot that gets sent in return. 4-0 to roll through the NRG offense. Not a lot of damage being done either.
And sorry, Hext, but that does not count towards your Sonic Fast Starter pistol round scoreline. I don't care if it was a USP kill. It doesn't count. It has to be in the pistol round. I don't want to hear it, Exner. I know you've been saying for years now that should count, but it doesn't count. It doesn't count. And I won't take any more of this from you. And quite frankly, I'm sick of it.
I've been pushing this narrative. I'm sad to see that the movement's not with me.
Since I've known you, it's all about that.
That's all I've been talking about.
Yeah.
And even like a fast start in this round for Junior. We're not counting that either.
No.
Just an extra kill to start off on a gun round. And Nouns are looking to reply on to. OC. Off a flashbang here. Great setup. Can he get anything off of it? Oh, not quite, but at least it's a lot of info that is gathered. Incredibly valuable information to line up where the remainder of this defense needs to line up. They'll continue to stick around towards middle for now on a double up. And again, the trial of Hex on this B site going to be put to the test, this time with no teammates close by. It's going to come down to a timing right now. This mid re-aggro from Automatic could lean these players over, but the execution's already out. The smoke's already in. OC gonna have a tough time having impact with his AWP. Gonna HE the smoke open, and he works some magic, blowing it open there for a connection on a CJ. The flank is fast from Nitro as well, but he can't find Carson in time. He tests Hex here, and he's still able to pass, but they've got the flanks covered. It's a one-way street between Hex and OC, and they're not able to deal with a Junior AWP. It's Nouns swinging into these fights, successful, and OC left, of course, to a save.
Yep. Good mid-round there. Very good mid-round from Nouns. The quick adjustment. They had the plan. You could see they wanted to go out towards middle. They quickly changed their plan as the CT spot out all the info. They slow it right down. They take their time. They threaten A just that little bit. And then they walk into B, which was a lightly defended bomb site. OC tried to put up a fight. He got that one as he made it open the smoke, but that's just not enough. And is he going to go down? Oh, yep. No op for him either.
That's a tough exit. Bit of an unfortunate finish as OC can't hold on to the AWP. They will be able to toss it on over to him still. We'll see who's, sacrificing in this department. Everyone able to build up some A1Ss. Again, as I've highlighted, the CT side economy a little fragile, but Nouns not doing as much damage on some of those half-buy rounds. Crack through that economy just yet. They still got to win another gun round. Carson flying through the smoke and taking this mid control. He takes a lot of damage to the Molotovs, and he'll find out that the coast is clear, at least for now. We're going to see an OC op maybe reposition, but met by a smoke, he's not going to have the case to close out in this control. And it's just a lot of poking and prodding into, again, another Junior AWP shot to set it into a 4v5.
Flash pushes Hex back. Some damage through the smoke. He's getting swung though. George is ready, and again, that's the B bomb site. And really, this is just going to be a save. Even Close is able to find one through the smoke. You really don't have any way back into this round. You don't have a kit. And Nouns, remember, this map is very T-sided. So Nouns starting to rack up some rounds here. And also, once again, from our lovely production team, since we had so much drama over the ping situation before the game, I'm curious what the pings are right now. If we could get a quick tab check. Okay, so so we ended up on Chicago. We don't know what the dispute was over exactly. But this is a Chicago server. That's why Automatic and OC have high ping. That makes sense. But all nouns, of course, sitting right around 25. It looks like George, Carson, and Rush all... Maybe they're all in the same place. Their pings are exactly the same.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, they're all Dallas. I don't know if they're in the same spot, but that's usually what you want to avoid when you play up against this team. They are scary.
Yeah.
On Dallas. But yeah, Chicago's where we play, and again, as I talked about it, but I think this is, usually like, I feel like when you go in with the mindset sometimes that like, oh, I don't want to play this server, it's gonna maybe take a toll. I don't think it's gonna matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but OC, I think, has highlighted that he's not a big fan of this server.
Well, yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on his performance, see if it plays a toll. Okay, Automatic giving Junior one hell of a swing. Fortunately, there's a lot of trades available. I heard some typing after that one.
Yeah, I can imagine. There's a nice swing, bro. We can call it there. Must have heard the scope, obviously, so he swings out the Free Fire. But Tino, the whole squad is there to back him up. As Nitro gets flashed off of the angle, pushed back into A main. I mean, they obviously know he's here. As Rush gets one onto OC. Nitro again. It's fully just backed up at this point. So many nades, more and more on the way. And Nitro, if he's even able to hold on to his gun from this situation, I think he'll be pretty happy.
Maybe even get an AWP. Oh, that timing is a little bit rough. He manages to escape it. And there you go. Hex actually going to be the one that grabbed the op on the outro. You walk away with a little decent prize in terms of the firepower. I feel like on a map like Anubis, it's nice to consistently have firepower on a CT side. I mean, especially when you're already up 4-0 out of the gates, to have some comfort and consistently have rifles put pressure on, very valuable. Energy just consistently saving in some of these rounds. Always have an op at their disposal, whether, again, OC's able to fire up with it. It's very valuable. We'll see that continue with the 2 rifles held onto. Energy will get back into the gun rounds. See if they can deal with this fast mid control. Nouns have been testing the waters here out of the gates. The reaction has been to set up some maybe B aggro as a reaction of the resources that they're seeing, but then Junior's waiting with an op, so feels like the flow chart's kind of getting disrupted by Nouns.
And the insta-smoke towards CT, they've been doing this a lot. It's very common in the meta. It's because you're trying to force this peak exactly. Oh, Breeze jiggles. Oh, the shot's not there. But Molotov is going to force him to use his defensive smoke. And with a minute 30 left in the round, that's a lot of valuable util let out there. Yeah, I mean, that's just a really... Nouns have done a really good job to eliminate most of the CT's B-side util. As you can see the reaction from NRG realizing that they're not going to be able to hold on to B is the aggressive push in towards the water from A and E-Box. Breeze has to do something magical. We've seen him here on the pistol round. He gets one. Can't get the second. Can't replicate the heroics of that pistol round. As now it's all on Junior. 1 versus 3. Flash isn't going to get him. It seems like they haven't even heard him yet as hello. Automatic comes through the smoke, finds Junior, and gets the final kill of the round. NRG finally answer back after their pistol round and little streak thereafter.
We'll close that net on the offense. Even though it was a fantastic start, I like the early idea of coming through from the side of Nouns and pressuring the side of the map. They've found a couple of good picks to really, I would say, just slow down a on-fire Breeze in the first 4. He runs it down into the AWP 2 rounds in a row that Junior prepares for. And you just don't want to let a guy like Breeze get too hot, otherwise he's going to be a pain to deal with throughout the entirety. So having solutions to find him out early is fantastic. Flashbang setup. OC again identified with this AWP. Carson got a little visual on the fadeaway. So much utility still left, but this T side continues to toss his way, and OC trying to fight forward to get activated.
Right now, yeah, aggressive play towards middle. From now, again, they want to burn that counter utility as Carson's going to Sneak into the smoke. He's got OC for some. Oh, and look at that. Carson finds the kill on the automatic. OC is here. He has been smoked off, but he's definitely going to go forward. Feels like he needs to answer back. Just can't land the shot as he tracks back, and he does find Carson on the runaway. It is the play towards B, and right now Hex has just dropped his counter util towards B main. The split is on. Hex isn't really in a position to do much about this, though, but the cavalry is here. They have arrived, and Hex comes through the smoke, finds one. Joyers gets the trade. Oh, and he gets two. The spray transfer straight to the head of CJ. It's all on the Opper. Once again, he's stuck behind the smoke, and he doesn't have a hope.
It's a crazy transfer. Hex locking down that B site. And when one pillar falls in Breeze, the other one stands just as tall. Hex side of things. Junior, with this sort of initiative, makes me feel like he's giving it a go, but I just don't know if he has enough time for any sort of dilly-dallying. He goes and clears the angle. It's 10 seconds in a foot race, but now that you see Nitro's here, I think that's a foot race he would certainly lose out on, and it's going to be an op save instead. Holding on to his weaponry, but NRG containing a lead consistently now, winning a couple in a row off a great play from Hex to dive through that smoke. And I feel like what's been working well at this point, you know, just getting these pretty standard rotations, they have been running into announced default, allowing for these opening picks to take place, but at this point, I'm starting to trust in the ability of NRG to just lock down these multi-kills, because they've proven that that is a winning formula in the past.
Yeah. I mean, here we've seen the force in, and oh, that's another big opening. They have been fairly consistently getting aggressive inside of A main, and that's a CS2 shot right there as OC shoots about half a foot behind the guy and gets the kill. But hey, listen, the game is the game, all right? You got to play the game. That's all there is to it. OC answers back. That nade just doesn't quite go that smoke. Because of that, has pulled one of the B players. Hex is tucked away in Temple here, and this is going to be the fight of the round, and it's Carson who wins it. Now Breeze is isolated. He's getting split from three sides. He does answer with one. This counter molly is actually going to slow them down enough that he might just be able to isolate these fights.
Boy, that got sent in the dying breath. It ends up buying a little extra time off the bomb site. I like this flashy aggression, though. They are taking a lot of real estate here. Trying to plant the bomb comfortably, though. Junior put on notice. They're going to swing for the fences. Again, taking fights on their own terms here. But they double swing into the double up in E-box. And NRG ready to collect those kills. 7-3 now. And this CT side is starting to look dominant up against the force buy. They get past it. This is a proactive move from Breeze as well, like taking this initiative, finding that kill, and taking one of those three prongs out of the play.
Yeah,
is exactly what he needed.
He didn't have a choice. He had to go for that play. He knew he was getting split, and that's the only place where he can get a kill early. If anything, Carson probably shouldn't have even been pushing forward. He probably should have tucked away in Temple after getting the kill. Just Carson staying alive threatens that flank for the entire, you know, that entire B hit, right? Breeze is always going to have to be worried about getting shot in the back, whether or not he actually does. And when Carson pushes forward and actually dies before his teammates are ready to go for the hit on B main and E-box, that allows Breeze to reposition all the way to the side of Plat, where he can just get that second kill, right? And that's such a huge difference. It's the small things. We talked about it before the game. The margins between these teams are so small that one little mistake like that, potentially now with Nouns on a low buy, putting NRG potentially on 8 rounds, and on the CT side of Anubis, this is already an incredible half.
Managed to just keep an economy that's super sound as well. A couple of good decisions to call saves in, and led to a lot of success off the back of those moves against Carson flying out towards middle. But look at the flash setup. This is all on the fly, so quickly called out. Automatic and Breeze crunch in on middle. And as quick as Nouns take the space, NRG will rip it away from them. Taking those eco fights together and working in unison.
Even Hext came through the smoke at the end there, like, hey, I want one eco too. Let me get in on the action. As we see, I was trying to see if Junior was going to get any util drop to him, but it doesn't look like it, so he's just on the off light armor. We haven't seen a whole lot of players really able to get activated here on the Noun side. Carson had that one successful lurk out towards middle, but besides that, I mean, it really has been NRG taking most of the initiative throughout this game. Ooh, attack. 1 damage.
1 damage, I was gonna say.
Hilarious.
Ouch. Just plucked the nail clean off or something, I don't know, but there you go. He goes and finishes his dinner that he started with the 1 damage and consistently spams. That's persistence out of Hex to find the kill. Won't give up on that spam. Smokes traded back and forth, a reactionary bit of utility from the CT side, and man, you can't make much of a case to try and run through this smoke without any flashes. Molly also doesn't connect, but it's Carson who does. Oh my god, and he spins as well to win this round, or at least make a case for it. Breeze is still standing tall in a 1v3 and a low HP CJ. You'd imagine his plat is covered, so that's not much of an option here. You can see Junior ready on the line with the AWP. Hopeful spam. Not going to connect either. Breeze waiting to take charge here. It's a swing into the duo. It's CJ that will be able to finish it as the contact taken from Junior throws the aim off, and Nouns will figure out their way to a 4th.
And you know what's funny about that too is Junior didn't have head armor, so if that first bullet connects, like Breeze had the lineup, he had the pre-fire. If that first bullet connects, he transfers down to CJ very quickly there, and that's just a 1 versus 1. That's totally winnable. But Nouns are able to close it out, and again, it was Carson who was the one who was able to find the impact. He was the impact player there on their T side, and now they really need to lock it down here. And of course, now starting off with this Sonic Fast Starter pistol round, it is going to. I mean, this is a huge. I mean, that's such a cliche, like easy thing to say, but really, especially with how T-sided this map is, Nouns are going to be pretty desperate to win this one.
No question about it. Got to get one of these pistols going here. Considering the deficit, it's not going to be easy to return the favor. So we got a little bit of a interesting route towards this beast on. George's going to collect another kill and had his sweet revenge. Breeze, in the position in which he's held so strong, will fall to that same spot. Double swing on in, and George continuing to hold down the line. Automatic. Looking to crack through at this point. You're looking for something to happen. Not going to be the case, though. And the important starter's pistol round, brought to you by Sonic, is going to be shut down by Nouns.
George got 2 more. He was the one that... Oh, it was Junior, not George. That was close. Never mind. 2 J's. I thought George was maybe one of the guys that was close to climbing up the leaderboard, but it was Junior, so unlucky.
Gotta funnel those kills. Hex is gonna be a tough target to keep up with. I don't know if he's gotten... I mean, Breeze took all of them in the first, and he died pretty early, so... At least if you can shut him down, make sure he can't continue to climb it up. Take this series of distance, keep up the resistance. Without a bomb plant, though. NRG just, again, forced into a similar situation. Only a P250 invested in this round.
Yep.
Yeah, keep your strength in numbers.
Both of these teams seem to know and predict that there isn't going to be a force buy on second round. So you can see for the CTs now, they have 1 Molotov and 1 smoke, right? That's it for any sort of defensive utility. I'd be interested to see if on the next map, maybe one of these teams take the risk and go for the force buy on the second rounds and do a site execute where the CTs just aren't going to have the utility really to defend against it. And that's been a common theme. As now, okay, so Automatic has snuck into CT spawn, but they do know that he's here. They heard him. They know he's here. The bomb is going to get planted, and that's hilarious. That Nitro goes down like that. So the drive-by gets 1, and now they're not going to be able to get that bomb plant. That's really... Oh,
they can, I think.
They are. Yeah. They can do it.
Yeah, I think Rush getting taken down there is the big reposition now. Breeze. We'll see what he can't do. I guess it's worth it. Every kill you get with this MP9, again, is an extra 600. But not going to happen. No armor. Gets torn up by the CJ MP9 in return instead. As you highlighted, I mean, you're just willing to concede so much space as you, in the back of your mind, know what's going on in these sort of rounds. The lack of utility is interesting. Like a Tech 9 force buy is what you're saying, just tears up these sort of rounds. If they have any firepower, You play a 4v4 post plant like that up against Tech 9s and armor, you know, you got to swing into these like plays instead of Glocks on the other end. You got a little more fight to you. Those rounds can be so deadly. That's all about if you want to drive the nail on in.
Yeah.
You have such a comfortable first half. They'll wait for plays like this. The flash looks good. It looks great even. But Carson in the charge forward, only able to collect a single. Junior with the setup is going to go for the repeak. The smoke is down. Rush still holding the line. He does collect the kill on Breeze. I think maybe trying to elevate himself past the smoke. Lost out in the head-to-head. So a 3v3 and very similar HPs. Oh.
Very
Lucky.
low. Yep. You know, it happens. Lag. They're clear lag.
We can
going on
blame
there.
the geometry of the map or something.
Yeah, as nouns. They know the geometry of the map, but they're on the wrong side of it. They have gone for the A gamble stack, so there is going to be this quick double flank play through the water towards E-Box. The question is, do they get there in time? There is a Molotov in play. One smoke for CJ, so where is he going to throw that out to? That's the big question. As Hex uses his molly. Oh no. Oh no, this is bad. What? That was just such a massive mistake from NRG there.
Oh, gotta have that coverage there. Such a surprise to see that from Hex, man. Missing out on a very clear coverage of that E-Box. That fast flank comes through, but is there anything that Automatic can say about this missed opportunity? Oh man, such a wise reposition there. You have Rush falling in that position, and the clutch is certainly on. It's still difficult, but he just rolls that back here. The only possible mistake that could have happened.
So
And
the
3v3.
the mistake there, so in the 3 versus 3, right, they ran in and they cleared close E-Box, but they didn't clear outside of E-Box. So even though the flank came in from A, as far as they're concerned, the E-Box player could have just been playing outside of E-Box in the water, right? So for if you're Hex and you have a molly, your only play is you either molly off Temple and watch E-Box, or you molly off E-Box and you watch Temple, because you have to do one of those two. Like you have to molly one and watch the other. He mollied towards CT or Temple and then also watched that direction and didn't look towards E-Box, and that meant that Nitro didn't have a chance. Really, the best play for him there is to molly the E-Box entrance on the water side, so anyone in the water can't come through, and then he can watch the Temple push while Nitro plants. Instead, he makes a big mistake, and it's cost NRG a pretty important round, as now they're on the half buy and the A split's coming in.
Oh, what a quick deke to start off the campaign. And it's finished off by Breeze. They're overwhelming this A-bomb site with the quickness. A site claimed. And the post plant, here's a Tech 9 post plants that I've talked about, but they're not just on Tech 9s. They picked up the A1Ss and M4s. They've gone and cleared out the flank completely. It's planted for A main, so the double down is all the more effective depending on what OC can do on the site proper. Molotovs to start the convincing retake here. It's very doable with the utility that they have left, but they got to get past a bit of an off angle. OC takes the first bite on the shot and will get knocked out. George finding his way through this retake comfortably. Smoke goes on top of that bomb. Hex looking for a shot at redemption, but it's a little too tall of a task, and George has plenty of time for this defuse. We're all tied up at 8s here.
And NRG making it interesting on the force buy, but regardless, it is still around for Nouns. And it's the same start NRG had in the first half, right? They were able to pick up the first 4 on the CT side, and this was the point where Nouns was able to win their first gun round as NRG. They take the timeout, just have a quick mental reset, figure out exactly how you want to play this one. You do have the full buy-in. OC's got the op, full nades, that bomb plant, just giving them that little bit of extra money, the little extra cushion. As now, as long as they keep getting bomb plants in these rounds, they will be able to keep on buying.
Get the pressure on.
Yeah, we're going to see where they decide. I mean, realistically, the last gun round they played, like that first gun round, they should have won that 3-on-3, right? It was just the one mistake from Hext that really cost them, but they probably should have won it, but it was off the back of a really aggressive play by Nouns through middle. So are we going to see more of the same from Nouns? Are we going to see a drastically different approach from NRG? We saw Nouns consistently in the last half putting pressure towards the B site, even though it didn't really pay off for them. I think we have a similar approach from NRG here as OC is going for this opening pick.
The charge towards his B side. You know, now meeting fire with fire. It's a fast mid movement from Automatic. Look at the way he's playing on a nice edge. There's a connection, though. OC. Pulling through a quick kill. Looked like Carson had a feeling. Where Automatic once was. He shoots in the position, but now Automatic's over an E-box. And those B players have fallen quickly. It's another massive advantage. This time a 4v3, though. More comfort. More coverage. A safe bomb plant. That's without question. And now starts a conversation here. In moments like these, I think what helped NRG so much on a CT side is they quickly called saves.
Yeah.
And had so many gun rounds, and we're seeing the same efficiency out of Nouns.
Yeah, you have to. There's too much util on the T side still, because they obviously took the site based off of 2 sort of like lurk kills, right? It wasn't an execute or anything, so you know that there's enough util to sort of freeze you out of the round for a long time. So don't even take the risk. Take the save. And bring your guns into the next round. You have an AK, you have an op. Very valuable. And if they went for it and lost, they didn't this one very well. So,
All right.
Breeze.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, one more of a warm greeting than the other. Breeze will not take long to punish that, man. Nitro gives him a welcoming sight, all for who stands behind him. It's Big Bad Breeze. 17 kills and 104 ADR in this map. A great CT side alongside Hex. If you wanted to go towards that B side, I didn't like their odds of getting through that duo. I definitely felt it in the 8-4 half. Automatically getting active as can be, man. Give him an opportunity to make it work. And he will pass this control. And he's just got this valuable real estate. You know, if you want to comfortably rotate on this map, you would like these lanes of Anubis through middle. But without this ground, you got to take the long way around. You got to take the scenic view of Anubis. But they're smart in these repositions. They're reinforcing this A side. There's so much help now.
Okay, this is a read. This isn't the first time that Nouns have gamble stacked over towards A. They must have some data. They must have a read on the fact that NRG likes to end their rounds towards the A site. And it's going to be more of the same in this one by the looks of it. Nitro snuck by. Carson's trying to look for a timing, and you know what? He just might get it. Here it comes. The split is coming in, and Carson, he's right in the smoke. Nitro doesn't know. He's got a teammate coming through with him, and it's one. He finds it. Automatic gets the kill onto Carson. Nitro's already moved all the way through. Junior has to be massive. He was big, but not quite big enough.
Ooh. Nitro. He kind of extends all the way into this spawn area, and that's the free collection from George. Overstaying is welcome, and Heaven over chasing these kills. Can OC redeem it? It looks likely. Puts the pressure on to Rush. What he can make this 1 versus 2. He's got to take the silent approach. So his guns, you know, somewhat at his retrieval, but, you know, maybe the op, the only thing he would want. And at this point, getting past this OC AWP in return is going to be one task too difficult. NRG double digits now, and it's money that's kind of in a tough spot for Nouns.
Yeah, it's sad, but grabbing the op and just getting out there isn't really the worst idea, to be completely honest. When you're going for the retake with the MP9, there's so many long-range fight. You know, Rush has no chance of killing OC there on that angle. No matter pretty much no matter what angle OC played, Rush was going to be in for a tough one, as that has finally broken the economy. Carson was thinking about going for the Hero M4, instead has decided to sell it and just get the Deagle light armor, as they want to make sure they are fully saved up to deny that map point on the next round. They do have some smokes, so hopefully, I guess, trying to funnel them towards the B site, as CJ, if there is any pressure towards A here, wants to drop that smoke and slow them down, allow his team to make some sort of play over towards B. Carson, similar idea here in middle.
I mean, show that all paths are not much of an option. No one really wants to push a smoke on a Eco round, right? Want to risk testing a 5-7 in a round like this? I don't think so. Not at this late stage of the game.
Oh my God.
Why don't you test a running USP? How did it look so easy? Knocked the head clean off the Hex. Hex can't believe his eyes. It will be quickly redeemed, but what a wild kill there rolling on in.
Yeah, that was actually disgusting, though.
How did it look so easy?
We will truly never know. I'm still upset about it, I'll be honest. I'm like mad for Hex.
Poor guy, man. He didn't do anything.
That's
He
just
didn't
so
deserve for it.
outrageous, like,
I mean, it looked like he was just running forward there, and I think the initial like inaccuracy landed the first headshot, and then he just tracked it around the smoke afterwards. I don't even know. Yeah, I guess he'll take it. That's the only casualty of this round for the T side. Close on the automatic. Somehow that is the only kill.
Egos, get them, absorb them. Strength, power. Heads up play though to nade open that smoke and make sure you get the trade, because like you said, you don't want to be running through a smoke. You know, as far as they're concerned, it could be Hex right behind the smoke and then 3 more guys inside of the site waiting, right? So nading open that smoke, getting the kill, getting the info that, hey, you know, this isn't like a full stack. There isn't a bunch of people behind the smoke here. We're good to go. That's a important information and important trade kill as well.
We'll see how this Nons roster holds up. I mean, this is fighting from the back foot now. See Carson getting involved in the comms. Level head at the moment, but need a little extra push to get this Nouns roster across the line on a map like Anubis here. Again, out of the gates. Talking about what they can bring to the table. Up against a very tough map for NRG that they picked into. This is the sort of success you would expect. It's what they've been showing. Efficiency and a great CT side developed. Took them a little while to get those T side rounds rolling, but as you highlighted, like, barring one mistake, they could have got activated a lot earlier on the gun rounds. Now they just need 2 more to close.
And right now is when they're going to start applying that pressure. And again, the play is over towards A, and again, Nouns has the read. This time, are they actually going to be able to stop it, though? That's the big question. Because there's 3 CTs here in the A bomb site. We've seen them here again. Flash is going to be good. CJ's going to be blind as Hex is going forward, gets a second headshot. And it just doesn't matter. Nouns has the reads. They have the call. They have the play. They just don't have the kills. And right now, kills are the commodity. And they don't have any. NRG securing map point here.
I think we're seeing the reason why NRG like a target towards that A side. I mean, when you have a player like Hex who's so comfortable in these main duels, when he has a little setup, a little love from Nitro out of the gates, look what he can do to punish. Even a 3-man setup comes collapsing down with quickness when Hex is around that corner ready to break on through. There's nothing you can say about this. Nouns know what NRG want to do, and they can't quite defend up against it. Rush fighting for his life in this round. E-Box is not a safe space, though. Knows he's off, trained, and patient. No saves given, and now NRG, they have 4 chances to close this one out, and the 21st round going to be the most opportune.
Oh, I mean, just the double headshot entry. They hunt down all the guns as well. I mean, that was just savage there from NRG. And yeah, it's going to be the MP9s coming out for Nouns, and NRG surely going to be expecting an aggressive play. Thinking maybe, you know, has Nouns used a timeout yet in this game? I'm actually not quite sure if they did. Might have been something worth trying out if they did use one. Okay. Well, they had a lot more. They had a lot more they probably could have used at some point. You know, it has been very streaky so far this game. Has water control taken, and that's actually, that's way too getting that one up for CJ. He actually wasn't able to grab the off. He's still here. He still wants it, and just overstayed. Yeah, overstayed his welcome on that one. Got a little bit too giddy.
And trying to really send this one on in. A position in which you maybe want to be the hero at this point. You've already found a first. What's another peek around the corner? Well, it is an instant dismissal and multiple rifles waiting to catch. Although that information queues up re-aggression towards B. A huge flank formulating rush will claim, and damage done. The escape route is now going to be this A side, and we're going to have to call upon Hex. He's the only one healthy for a little bit more in this sort of round. All top first camera is going to flush them away. Provide safe passage for a bomb plant. Some extra utility, but it's not dispensed yet.
Only smoke used towards heaven as well. That nade is good. And remember, no kit for the CT side. all coming through camera. I want to go through having lots of damage done, but everyone's low HP at this point. George is the only one who has just a little bit of something there as Nitro. Has he made the play? Has he made the round? When he played, no, George reads it, and Automatic has to run away with his life, grab that up, and make sure that the CTs can't get it.
Well done. George covering perfectly. Automatic. Oh, not guaranteed to save this up. He gets knocked down. He burns in the flames. They can't recover it, though. Just at the buzzer. It gets taken away. A couple extra kills roll on through. But if you're Nouns, you're just happy to still be kicking, considering a 4v4. And maybe CJ kind of overextends, but there's a really effective reaction coming through from Nouns to aggress on the other extremity. Pressure on that B side, re-aggress towards middle, change the tone of the round completely.
Yeah, I think NRG are going to be a little bit disappointed with themselves that they didn't do a slower default there, like a really passive, slow default, just to see where the aggression was going to come in from, because the aggression came pretty much in the mid round, and I mean, I think they're going to be a little disappointed that they weren't just spread out a little bit more and playing for a bit more information. As right here, Rush is going to find Breeze, and he does find the kill as well. And again, this aggression towards B has been really the only way that Nouns has been able to find ways into the rounds. Look at again a push through into the water as Hex goes down to CJ. And simultaneous aggression across the map means mid is the only spot that's open. And Energy have taken the space, but at what cost?
The 5v3, another very unlikely post-plant success. Put on the challenge. They're trying to fight forward. They're looking for an isolated target at this point in time. As the 3v5 can suffocate you, they need to have someone that can break through this deficit now. Automatically going to be that guy. Can he cut off the heads clean? No, the rest of the roster gets involved. And they will systematically shut down the post plant from NRG. They are not ready to call it quits on Anubis. They've come through with an extra level. The re-aggression on B, the pressure that CJ is finding himself on A as well. They're just winning on the extremity where they were losing out in these fights initially.
Yeah, they can't win the gunfights. It hasn't been anything, you know, tactically spectacular from Nouns, and I'm not even trying to throw any shade that they're, you know, it's been okay, double push B main, get the kill, fall back, double push A main, get the kill, fall back. You know, I mean, it's nothing revolutionary, but it's exactly what's working for them, and NRG can't cope. So if you're Nouns at this point, the question you ask yourself is, do you continue with this style of play, or now do you expect the reaction from NRG and do you switch it up? That's always I guess essentially a cat and mouse game, or, you know, it's tough. It's tough to make that decision in the moment because you're torn between, well, let's just keep doing what works. But if NRG can find a way to stop it, then just doing what works, it isn't going to work anymore, and you don't have any rounds to play with. You've already given up Matt Point. Ooh, NRG force into it too. Tech 9 for Breeze. Like to see him with an AK, honestly, with how dominant he's been this game. Like to see maybe OC toss that over to him, but all good.
Or maybe looking to be the tip of the spear with the Tech 9. See what the case is here. Oh boy, Hex avoiding initial contact. That's a lot of resources spent on an E-box peak. It might leave them a little bit off foot here. Tip of the spear taken out, and Rush looking to hold down the line. He tries to stand and deliver, but only good for a singular, and there's a junior miss that cost him severely. Molotov sent in, and this time E-box is covered by Hex. He's got attention to detail. And the closing statement looking to come through from NRG. Flashbang late play, and it does catch. Automatic chasing down the victory now. Carson left behind a smoke. Gray screened on the exit, and another smoke cost them 2 more for good measure. It's going to be an NRG victory as they make good on a post plant to close 13-10.
And that was the adjustment NRG had. They just sent their whole team over to B. It's like, okay, you want to push B main on us? Well, we're all here. And here comes the execute. Hex ended up not having much impact in the round. Well, obviously, actually getting the kill on Junior was huge, but didn't have much impact on that E-box timing where they hadn't spotted him. It could have been even worse for the likes of Nouns, but in the end, I mean, NRG closed it out. Probably should have closed it out a little bit sooner, if we're being honest. A few mistakes in the post plant, and obviously taking a while to adjust to that really aggressive style that Nouns was showing them. And in that last round, Nouns mixed it up, NRG mixed it up, and NRG came away with it.
I think what's so key here is this is what I've highlighted a little bit with this Nitro edition. You see these pauses come through, and then you see a difference in the playstyle. Whereas the NRG of old would have kept on running into these brick walls. They could have kept on doing what was once working, but no longer is the case, especially versus this now in roster. And while I do like the foundation that Wildco has set up this team, I think that's just what Nitro can bring is a depth of a playbook, more strategy, more development, extra oomph that can push this team across the line when the going gets tough. And that is what we saw, a timeout into an instant victory in a very late round crunch time scenario. And I think that's just Nitro with some killer instinct in the calling department. But we'll take a look at the PrizePicks estimated total kills and see how things are shaping up so far for map number 1. No one reaching the estimated kills so far, but it's still early on. And Brees is getting close. We had Call Me Sue in that first series. He didn't have any estimated kills as he didn't play on the first quarterfinals day 1. But I feel like he would have been close. Yeah, I think he got 30, but right now it's just Breeze.
Wow.
Rocking at the closest, automatic close behind him, and Hex, all kind of getting closer and closer.
Yeah, I mean, everyone got involved in that game. Obviously, like you said, Nitro got involved with his in-game leading, with his leadership, and that's the level of experience that, making that move for a guy like Nitro, that is the difference that it brings in those key moments where it's just like, okay, take a pause, everybody relax, it's all good. They've like, if I'm Nitro in that situation, when I take that pause, I'm telling everyone, guys, like, don't worry about it. Like, they're not outplaying us. We just lost our fights. Like last round, if Breeze kills Rush instead of Rush killing Breeze, if CJ's able to land the shot on blah blah, then it's win. And it's because they weren't getting outplayed. They just got outshot in those last few rounds. So at that point, it's like, guys, don't worry. Everyone, just take it easy. We're gonna go hard here, right? It's not gonna be a problem. Here's the call I'm gonna make, and we're just gonna win the game right here, right? And that's I'm guessing the talk went somewhere along those lines. If you're over on the side of NRG, and of course even Daps getting involved as well might have been saying the same things. Between them, they just have so much experience.
Yeah, I mean, and everyone's going to listen to those two players on this roster. There's no question about it. We do have the Sonic Fast Starters leaderboard. Before you ready to go, I don't know if this one's updated. I feel like for some reason my gut is telling me
this is updated, yeah, because
Breeze was not 10, in the running until he got a lot of kills on those last pistols. And Hex, he's sitting a little comfortable at 14, but he's got a couple teammates that are gunning and in the running for this leaderboard. So by no means safe. It's a war between NRG of trying to collect that extra 500. That being said, we're gonna see pistol rounds galore up next. It's going to be Noun's map pick. We're going to be hopping into Vertigo, but that's after a short break.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
And welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival series. I'm Exner. We got Davey alongside me. Second map coming on up. It's going to be Vertigo. Interesting route here for Nouns and the Veto here. They're challenging a bit of a lack of maybe depth in NRG's, Vertigo. But the challenge here is up against a successful history, at least in this map.
Yeah, and real quick before we get into this one, I just want to get like a real quick from everyone in chat. Fuck Flom, W chat. Well done, everybody. And also, of course, shout out to Complexity, Jason Lake, and everyone else for, doing all this stuff. Shout out to all the admin teams in the background, all the production. Just real quick, just a quick shout out to everyone. Remember, this has been going on all weekend for your guys' entertainment to try to help the NA scene. So real quick, I just wanted to throw that out there for everybody before we continue on here with our second map of this grand final.
Important to show the love there, of course. And again, PrizePicks for putting this on there as well, and Sonic and Mythic League alongside it. It's been a cool event. Every single time I've been able to cover these, finals days, it's led to some very exciting North American Counter-Strike, and it's just, to be honest, good to see some best of threes in NA. These best of ones have been getting a little bit stale sometimes, and so getting to see best of threes, testing these map pools, being able to even talk about a veto, it's refreshing. I like it, and it's very good to see. So it's going to lead to maybe an exciting series. So far, the finals have delivered, even if it's been just close maps, competitive 2-0s. It's been fun to watch, and Nouns are also looking to try and take a title away here and try and get a victory underneath their belt, but they're now standing down a map down and looking to try and bounce back into this matchup, which is going to be a tough challenge for the squad, considering, again, I feel like they really are targeting NRG in a point of, maybe a weakness in terms of like history and depth, like not a lot of reps on this map, and that's what they're hoping to capitalize on, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and also a map where it's a big risk for them, right? It's a map where they don't really play it. This is some form of punish pick. They tried to target NRG with this one because they haven't been successful in the most recent games. So this was a huge risk for them, right? This was a very risky pick, and they're really hoping that this is going to be able to pay off because, like you said, they're down a map. They need to win this one to stay in the series, and it was a big risk pick for them to make. So let's see. I mean, what they can bring us. I'm curious to see what sort of tactics that we're going to see as this game goes on.
Yeah, and I think especially for Nouns roster, who we've highlighted, has had a decent history versus this NRG squad, but also like in relative history has had some struggles in the mix as well. Like the last two best of threes have gone in the way of NRG versus the very important one at the closed qualifier for the RMR, where Nouns was able to claim it. So an interesting back and forth in between these two rosters in a battle of endurance. Yeah, it's gonna make sense that we try and reroute the veto, considering the past vetoes we've seen Ancient, we've seen Inferno, we've seen Mirage, the maps you would expect between these rosters. But in the first two, Anubis and now Vertigo introducing itself into the series is a whole new territory that you'll have to prepare yourself for. But prepare yourself for a fast starter round brought to you by Sonic. And again, Hex, who's leading the charge on the leaderboard, is now going to lead off with an opening duel. He's hit big 15 on the leaderboard now and is looking for that extra 500 in incentive for getting the most kills in NA Revival Series 3. He's on the path to doing so.
Well, George wants some for himself. Breeze is right up there with him, but Hex extends his lead on the Sonic Fast Starter pistol. Rush puts OC down, and hello, Breeze gets another one. They're back and forth, two apiece. And now, if one of them is able to finish this one off onto Rush, then they're going to... I mean, if Breeze gets it, then he's only 3 away from Hex. So then he just has to get a 3K next half, and he's tied up. Oh my god, what happens if they're tied? Do they split it? They must split it.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out when we get there. If we get there, of course. As Rush moving forward, has the kit, has the smoke, and has the death. So Breeze closing the distance. Okay, only 3 more. Only 3 more for him. Next half, keep an eye out for the man.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I was wondering if they were just going to start chasing those kills down. They still play it diligent.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think they're getting these guys. They're not going to be throwing rounds away for the extra $500. They're going to be making sure that they secure the win.
They're better men than I am, man. I'll do some
hey, listen, $20 is $20.
Right?
Amen. $20 is $20. Let alone 500. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Get active. See what we can't do.
If I was in the same room, I might even kiss Breeze to distract him so that I can go for the kill, you know?
That's the most effective method.
Yeah, you can't stop me.
But how's he supposed to get the kill? I guess it's as long as he's not getting caught up. I mean, Hex is in the lead. He just needs to get the distraction going.
Exactly. Like I'm talking about, you kiss him so he can't kill him. You both lose the round, but Breeze doesn't close the distance. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that's the real way to do it. And again, these pistol kills will not count whatever nouns get. It's just USPs, but don't be fooled.
No matter how much Exner tries to get this to make these count, as we've covered, they don't count.
We'll see if I can switch up the rule book here. We got a couple questions
For Revival Series 4, you know, we'll work on that.
We'll talk things through. Can it be just like most pistol kills?
I think if you're on a USP or a Glock and you get a kill against a full gun round, that should count specifically.
What about that one right there where you got
that
25 Mac 10 bullets and none of them connected?
That should count.
That bomb. I mean, Vertigo Bomb's a little more effective in CS2 as well. It used to be a complete dud.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you could survive on the stairs with like 30 damage or something. That was just outrageous.
I remember in a league. Oh, there we go. There's the updated leaderboard.
Yeah,
Sonic
just
Fast
3.
Starters. Yeah, this is crazy competitive. Automatics in the running as well, you know. As we've highlighted, I feel like if you're teammates, you'll be willing to share the love if there is a tie. And right now, it is only NRG in contention, and you know the upper echelons of the leaderboard. We have all 3 of the top 3.
Yeah, I think what this means is that NRG are really good at pistol rounds, is what we're taking from this.
So many good pistol players, maybe.
Yeah, they've definitely won the majority of their pistol rounds, I think. I think that's definitely something we could take away from this data.
And on the other end, if you want to highlight nouns in the particular struggle, with 1 and 3 versus Boss.
Yeah.
Having a bit of a tough time in that department. Did get split the difference in Anubis at least versus this NRG squad, but at least you can talk about the gun round efficiency that they showed in that last series, the last best of 3. What we got here? A little bit of fancy footwork. Oh, nope, just a sound cue. A little donation of information to Rush. And Rush will capitalize. He's prepared for the boost. He is, man. Look at the quickness out of Rush on this B anchoring. As I said, this is going to be a hot target for both rosters here on Vertigo. And if Rush can hold down the line like that, man, it's going to be an exciting prospect.
Yeah, and we did talk about it in the game that, this B fight is going to be crucial as so many more teams are focusing on it. And right now, we have all 3 CTs moving their way over there. George is still nearby. He's walked over towards middle and CT spawn. So he is going to have that new hole covered as Automatic is sneaking his way across. And, I mean, this is just the gamble B stack, and they've gambled wrong. And now they know, as we see CJ getting aggressive. Bomb is coming up towards the site. Is he even going to be able to get this plant off? That Molly gives him a chance, but Automatic finds the kill onto the side of George. And no kits in play here for the CTs.
Such an excellent job in recovering this. Automatic with some activity. Nitro's got the offest of angles. Goes forward into a fight CJ was prepared for. And we'll collect, but this positioning still. Look at what they have to cover. Look at these awkward angles that they have to deal with. Nouns, they are certainly feeling the heat, but that's a crazy kill. Threading in another one. They don't realize that now Automatic is fooling through on the flank, and it's CJ without a kit. That is going to cost him. Didn't have the money to buy it. There's none in recovery close by. And it's going to be a save of the rifle coming on through. But NRG, considering how this round started, with a quick double down from Rush, even if they lose everybody, you're going to be happy with the conversion.
Yeah, I mean, considering as well that, Rush, we've got the openings here. That's a double kill for him, right? So for them to be able to bring that one back.
808 HE, man.
Yeah, right on top.
Backspin on it.
Very unfortunate. I mean, even here, if there was even just a kit for them to grab, then there's a world where they're able to win that one. This is just so aggressive towards middle. Flash comes in, Hex just drops. He's straight out of there. I mean, I don't know about you, but let's just say I'd be happy if it was like Nitro. Of course, I would have just killed all 5, unlike Nitro, noob player. Actually, NRG is actually in kind of a tough spot right now. This is weirdly awkward for them. They don't really have many places to go. And essentially, it's going to be walk up A. They have a lot of util, which could be the savior, but they have to dedicate one person to watching the flank pretty much the entire time. So you're doing a 3v4 execute pretty much. And that can get very awkward. They have to wait out this counter util. They have enough time that they don't need to force the issue.
She's got the dance. He's in reposition, man. He's not giving over this easily. MP9 is now starting to close the distance. He wants to fight forward instead of fall back. That's why he's got a very tall CJ ready to play off the back of him. That is an incredible setup from Nouns. So very high in the sky. It's got my dogs barking. And Carson going to close it out. Nouns, they're on the board early.
Yeah, that mid push, I mean, really causing problems. The Nitro getting caught there. And the boost from CJ also grabbing 2 more. So that M4 that was saved, it has massive impact. 3 kills. They're able to recover some guns. 2 AKs now for the CT side. The money is in the bin for NRG. Yeah, they call the timeout. They want to figure out, okay, guys, are we going to force into this? Are we going to tank the save here? Because on 1900 bonus, they don't even really have a good buy next round. So you might as well force into this one and try to win that one back, right? Try to get some of those guns back. Because a full eco here is almost pointless. You're essentially saving twice. CJ eating during the game? This is unacceptable behavior. Oh my god. Come on.
I think
Junior sleeping during the game? Oh, he's away. Oh, good.
Okay, he woke up. I can't remember. It was someone on Nouns, I think, that brought like 6 bananas, just a full like.
Oh yeah.
Amount of bananas to the. Maybe it was George actually. That's his like.
Fast acting carbs, man.
Chicago.
Yeah, fast acting carbs.
I feel like.
Used to have them in the dressing room between periods for hockey as well. They're great. They're great energy food.
Good with the potassium. Is that what they got? Yeah,
they do. They also have potassium. Yeah, not much of it actually. Bit of a. They have some.
Is it a rumor? Is that like how carrots make your eyes better?
No, that one is just made up. Bananas do have potassium.
Okay.
But just not that much. Like not a ton of potassium. There's other foods with more potassium.
Somehow they became the potassium goats. They're fraudulent, is what you're saying.
I thought about just making up a bunch of foods that have potassium just now. I'll be honest. I thought about just saying, oh, goats. Actually, goats have a lot of potassium. Did you know that? Like, I thought about just making that up, and I decided, if it was my broadcast, I would.
I believed you, and you already just highlighted that you're going to make it up. Wow. Well, could have fooled me. This is going to be a shutdown on the force buy. Again, it's more B-side targets, but not being fooled as Nouns. They know where the play is likely to go. To rush it again, another multi-kill. This time is going to be a double down that I think they can redeem a round off of. And automatic. That's just not a fun spam. How did George just DK right there rush? Walking into the crosshairs. It's a little bit messy in the finishing blow, but you know, all is well. They close it out.
He was tired of Rush getting all the kills. Rush is 8. He's got 8 on the board right now, locking down this B site. And George is like, excuse me, you've had enough this round. I think it's my turn now. Instead, Carson, of course, jumping up over the wood. It's the AK headshot. And they're answering back. Now, obviously, this is going to be the full eco from NRG. And they're just hoping for a bomb plant. Something fun you could do this round is just a little run boost to pull a rotation over towards B and then get 3 or 4 guys just sort of, you know, running out mid all at once, try to isolate a 1v1 maybe, or a couple, you know, isolate the one guy that's there, not a 1v1. You wouldn't want that with a Glock.
I'm always scared playing like a Glock though to go middle and just get caught by the HEs.
I'll be honest, I simply don't. I always buy something. I can't just play around with the Glock. That's so fair for that now.
Yeah. It's just not fun, you know? It's like a whole round where you just don't get to do a lot unless you're Breeze and Nitro. I mean, that's pretty impressive, the amount of damage that they do, but it couldn't be me. I'm with you. I'm buying a Deagle. I mean, I'm not a big P250 user. I'll usually lock in a Tech 9 or 5.7.
Yeah, you might as well. Like,
yeah, what's the extra 2 hundo?
Exactly.
You don't need flashes.
What do I need flashes for? Come on. It's a first-person shooter. Not a first-person throw flashbangs at them.
True. Talk about Snoresville.
Yeah. I think I would have been overall, like, I don't know how you feel about it, but I think that when people flash me, it's actually kind of unfair. Because I probably would have won the gun.
Yeah, you're gonna protest that one.
Yeah, I think it's kind of, I don't know. It's not really a fair fight. I don't really count those.
Big question is, do they count in the fast starter?
Oh,
Pistol
well,
rounds.
Pistol round, of course they do, but only there.
Only there.
Yep.
There's a good opening though on this B side. CJ this time trying to be active on the aggression. It's a nice double down from Carson. No flashes necessary. He will just knock these kills down quick. And it sets it up into a 3v3. There's a man advantage at one point, and now it's equalized, and there is a lot of extra coverage. You know, George is probably going to take a forward-facing duel, and you know, look who stands behind him. It's Junior, rather, with an AWP.
Yeah.
Weird kind of bait and switch setup. Oh, dude, rushes down the ladder. He's going to be fast on the flank. The Shadow, though? Oh, the Shadow could be brutal. Yeah, you got to be careful. And it's Hex that has such a wild off angle. And once you kill Rush on a flank like that, I do feel like you can make a pretty quick movement in towards B.
Yeah, they don't want to give
speed it up though.
They don't want to give too much sound away is the problem, because they don't know where everybody else was, and they have enough util to execute on the site if they decide to. And it looks like they are. They're gonna throw some grenades. There's no reason not to at this point. Nouns have actually already gambled that they're gonna come towards A. I'm surprised that George didn't take a slightly more aggressive peek, because even if he goes 1 for 1 and then baits them to run up into A, I mean, Junior's in a round-winning position there, right? And on a 2 versus 3, George takes a peek towards bottom A. He doesn't see anyone. He pushes through and flanks. Junior rotates off, right? And now they have sort of a pinch on the B play. But they've decided to gamble and wait towards the top of the ramp. And of course, you know, Energy didn't go there. Free B bomb site. Energy take the lead back.
I do have a bit of faith that this NRG defense as well is going to be something they're primed for. This is, again, Nouns map pick to open things up, and you know, that does leave NRG picking into that T side, right? Which is, you know, a decision I think that they made to make their second half easier. Because I've seen this defense just hold incredibly strong. Super comfortable. Very, very active in a similar fashion to what we're seeing right now from Nouns, trying to fight for this control towards B. This time, some excellent coverage from Hex. That is a tough preparation right there. You should not expect Rush to be diving down the ladder like that, but taking a nice angle in that duel. Gets him a second early before Rush can see him. They will continue to challenge this Rush B-site defense.
They want to walk right through the smoke as well. Junior looking for this aggressive pick. These are able to be caught out. X, he's going to come back and let's see who wins it. Rush goes down to the molly of OC. No kills being traded out in mid, so there must have been some engagement that happened there as he turns back just a little bit too early. OC and Nitro find one apiece onto this B bomb site. Make that 2 for OC. And now Nate gonna be good. Yep, finds a kill. Molly as well going to prevent the plant. Automatic's in an aggressive position. Gotta be a little bit concerned though. Wins the fight with George, and the pre-fire onto Junior. Takes him out of the round, puts Energy to 5, and breaks the money of Nouns.
Oh, that's just pretty. What that is. Looking just pristine. From Automatic taking that space, but then the execution power as well. You got a full belt. All 4 nades from Hex were tossed out from middle, helping out this B set execution. And when you throw that mid utility set, it becomes a lot quicker to line up. You know, it's still a little bit of a risk. You can, you know, potentially walk into a Junior AWP like he almost did, but he managed to, I guess, avoid it, only got legged. And then they have such speed on the execution, and well, there you go, Nitro with that speed and efficiency. Trade things out, ends up turning to an advantage for NRG from the early loss of the hero rifle. Rifle recovered, maybe another gun to be picked up as well for an AK. But I'm not going to like the odds of George trying to hold off this A-bomb site with a lonely 5-7.
No, if they can manage to hold on to these 2 rounds, that would be a success as far as they're concerned. George almost finds OC and Rush trying to help out. Now it's really got to be CJ. Instead, he goes down as well. So Energy pick up 6. Relatively clean. A little body shooting from Automatic. Okay, I don't hate it.
So like, you know, grazing right there, you know?
Yeah, I like it when it gets a little spicy, you know?
But nothing intense, but when you're in a lead, you don't want to be doing too much of the talking. You just want to keep on doing what's working out well. Maybe give him a little jab here or there. We've got 15 accidents I see on the injury report.
That is a lot.
They just be jumping off the building.
Yeah, I guess pregame was full of some jumps. Oh, they both made open the smoke at the same time. Ton of damage done onto the CTs, but all the kills going their way.
I mean, there you have it. I mean, you can very clearly see what Nouns want to patch up for the remainder of the CT side. Enough is enough. You gotta stop taking this early B space. So a 3-man rather setup, beating the only duo of Breeze and Nitro who have been willing to punch holes into that B site in just about every round, it feels like. And now it is going to rely on how they can get through this A side. I feel like what we've seen out of Vertigo as well is we talked about, like, you can give more space and there's not as much of a need to ramp fight. But I think one of the necessities of this map is to contain side hole control. If you're going to give up this amount of space in a 5v5, you can keep side hole control. You're going to increase your chances of winning.
Yeah, and they did just spot OC out up A, and that's pulled this rotation. Hexed. Does he clear out quad? Does he do it? George finds the timing, gets the kill. Hex was going for him, though. Now OC needs to find one. That's a nice flick. Finds Junior, but he's worried. Automatic finds the kill on B, and he's running into the site. They know Automatic's here by himself. This Molotov is going to be crucial. Molly and nade to make it harder for them to run through. That's going to be the death of Rush. He's pushing forward. Oh, Carson playing it so well, and Automatic just cannot find the frag. Carson dancing around the E-box, giving his team the chance as they push forward. That's a free kill. Oh no, low HP, and he's been able to find him. Gets the kill onto Carson. The flash, denying any sort of early wide swing. And OC Wing up the stairs with a massive 1 versus 2 clutch.
Oh man, what a clutch coming through. Able to use his opponent's flash up against him right there. It's a flashing eye in the sky from Carson, but then he peeks into it as well, which cost him his life. Makes this duel all the more easy. And OC will shut it down. That's not the first time as well that we've seen a 5v3 go awry for this Nouns squad. You cannot afford that multiple times and a half. You can see, man. That's the sort of position that you have when you're feeling a little bit frustrated and the loss is felt into the server. Is that cat on top of the PC?
No, that's well, actually that is a cat on top of the PC. I was gonna make a joke that no, that's Junior, but then the production was so quick on what you were saying that they switched it straight back. So I was like, well, there goes that joke, all good. Our production's too good here. That's the issue. Wow, Nitro's got a nice painting in the background. He's such a dad.
Chill. It's a chill
You know what I
painting
mean?
right there.
Yeah, just a nice
that's
chill, like that's just such a man background right there.
It's got the dad background for sure.
Yeah.
Liking the I'm more of a fan of George's background. It's nothing but white walls. Oh, is it Carson?
Yeah. Carson, yeah. George has one too, though. Actually, yeah. But he has his is pointed at the window, and he has blinds, so that makes it look just a little bit more.
It has some
normal.
decoration in
Yeah,
the sense that he can't see outside his room.
Yeah, Carson probably does have a window with blinds too. You just can't see it on the camera, so it looks a little bit more insane to sound. You know?
Dude, we used to have classes where we didn't have any windows.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's brutal.
My high school was built forever ago, so I just remember, you know, you'd walk out of class, you'd have no idea what day it was, what time it was.
Oh, now I'm thinking about it. Our tech
Especially
wing,
after a nap.
Yeah, our tech wing in the high school didn't have windows. There was a couple rooms, like the wood shop room and stuff, that didn't have it, but I didn't spend much time there, to be honest.
Just Kentucky.
There you go. High school. Formative years, everyone. It's
Yeah, a
all
lot of people ask me,
reminisce.
how have you become a salaried esports caster? the answer. No windows in my high school.
Yep, exactly. No windows in my high school. You got used to the inside. You wanted to stay inside forever. Now you're trapped.
Now I get to see Vertigo, and it's a nice 51-story building with nothing but a view.
Oh, baby.
And a lot of accidents.
I'm surrounded by farms, man. I'm in the middle of nowhere now.
Right now, NRG farming up a mid play.
CJ's caught in the middle of nowhere.
Oh,
as he
man.
takes a look away, gets the timing. It looks like they want to split out towards B as well, which is going to end up being the right choice. Flash is coming through the smoke, and how blind is everybody? Oh, it's good, but it's not great as Hext and Breeze kill everybody as they try. Yep. And Nitro instantly puts him down. Half done. NRG with a clean T-side. Now, this map is very T-sided, obviously, with the new changes, so something to keep in mind. And, of course, the pistol battle. Breeze is up by 3 going into this pistol round here. The Sonic fast starter pistol round.
This is it, man. I mean, especially with a lead like this, if we do get to see NRG kind of take claim, I feel like that's not going to leave a lot of runway left for now. And so, you know, this could be the pistol round that determines first place prize in the Sonic leaderboard.
Hex and Automatic are both on 10, right? And Breeze is on 13, I'm pretty sure. So that's who we're looking at here. Brought to you by Sonic, of course. Oh, Breeze. He's looking for his. If he just gets 1, that guarantees that he's at least tied for first.
See if he can collect. But he's got to also deny Hex any pistol success. I don't think he'll get it, given that he's on the other side of the map from the play. There's Breeze with 1 to lock it down. And it's going to remain competitive. Wait, they're heading into Hex, though. A chance. Oh, no, it's a back and forth. Breeze also gets 1, George. And now left into it. He's looking to get a bomb plant at the very least, try and survive a little longer. And that's a huge plant. That's going to provide a little extra oomph. And now, can he start the conversation for a clutch in a 1v4 that is oh so necessary? He's walking into OC's very passive play, and OC will be waiting with open arms to collect. And in double digits landed by NRG with the 2 pistol leads of Hex and Breeze to do it.
Yep, they got 2 apiece, so Breeze ends on 15, Hex ends on 12, and it is Breeze who's going to be taking home that bonus for the Sonic fast
I think
starter.
Hex had the lead, though.
No, Breeze was number 1.
Was
Wait,
he?
oh, is it the other way around?
I think Hex had like 16.
Oh, you're right. I'm saying it backwards this whole time. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Hex was number 1 and Breeze was number 2.
Well, that's
I was saying it
duo
backwards.
right there to have the powerhouse there of the top 2 in the leaderboards.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess there is, you know, potential map 3. Does leave a lot of challenges, but now it's not even forcing on this sort of round. I mean, you talked about it in that last map, but there haven't been the second round force buys. This time there was a bomb plant, but they don't really have the kills, and that's usually what you need. Is a couple extra kills to get those Galeos out. At $200, it's crazy what, you know, just $200 can do to an economy shift up. A change of the bomb plants money that you gather. It's a bit wild, but leaves Nouns with not much of an option but to buy up a couple pistol upgrades here or there. Now Nitro on a B-side defense. That's a great shot from Junior. And Nitro by no means in a comfortable position, close range, but the MP9 is also an effective tool close range, and he will use it against them.
Yeah, like the fact that you just don't have to stop moving when you're shooting is such a benefit. As he manages to get his 3rd with the MP9. NRG go 11, and they're just 1 round away from what, 9 match points potentially? Yeah, there it is. Sorry, it was Hex who was number 1. I was saying it backwards. That is my bad. But yeah, Hex has secured it. Hex has guaranteed it. And 18 to 15, Hex is your Sonic fast starter winner for pistol round kills. 18's a lot, man.
18 is a lot of pistol round kills. That is over the spread of 3 series as well.
Sorry, there is still a chance that there's a 3rd map. That is true. There is potentially still a 3rd map where he could be passed.
Yeah. I mean, It feels like right now NRG looking to close, but I'm with you. You know, never a guarantee. Nouns are a roster that can dig deep. There's no question about it. So we'll see what they can't do here. And right now they have a man advantage on the bonus. So maybe a little relief can offer. Extra smoke tossed in there. But I don't know if it's going to be used. It looks like Nitro just wants to chase down these kills. There's so much time left, though, in this 4v3. So Nouns looking to suffocate this round. And you can see Rush is waiting for a timing on this peak. There's that contact taken, but they get no information on George's location. Ooh, that's still an unknown factor.
Yeah, and with that one player spotted, they now instantly rotate out towards A, but Nouns have been slowly working their way towards the B bomb site. So this gamble stack from NRG looking like it's not going to pay off. Nouns with a little bit of fight back here. We haven't seen a lot of it so far on Vertigo. It looked like the gamble hadn't quite paid off. Is OC finding Junior actually might be the... Oh, that might be a problem for them. He's now told them essentially like, hey, I was the lurk and the hit's going somewhere else. Molotovs come in, OC pushes forward. He is getting spammed, but they haven't been able to find him yet. They know that he's nearby though, so they're still looking. They're being very cautious. OC finds one onto Rush and the Molotov towards default, gonna slow everything down. The Dink is in, Nitro and Automatic get one apiece, and NRG around where they rotated out. They weren't in position for it, but OC with the counter smoke and staying alive secures the match point here for NRG.
Such a forward-facing fight from OC, covering off that A extremity, maybe forcing some indecision from Nouns, and they just can't even make the case to crossing towards site. And we got 12 locked in for NRG, and plenty, 9 chances now to close this thing out. We are PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 3 victors, swinging for the fences towards ramp. It's Hex looking to close, and it's looking likely as he lands a couple of kills, goes for a re-peek there, sent off the 51st floor, but still holding on to a man advantages. NRG and eager to lock this one down. Carson picking up some rifles, trying to recover this one. Still a bit of a story that this is going to be an A-side finish. We'll see how convinced NRG is of letting this space be created.
Working their way up. NRG almost exposing Carson, but he's able to work forward. There's no way they let him just plant off first try. Yeah, well, very aggressive there from George. Jeez, the Molotov pushed him back, and Carson's on 4. He's here for the ace, trying to keep his team alive in this tournament. And on the other side is Breeze, a man with such a storied legacy in the recent era of NA Counter-Strike. He's looking for him on top of the site, and Carson, he knows that there's a potential here for this re-aggression. And the mind game's very much at play here. Oh God, don't fall off. As funny as that would be, please don't do it. I couldn't handle it. I wouldn't be able to talk. I wouldn't be able to talk.
It's not going to be the case, but I mean, Breeze displaying a little bit of patience. He goes up high to close it out for NRG, and they will be our NA Revival Series number 3 victors. They close this one out in a 2-0 fashion. They get their 3rd victory in a row versus this Noun squad, and they're showing off the back of a bit of a disappointing closed qualifier campaign, missing out on the RMRs, that they are ready to bounce back.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, a convincing victory there. The veto gamble from Nouns not paying off. NRG showing why their win rate on Vertigo was 100% despite such a low play rate. The veto, you know, it just didn't pay off, and it was a risk worth taking. They've been gotten the better of in the previous meetings here against this NRG team in recent times, anyways. And so they went for a gamble. They went for something that was bold, and unfortunately for them, it just didn't work out this time. But in the end, both of these teams played great all tournament, and you can't take that away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nouns in their run to get here showed some incredible form. It could have been a little more difficult as well versus Boss. You know, that could have been a 3-map series, but they were able to dig deep and show what they're made of on Mirage. But I think most importantly, as highlighted here, again, trying to reroute the veto, you know, throw a curveball into the mix in a 3rd matchup in relative history between these two teams, and another head-to-head that they look to challenge this NRG squad up against. The curveball comes right back at them. It turns into a bit of a boomerang, and they're left, you know, a little dazed and confused. Not a bad idea, though, again, for the side of Nouns. They just tried to do something different. Doesn't work out. NRG consistently developing that strength, man. They're a roster that we should be seeing this sort of consistent success out of. But with the quickness in which we saw this map take place, Breeze with that final kill to close out the map gets the PrizePicks check mark. We didn't quite get to see it in the server, but we sure will see it in this screen, as you can see. And same is true for Automatic, both gathering the PrizePicks estimated kill total.
Yeah, they went above, right? They did it. You thought Hex might be able to as well. I mean, obviously he put up more ADR than Automatic did, but in the end, it was all about the kills, and Breeze and Automatic were able to just jump up there. So good for them, and obviously congratulations to NRG for winning the whole thing, and commiserations to Nouns. But they did play a good game. Obviously Vertigo didn't go their way, and unfortunately for them, as we can see here, Junior wasn't quite able to really get into the game. I mean, it's a long day for a lot of these teams. I mean, not that they're not used to it, but it is still a long day regardless. And they did put up a good fight, especially in that first map. It was very close, and they had a long series before that, but in the end, energy was just a little bit too much for them.
It's a tough matchup here, but we do have it official. As we kind of alluded to, Sonic Fast Starters leaderboard finishes up with Hex in first place. That's an extra $500 in his direction on top of the $4,000 prize pool for first place. So Hex walking away, making some big money moves here on NRG. He'll be very happy with that. And yeah, I mean, a very cool victory, a cool incentive brought to you by Sonic. Obviously, a huge shout out to them. But I mean, speaking of which, we got a couple more sponsors and partners that we're going to highlight here as we start things off, talking a little bit about, again, Hex, Sonic Fast Starter of the week. As you can see, he's locked that one in. He's our first place prize, $500.
Yeah, he's rich now. Like he could pretty much, he could sponsor the whole thing next time around. You gotta appreciate that, He's
give back to the scene.
Yeah, go on, Hex. No, obviously I'm just joking. Congratulations to him. I mean, incredible pistol player. As we saw throughout the event, he was consistently headshot. Him and Breeze were neck and neck. I mean, actually, Breeze made a really late run for it there in that last series. He got the 4 on Anubis, and then the 2 more, the T-side pistols here. Like he made a real run for it right at the end, and Breeze is always going to be good on pistols, but yeah, Hex was the one that came away with it, so obviously congratulations to him, and very well done from the entire Energy squad, to be honest.
Before we close out, of course, I want to give a quick shout out to the people that made this happen. Starting off, talking a little bit about PrizePicks. As you can see in the name, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks, the best North American Counter-Strike. Players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link in the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The NA Revival Series is pleased to introduce Sonic as the newest sponsor. They are empowering visionaries, creators to develop the new next generation of Web3 applications with its high-performance blockchain. Sonic is home to hundreds of finance and gaming apps and a vibrant community who are actively redefining what it means to interact with Web3. Check them out at soniclabs.com and begin your blockchain journey today. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnering with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 through 5 in the silver divisions. All players are required to have and use their microphones. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, I want to thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a great day of NACS here at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you to Davey. Thank you to all of our hardworking production, observing teams, Adam and Squad, like you had mentioned, and of course our lovely sponsors and partners. We'll be seeing you all, I believe, next up in early November. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll be back and looking forward to seeing you all in a future event.